Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Parks and Recreations. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we please ask that you silence all electronic devices. If you would like to fill out a testimony slip, then please see the sergeant at arms in the back, and at no point in time is anybody to approach the dais. Chair, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Committee's hearing on the fiscal 2027 preliminary budget and the preliminary mayor's management report for the Department of Parks and Recreation. My name is Ty Hankerson and I am the chair of the Parks and Recreation Committee. I'd like to acknowledge my fellow council member, Dr. Yusuf Salam, who is also here present today, and I'll acknowledge others as they come in. Today we'll be hearing testimony from the Department of Parks and Recreation on its fiscal 2027 preliminary budget, which totals $654 million, a decrease of $33.7 million compared to the fiscal 2026 adopted budget. It may seem like this amount is enough to properly fund our Parks Department, but this is still nowhere near the 1% goal that the mayor campaigned on. We need to strive to create better park systems for all New Yorkers, and that starts with proper funding. This budget moves in the wrong direction. No one doubts the dedication of our parks workers, and no one disputes that this agency can point to real progress in some areas. Let me make that clear. But New Yorkers cannot be asked to confuse progress in some areas with stability. When core services still depend on one-shots, the message to workers and families is that standard care is still negotiable. Public safety still leans on temporary funding. Fully funded capital projects are still waiting because the staffing capacity needed for review is not there. We're now just trying to recover from the Adams administration's 2-for-1 hiring reduction. Too many neighborhoods still go through hotter summers with less shade and less relief because the tree canopy remains uneven. And as we head into summer, beaches and pools will again depend on lifeguards and other seasonal staff to open strong and to stay safe. Routine expiration does not make the impact routine. If these services are essential every year, then the funding should be there every year. Our workers, our parkies, need stable jobs, better pay, and real protections. And our communities need a park system that serves every borough with the same standard of care. The fiscal 2027 preliminary budget includes $50,000 in new needs for fiscal 2027, $127,000 in other adjustments, and no savings. There are only 2 new needs included in the plan, with a majority of the funding coming from mold and asbestos removal at the Owen Dolan Recreation Center. There's also a state grant of $1.6 million for lifeguard recruitment. The committee is excited to hear testimony related to the FY27 preliminary plan, specifically one-shots, lifeguards, and recreation centers. Before we begin with testimony, I would like to thank council staff for their hard work, our finance team, Isha Wright, Jack Story, Michael Sherman, and our committee staff, Christopher Satori and Patrick Mulville, and my own staff, Chief of Staff Maricela Cano, Cleve Destiny, and Amari Johnson. I will now ask the committee council to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the department, but before they do so, let me acknowledge Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan, Councilmember Sandra Ong, Councilmember Frank Morano. I think that's all we have so far. With that, I give it to the committee council.
Thank you, Chair. Would the Commissioner and representatives of the Parks Department please raise your right hand if you're able? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
I do.
Thank you, and you can begin when ready. Thank you.
All right.
Great. Good morning, Chair Hankerson, members of the Parks Committee, and members of the council. My name is Tricia Shimamura, Commissioner of New York City Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm pleased to be here today to testify regarding the agency's fiscal year 2027 preliminary budget and to be joined by several members of our agency's senior leadership. Since this is my first opportunity to testify at a council budget hearing as commissioner, and some of you may be new to the council or to the Parks Committee, before we speak to the proposed budget, I'd like to offer a brief overview of our agency, outline some recent successes we've enjoyed, and provide a sense of what we want to achieve in the years ahead. New York City Parks is responsible for over 30,000 acres of land, 14% of New York City's surface area, including more than 5,000 individual properties spanning from Rockaway Beach to Pelham Bay Park, with an incredible array of uses and functions, ranging from tiny community gardens to miles of green streets. In the properties under our jurisdiction, you'll find over 800 athletic fields and nearly 1,000 playgrounds, 1,800 basketball courts, 700 public restroom buildings, 550 tennis courts, 65 public pools, 51 recreational facilities, 15 nature centers, 14 miles of beaches, 1,200 monuments, 23 historic house museums, and over 5 million trees. 2 months ago, I was appointed by Mayor Mamdani to lead this incredible agency, tasked with improving the lives of millions of New Yorkers each and every day. The mayor has outlined his vision for a more affordable city, and I am very proud to be leading the agency of affordability because parks are for everyone. Our park spaces are free and open to all New Yorkers, regardless of your zip code, your ethnicity, or your tax bracket. To go out and enjoy our city parks, you just need a comfortable pair of shoes and the clothing on your back. In a city where a gym membership can cost you hundreds of dollars every month and a simple family night out at the movies can break the bank, we are providing completely free recreational, educational, and cultural programming in parks throughout the year, as well as free and low-cost access to our recreation centers that every New Yorker can enjoy. As commissioner, I will work to ensure that our parks and facilities aren't just accessible. They need to be engaging and active spaces that New Yorkers can be proud of, whether they're looking for a chance to exercise, get closer to nature, gather with family or neighbors, or simply just sit and take in a moment of peace from our crowded and noisy streets. New Yorkers rely on our city parks as essential city infrastructure, so our staff needs to care for these spaces just like their own backyards, because for so many New Yorkers, that is exactly what they are. And they need to be clean and welcoming public spaces that provide a sense of belonging and joy. In just these few past months, I've already seen countless examples of the hard work and dedication that our incredible employees, who are essential workers striving for excellence in the public realm and delivering for New Yorkers every single day. When New York experienced record levels of snow and severe weather from the recent winter storms, including a deep freeze that felt like it would never end, Parks employees were out on the front lines, working 12-hour shifts cleaning our park perimeter sidewalks and intersections, resolving dangerous tree-related conditions, and patrolling the lakes and ponds within our parks, keeping New Yorkers safe. This is the level of dedication that our employees bring to this agency every day, and I look forward to living up to the example that they set. Last month, we were thrilled to celebrate the opening of Shirley Chisholm Recreation Center, the first new park recreation center in over a decade, the first ever in Central Brooklyn, and the largest recreation center in the entire borough. Located right in the heart of Little Haiti, the residents of East Flatbush and Midwood finally have access to a state-of-the-art facility with 74,000 square feet of space, offering swimming and competition-sized 6-lane pool, team sports, exercise, educational programming, a teaching kitchen, and even an audiovisual production media lab. Like all of our parks recreation centers, memberships are entirely free for kids and young adults and incredibly affordable for New Yorkers of all ages. We're grateful to our partner agencies for their collaboration, especially the Department of Design and Construction for delivering the project through a design-build contracting, years faster than would have otherwise been possible, and to our elected officials and local community members for their tireless advocacy and support for the project. Shirley Chisholm is an American icon and as well as a hero to me and millions of others. Opening this facility in her honor is an incredible testament to her legacy and a reminder that our government can and must deliver for everyone, not just the rich and powerful. This commitment to equity and fairness means that we also believe that all New Yorkers should have access to vibrant, high-quality parks. So we were excited to recently announce the newest phase of our Community Parks Initiative, also known as CPI. $50 million in new capital investment will deliver the transformative reconstruction of 10 parks, serving neighborhoods in all 5 boroughs that have historically been neglected and underserved. Through this initiative, we are using data-driven methodology and working with local communities to create and revive thriving public spaces. Over the past decade, we have wholly reimagined and reconstructed 70 CPI projects for local neighborhood parks, with dozens more actively underway. Over $500 million of capital funding for rebuilding parks and playgrounds that haven't seen significant investment in decades. Many of those underserved neighborhoods are also impacted by higher heat vulnerability, and some communities aren't benefiting equally from cities' urban tree canopy, which is vital living infrastructure. We believe that every New York City neighborhood should get to enjoy the benefits that trees provide, and we're working to expand our tree canopy with new plantings all over the city, delivered in a more efficient and equitable fashion, thanks to the concentrated planting strategy adopted through our recently launched neighborhood tree planting program. Now, new streets are planted on a data-driven basis of fairness and efficiency, prioritizing the most heat-vulnerable neighborhoods first as a matter of environmental justice. Even in its early stages, this new efficient approach is already delivering results for New Yorkers. In our most recent fall-winter planting season that just concluded, we planted over 9,500 trees along our streets and in our parks, the highest planting levels in over a decade. With the support of the mayor and many of your offices, we engaged in a massive publicity campaign to get the word out to New Yorkers willing to rise up to the challenge and become part of our lifeguard team for this coming summer. And as we offered qualifying tests at indoor pools around the city, including our recreation centers, as well as New York City public school sites. We are working to get these new recruits trained, certified, and ready to protect New Yorkers, serving alongside our returning lifeguards, so that the upcoming beach and pool season can be even more successful than the one we enjoyed this past summer. In summer 2025, over 9 million people visited our public beaches and pools, and we expanded the number of free summertime Learn to Swim classes, and were able to bring back senior splash and lap swimming programs to our outdoor pools for the first time since the COVID pandemic. This was all made possible through an incredibly focused campaign to recruit and retrain lifeguards and expand training opportunities, which is an effort that will carry on as we seek to build on that momentum. As seen in the fiscal year 2026 preliminary mayor's management report released earlier this month, our MMR ratings for overall park condition and park cleanliness in the first 4 months of this current fiscal year increased by 1 percentage point in each category compared to the same period of FY25, rising to 86% and 93% respectively. Among other factors, we believe this improvement can be credited to the expansion of our second shift maintenance staffing approach, which strategically targets 200 heavily used park locations during peak use evening hours and weekends. To be clear, this metric data, which helps inform our maintenance strategy around the city, is not self-reported by our operational staff. These metrics are derived from thousands of inspections made through the year by our Parks Inspection Program, or PIP. This is a detailed, objective quality assurance program, independently administered by our Operations and Management Planning Division, conducted completely independently from our maintenance and operations staff. Similar to what many in the retail business would call a secret shopper program, so that we hold ourselves accountable and adjust our strategies in real time as problems arise. The PMMR also reflects the growing interest in the recreational programming that we offer in parks around the city, as over 500,000 people attended our programs outside of recreation centers in the first 4 months of FY26, an increase of 77% over the same period in FY25. The increase was largely due to the addition of 9 more program sites and an increased number of operating days for our Kids in Motion program, which is our free drop-in program led by New York City Park staff, offering active outdoor play and playgrounds to keep kids active and engaged on those warm summer days. Because we are committed to accountability and transparency, I will also mention that the new PMMR reflects a significant decrease in the number of street trees pruned in the first 4 months of FY26 compared to the same period in FY25. Unfortunately, we expected loss of services of an experienced block pruning contractor due to the tragic passing of the company's owner in late June, forcing the agency to rebid these contracts. The preventative care of our tree canopy is a hugely important priority for us, so we're working to advance these new block pruning contracts through the city's procurement process and bringing those vendors on board as quickly as possible, so we can resume meeting our block pruning targets as we've typically done over the years. Even though it is felt at times like this winter would never end, we know that warmer days are approaching, and our parks, athletic fields, and playgrounds are going to be busier than they've ever been. As many of you know, thanks to once-in-a-lifetime celebrations like the 2026 World Cup and Sail 250, the New York City metro area is expected to receive a truly massive influx of visitors and tourists this summer, with an estimated 2 million people coming into or passing through New York City as they cheer on their favorite teams and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country. We are confident that our employees are up to the task as we are poised to begin onboarding our seasonal employees, reactivate our water features, and getting our sports fields in shape for our busiest season approaches. There is no denying that this summer will present some very unique challenges, but we're extremely excited that so many visitors will be able to come experience our world-class green spaces alongside the millions of New Yorkers that enjoy our parks each and every day. Turning to the specific topic for this hearing, the fiscal year 2027 preliminary 10-year capital plan for New York City Parks includes a total budget of $12 billion, demonstrating this administration's ongoing commitment to promoting equitable investment in a greener, healthier city. The FY27 preliminary expense operating budget for New York City Parks is $654 million, providing our agency with the resources we need to continue getting the job done, delivering core services and keeping our city's parks clean and welcoming. To be completely clear, this proposed budget figure does represent a $33.7 million decrease from FY26 adopted budget of $687.6 million, which, it is important to note, is due to the routine expiration of single-year one-shot funding items that are typically added at each budget adoption, subject to negotiations between council and the administration. In our current FY26 adopted budget, this yearly funding includes Council's Park Equity Initiative discretionary expense funding, as well as additional staffing, supplies, and equipment to support various efforts throughout our agency. Our maintenance teams, Green Thumb Community Garden Program, Urban Parks Rangers, Forest Management Framework, and Parks Enforcement Patrol are all significantly supported through this supplemental funding, which provides tremendous added value. And the parkies serving in those staffing lines are a hugely important part of our team. So we greatly appreciate the council's long-standing support and advocacy for that dedicated funding. Though we don't have enough time today to exhaustively outline every operational aspect of every effort and initiative being undertaken by the agency to ensure the long-term success of our park system, I hope this overview has helped demonstrate our commitment to growing and protecting green and open space around the city. And we look forward to working with the council in close partnership to make sure our park system can be the envy of cities around the world. To be clear, we cannot do this alone. We rely on the support of our elected officials, our partners, and friends groups ranging from large conservancies to small neighborhood associations organizing volunteer cleanup events, and most importantly, the individual New Yorkers and park visitors who use our parks every day and who need to do their part by treating these public spaces with respect and dignity that they deserve so we all can enjoy this vital resource that we have to share. In closing, I want to thank my entire team for their continued hard work and dedication to our mission. I'm honored and grateful to have been granted the privilege of leading this agency, and I look forward to working with each of you to continue improving our parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers. We would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner, thank you. I also want to acknowledge my colleague and neighbor in Queens, Councilmember Lynn Shulman, who has joined us as well. As we dive into the questions, let's just jump right in, actually. So during his campaign, the mayor supported allocating 1% of the city's budget to parks. Unfortunately, this campaign promise is yet to materialize. In fact, we are now at an even lower level of parks funding compared to the total budget than before the mayor took office. Has there been any discussion regarding increasing the department's budget to meet this campaign promise with OMB or the mayor?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. And I want to just also say thank you to the many advocates who I know are in the room and in overflow rooms who have all kind of called out for additional funding to parks to hit that 1%. I just want to say that we are very excited to be in kind of constant communication with this administration about the campaign promise that he's made and also about the real benefits that parks bring to all of New Yorkers. So this is kind of an early part of our budget process. We're really encouraged by the conversations that we're having and frankly in regular conversations with this administration around the benefit that we bring and around what what additional tasks we can do with more resources.
From those conversations, has there been any commitment?
I think that the mayor has said publicly that he is committed to seeing through the 1% for parks. Although I will also point out that I'm sure, as you know, that we're facing a very serious budget crisis at this moment, and the mayor has reiterated that that we're interested in creating a more transparent, honest budget that's really reflective of truly anticipated income, revenue, and costs. So. We're certainly continuing to be in conversation with this administration again around what that means for parks. But I'm very encouraged and to have your support and to have advocate support, kind of continuously talking about the real benefit that parks bring to New York.
If the decision was made to allocate additional funding in the adopted budget, how would you allocate the additional monies?
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you. So I think that that the gap between what we currently have budgeted and what advocates and others have called for as 1% is around $616 million. It's a very significant pot of money. So certainly as the leader of an agency, I would welcome additional resources at any time. I think that we know many of the most successful programs that we have are really data driven, metrics driven, and we, as I highlighted in my testimony, we really do have some rigorous metrics that we hold ourselves to, be it through our PIP ratings, which really look at every single park, or through inspections overall, like our MMR report that comes out, and we see, as we saw, an improvement just based on what we believe is to be the impact of second shift. So there are a lot of kind of programs that we have out there that are data driven that we always, are always happy to kind of point to towards successful initiatives, successful kind of programs that Parks runs that we know are proven to have a real impact in the parks.
From those assessments, can you name a few of those programs?
Yeah. So, I mean, certainly we, just to point to our MMR ratings again, our overall cleanliness and kind of use of our parks is rated through our parks inspection program, but we also provide data in our MMR that comes out. We had discussed in just this MMR versus last year's that we saw an uptick in overall cleanliness in our parks. We believe that has, at least in part, if not more, been due to our implementation of second shift at a larger level. We have right now second shift staff that come out on weekends and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I believe, although I'll look to our acting First Deputy Commissioner, Mark Folk, to give us more information on this. And with that program, we see our parkies kind of go out and be in our parks when a lot of park patrons are using them in the afternoons. And we saw that with that implementation expansion, we went from 100 sites at first to now 200 park sites. We've seen kind of tremendous kind of success with this. Overall, higher ratings, overall cleaner bathrooms, trash is cleaned out more frequently, and so we have these kind of examples. That's just one of knowing that this is a truly data-driven program that can deliver results.
Thank you. We're excited to see that there are no savings in the CSO plan, the Chief Savings Officer plan, but there are also no restorations to the agency's budget after the effects of the PEG program. We saw hundreds of positions reduced and many programs delayed or outright eliminated as cost savings measures. This has undoubtedly had an impact on our parks and the city's ability to care for our parks and green spaces. While there is not a PEG program, there is still an instruction from the agency to institute savings across the board with recommendations by the CSO. Can you please explain the savings that you found as well as any impact on services in your report?
Sure. So I think the EO 12 had instructed our agency to designate a chief savings officer and then to kind of look through and look for opportunities of inefficiencies, look for opportunities of savings. That report was to be submitted by March 20th, which I think was just on Friday. And we and the agency has complied. I want to reiterate, though, to reiterate something that the mayor has said, and that is certainly true within our agency, that none of these efficiencies and savings were to have any sort of impact on the actual services to New Yorkers, and we know that Parks provides many services. So while this is still very kind of early in the conversation, and we have not had any sort of kind of formal kind of circle back with OMB, so it's a little early to talk about the details, I will just tell you that any sort of savings that we were able to identify will have no impact on overall services to our parks or recreation centers or any other kind of impact to New Yorkers.
Just to be clear, so there hasn't been any conversations with OMB as of yet.
We just submitted it on Friday, so not yet.
You mentioned bathrooms, so I just want to jump there really quickly,
Yeah.
if it's okay. What's the current cost to construct a bathroom or conversation in a park?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So if you don't mind, I would just like to just kind of set the stage a little bit here and just say for a moment of pride, I'm very proud as the leader of this agency, and I know that Parkies share this pride to be playing a role in providing New Yorkers a very critical public amenity. Of the bathrooms, the public restrooms that are in our city, Parks provides 70% of them, over 700 of them. And you don't have to be a mother of two small children like I am to know that this is absolutely critical if you want to be in our parks, enjoy our parks or playgrounds, if you want to take on a basketball game or play it or just sit down on a park bench or actually enjoy one of our playgrounds. All of these kind of desires to use our parks and recreational kind of programs rely on the idea that you need to have a public restroom nearby. And so we're very proud to be continuously providing that service. But that also means that building and reconstructing public restrooms has oftentimes come up in conversations with communities because they do really range. To build it, so typically when you're reconstructing a restroom, it can be as low as $2.5 million or so and go up from there. When you're doing a completely new restroom building, it can start around $3 and then go up from there. Typically $3 to $5 million is what we see for a new construction. Now, I am looking here, and there are so many council members who have been sitting in their seats for a little bit, so I'm sure that you're not new to this idea that we oftentimes have been saying that now, more often than not, we're probably recommending that we are doing fully new construction of restrooms in your districts and in your parks when possible. Because really, we also know that it's not just about restrooms. That you oftentimes hear us talk about, like maybe restrooms plus an additional staff space that we can then have a fixed post staff in there. It does cost more, but it typically has a lot of benefits to be able to have the option to have fixed post staff in your parks. Maybe we're talking about reconstructing, but reconstructing will only barely give us the accessibility that we know that this park or neighborhood needs. And so it would just make more sense for us to construct a new facility that will give us more accessibility, more stalls, instead of kind of reducing down a limited number down from there. So it's a little bit of a complicated answer, and I'm happy to talk to you more about it. But typically, depending on if you're reconstructing or doing something new, your costs can range.
I mean, just as a follow-up to that, has the agency explored any ways to decrease the cost of construction and design of bathrooms in parks?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. So there are two components that oftentimes we hear about when it comes to any sort of capital project, and I'll also look for our Deputy Commissioner of Capital, Eric Borston, to come join me if you have any other questions on that, if there's anything that I'm misstating or any additional details that you'd like to add. But just a couple years ago, the agency, in recognition that it was taking too long and too expensive to build these restrooms, that we undertook a little bit of a pilot to see if there was ways to speed this up and reduce some of those costs. And so that's when you started to hear about the Portland Loo, which was a pilot in order to put like a single stall, open air, year-round bathroom in every single borough to see if that would bring down the cost, if that would be successful. We also tried prefabricated modular bathrooms, some of which have been very successful. We've received design awards, did it very quickly, but some of them which have kind of brought up other problems that were not as quickly anticipated. So I'd say that the Portland Loos just went through that whole kind of initiative to try out different pilots of different types of bathrooms. Just went through its first winter season. We've learned a lot of lessons in this, some good, some bad. But certainly we're continuously looking at ways to kind of, again, to deliver this incredibly important public amenity at faster pace and for a cheaper price. And I'll just look to our Deputy Commissioner to see if there's anything you'd like to add.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for your question, Councilmember. I must say to begin that the Commissioner got it all right and told a very complete answer to
I'm
that
sorry,
question.
Commissioner. We have to swear you in. Yeah. Deputy Commissioner, my apologies.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand if you're able. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. May
So
continue.
again, the Commissioner told a very complete story and really did get everything right. I would just add to that first of all, we all know that construction in the city is expensive no matter what you're building. Construction in parks more so because you're far from utilities, sometimes you're far from the street and the delivery of materials and workers. As to the complexity, we're also building, the smallest public building imaginable. Larger buildings have greater efficiencies. Our buildings are built by union labor, so you're talking about full union wages and operating governance. And to build a 720 square foot building has a lot of inefficiencies that you don't encounter when you're building, a more normal size building. But to that end, we have a number of different design options that we're utilizing. The Commissioner mentioned our standard prototypical public restroom building, PRB. It has 6 fixtures. It's hand-built, I should say, on site once the foundations are in. These are masonry buildings, hand-laid masonry. But these are intended to last, decades. These are not buildings that we expect to suffer from weather or abuse. They're designed to be where they are. The existing buildings that we're all familiar with, the 20 by 20s, they're much smaller. They have currently 4 fixtures in them. But again, as the Commissioner said, to make them fully handicapped accessible, we lose 2 of the 4 fixtures. So in that case, you're getting a public restroom with 2 fixtures, 1 men, 1 women typically. The alternative, you have 3 of each, so the capacity and the service is far greater, and the cost is really not that different on the scale of things. We also have a prefabricated option that we've rolled out twice. As the Commissioner mentioned, one did just win an AA New York Design Award, where most of the work is done off-site. That is the superstructure. Below grade, same challenges, foundations, infrastructure, all the typical costs and potential risks that one encounters there. But above grade, the building is predominantly fabricated off-site in 3 large modules, delivered to the site, craned in. Again, access is an issue there. And that intends to not so much reduce cost, but it reduces the amount of construction activity on site that disrupts the use of the park for other uses.
Thank you. I'm going to circle back to the bathroom piece or comfort stations. I want to acknowledge some of my other colleagues that have joined us. Councilmember Gail Brewer, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, Councilmember Virginia Maloney. All right. And Councilmember Kayla Santosuoso, who has joined us virtually as well. Just to switch gears really quickly, every year as part of the budget negotiations, the council pushes for the same few budget items to be funded. However, the administration has only set them for 1 year at a time. This leaves the jobs of working class New Yorkers up in the air every year. They don't know if they will have a job to come to next fiscal year. This is no way to live, and it puts intense stress on these dedicated employees who work to make our parks clean and enjoyable as much as possible. Is it the commitment of this administration to baseline these one-shots once and for all, particularly the one-shots associated with headcount?
Thank you so much for the question. And I welcome the opportunity to talk more about these one-shot positions, which account to around 277 staff members overall. I'm happy to talk a little bit more in detail around these positions, but just at a very high level, I would just like to say that from what I understand, these one-shot funding opportunities really have come out of are a part of the essentially routine conversation and dialogue in between the administration and our council. I'm incredibly grateful for these opportunities and can really speak to operationally how these positions have worked to complement and supplement the work that we do. They span from Green Thumb to our forestry management to our maintenance and operations, of course, PEP rangers and stump removal. All of these kind of components are incredibly important to the bread and butter work that we do and the services that we provide to New Yorkers. And as I understand, we're very grateful for the kind of continued support that both the council and the administration has looked at for this funding.
I know you listed some. Can you list them all with the head count?
Yeah,
just for our
I'll slow
knowledge?
it down for you and go through. So there are six kind of one-shot initiatives that have previously came through in our FY26 budget. The first one I'll talk about is the forestry management. This is not our street trees, but really our natural areas management. That's 37 positions. We have a year-round headcount of 63, so this is a sizable supplement to that work. We are very proud of the fact that we maintain over 800,000 trees in our natural areas. There are actually 6 million trees in our natural areas, which is amazing. But 800,000 of those we kind of maintain at a higher degree of touch and a higher degree of maintenance there, and this would help us. This has continuously helped us do that. We are very excited about, of course, in these natural areas, as we've spoken about at previous hearings, because we understand that the maintenance of our existing canopy, the maintenance of our urban forest it contributes to our overall shade.
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Oh, is it
As
too-
much as I appreciate
I
that
gotta slow
information,
faster.
if you can just list
Faster.
if that's okay. Thank you.
Yep. Rangers is 50 positions. Our stump removal is $2 million. It's just OTPS. Green Thumb is 11 positions plus a little OTPS funding. We have maintenance park workers, 73 positions. This is mostly CPWs and APSWs and some gardeners. And then 100 PEP officers.
By chance, did you list the urban park rangers? Did I miss that?
The park rangers is 50.
50. Thank you. What's the breakdown of the park rangers by borough?
That's a great question. So let me just say, so overall we have our park rangers are budgeted for 94, inclusive of our 50 additional inclusive of the 50 one-shot positions. I'll look to our Deputy Commissioner, Margaret Nelson, to give us a little bit more of a breakdown of how we deploy them. But at a very high level, just because members may not be aware, our park rangers are essentially have the same civil service title as our PEP officers, but really focus on that educational programming. So they are the ones who you see typically running out of our nature centers, doing nature walks, doing educational programming in our public schools, providing kind of that kind of essential programming throughout our parks. They don't typically stay out of one center, but are really kind of there. You'll see rangers kind of throughout our park system at different times of the year doing really incredible educational programming. I'll look to our Deputy Commissioner to talk a little bit more about the deployment of those rangers. But
I just want to mention, just for the record as well, that a third of our PEP officers are funded by the city, and if the council didn't fight for them, that funding wouldn't be there. So I just want to make that state that for the record as well.
And thank you for that. So I'm happy to talk to you about PEP. So our rangers we do look at as a little differently than our PEP officers. They have the same civil service title, but whereas our PEP officers, you will see typically enforcing our park rules, educating the public in terms of just kind of, again, those park rules. They try to hit as many parks and spaces as possible. Our rangers are doing a little bit more of deeper programming. So they are doing for Black History Month, we are doing a lot of history, programming around around cities, black leaders in the city and their impacts on parks. Rangers will do nature walks. They'll do a little bit more of that kind of deeper. They'll do shoreline kind of educational programming. So a little different in terms of their overall scope. I'll look to our Deputy Commissioner, Margaret Nelson, to talk a little bit more about how we deploy those rangers. And I'm also happy to talk about PEP.
Thank you. Before you answer, I believe you have to be sworn in. Is that right?
Thank you, Chair. Please raise your right hand if you're able. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you.
I do. As the commissioner said, first of all, we're incredibly grateful for the one-shot funding for the Rangers. Our baseline Ranger number is only in the 40s, and so when you think about adding 50 more Rangers, we really have been able to expand the breadth of our programming throughout the city. And we did take a special look at making sure that we are providing programming in every single council district, which is something we weren't able to do with our baseline staffing. So I just want to point that out. As the commissioner said, we have 11 nature centers, which are open on the weekends, and we provide programming and open hours there. We also provide programming in schools through our natural classroom program. So we're going out into schools, doing programming there, and also bringing those school children into our parks. We do pop-up programming, and we do scheduled programming. So it's really throughout the city, and it's not necessarily based on, specific parks at a specific time. So happy to provide you more detail. And I would say that those Rangers are really spread equitably across the five boroughs.
What does a typical day for a park ranger look like?
So a typical day for a park ranger, they're going to spend some of their time planning programming that's upcoming. So they do some reaching out to schools to see if schools are interested in programming or following up on inquiries that they've gotten. They do some patrol in parks. So and they use that as an opportunity. If they see wildlife in a park, they might gather people around and do some education. That's called our pop-up programming. So if they see a seal, in the river, or they see a hawk in a tree, they'll be doing pop-up programming with the people that are in the park. They will also do some patrol around canine conditions, so dogs off leash. They will try to educate folks around that. Again, as the commissioner said, both our rangers and our PEP officers both have the same underlying Urban Park Ranger civil service title. They're both trained as peace officers. They both have the ability to make arrests if needed. But again, both our rangers and our PEP officers really look for education first to educate park goers on our rules before having to move to enforcement if they do.
In the instance that they have to make an arrest, the person that they've detained, would they be brought to a local precinct?
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would the agency be supportive of the council's push for the administration to baseline?
I think that as the leader of this agency, we'd always be happy to see more certainty and more funding in our budget. Certainly for our rangers and for our PEP officers in particular, those positions take a lot of training and require a specific type of recruitment. The training alone takes around 16 weeks to do, and then recruitment can take any number of weeks to do. So I think operationally, it is nice for our other kind of baseline funded positions to have that certainty in effect, so that we can kind of continue, just kind of get them trained and get them out in the field for as long as they'll stay with us.
I thank you for your support.
Yeah.
So before I turn it over to my colleagues, I want to acknowledge Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse, who's joined us as well. And Finance Chair, Councilmember Linda Lee. I have one last, maybe three questions, and then in the fiscal 2025 adopted budget, there was a mix-up between the administration and the council on funding for forestry and natural areas. This resulted in a reduction of headcount and forced several people to find new employment either within or outside of the agency. The Natural Resources Group is responsible for almost 1,000 acres of natural areas and performs tasks related to mulching, watering, and managing invasive species. This loss of funding will certainly lead to reductions in services that are provided by the agency and may even result in damage to our natural areas due to neglect. Can you please give a full timeline from the perspective of DPR on how this funding was lost? And then I'll have a follow-up to that.
Sure. So I think, again, while just to give a high level kind of overview, and then I'll look to my team to kind of speak to a little bit with more detail. But again, these one-shot funding opportunities, as I understand it, are really come out of negotiations directly between the council and the administration. We are incredibly grateful for these opportunities, and frankly, a lot of times, after a couple years of seeing these one shots coming in, it gives us it gives me a lot of kind of direction and data, so that I may be able to demonstrate that maybe something shouldn't be one shotted and it should be baselined. A good example of this is that we had gardeners that were were on one shot funding for several years, and then from what I understand, the council and administration kind of saw that this was something that was constantly discussed and ultimately became baselined. So I will say that it is pretty routine and pretty typical to see these one shots come up, but they are in direct communication between the council and the administration on how and whatever kind of finally comes up. And so I'll look to you, Matt, to give us a little bit more detail.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. My name's Matt Drury. I'm the Chief of Citywide Legislative Affairs. Yeah, and I can kind of talk a little bit about the sort of tick-tock that sort of led to the situation you described. I'll take a step back and note that the Forest Management Framework is a partnership between our agency and the Natural Areas Conservancy, and that was released in 2018. And what that sketched out is sort of a forward-looking 25-year plan, again, specifically looking at our forested natural areas. So this is different and separate apart from all of our efforts related to street trees or trees within landscape parks. So it is very much focusing on those natural forests. And because obviously natural forest health is where the vast majority of our raw, in terms of the raw value of individual trees that make up our canopy, our natural forests are a huge, huge part of that. So starting in FY20, the agency received one-shot expense funding. I believe that was $4.5 million. I believe there was then a pause during the COVID-related FY21 discussions. That funding was resumed in FY22. In FY23 and 24, we saw funding, one-shot funding of $2.5 million. And then, and so you can, through these years, you can think of sort of the forest management framework staff and that sort of planning and other analysis and other work kind of getting underway, right? And then FY25 again, we weren't directly involved in these discussions, so it's a little hard to speak to, but it does appear that both council and the administration, that in FY25 it was not funded. However, so that there were...
I guess, not to cut you off, what was the result of the loss of funding?
Yeah, there you go.
What was the impact of it?
For sure. So there were 27 FMF-focused staff that were employed at the time of FY25 adoption. 20 of those were able to stay on hand and shifted to just other grant-funded parks opportunities and positions. So 20 out of the 27 stayed on board. 3 were able to fill full-time vacancies that already existed. And then 4 resigned and went on to others. So 23 out of the 27 stayed on with the agency, and I believe to a large degree still do today.
What's the current budgeted and actual head count in the forestry division?
In the forestry division, sorry, I don't mean to split hairs, but so do you mean sort of the natural resource group maybe? Like that's sort of, or do you mean forestry in terms of?
So we have for forestry, we have 200 active staff who are dedicated to caring for our street and landscape tree park trees, and that includes 58 foresters and 90 climber and pruners.
Is that enough to manage the city's natural areas?
So our forestry staff here actually take care of our street, and it's just a terminology thing. But for our forestry staff, that's the team that's taking care of our street trees and like park trees in any given park. That's that team. In terms of our natural areas staff, that's our kind of. I'm sorry, there are 73 in our who are taking care of our natural areas. Space. That's like the kind of wild, more, forgive me, I keep on saying the word natural, but more like typical forest of what you think of.
Is it enough?
We are happy. I mean, I think that you can look at our MMR data for how we're doing with the resources that we have. We are, again, more is always more in the sense that we're always happy to receive more resources. But at the same time, I would also say that Parks has we understand to a very intimate level that we have mandates to uphold and essential services to provide New Yorkers, be it in our landscape parks or in our natural areas. And so we're going to uphold those mandates with any resources that we're given.
I'm having a slight challenge, and Commissioner, it's not with you, but you did mention something that park workers and the work that Parks does is essential. But unfortunately, the way that the current budget looks, the preliminary budget looks, it doesn't seem as if it is essential to the administration as it stands. And so I want to just go back to a question I asked in the last hearing regarding the snowstorm
Yeah.
and regarding the staff that were required to work during the snowstorm. Would the department be willing to use funds from accruals, given that accruals from the current vacancy rate are projected to provide more than enough funding to provide retroactive pay comparable to the pay provided by DSNY to those DPR staff who worked to shovel during the last snowstorm?
I'm sorry. I think I just want to make sure I understand your question. So those staff who responded to the snowstorm, and happy to give you kind of again the large overview. When we have major snow events like the two that we had in just in February, our entire maintenance and operation crew responds to those storms. And nothing else kind of takes higher priority than ensuring that we are doing our part to help New Yorkers get to where they need to go. So that does, and we have a kind of very thoughtful, very thorough, extremely dense winter weather response plan that really prioritizes perimeter sidewalks, high traffic areas, major transit hubs, kind of high part JOPs are up there at the top. We work with our brothers and sisters at DSNY to help clear bus stations and crosswalks and really understand this to be a full city effort to get out of a storm and recover as quickly as possible, knowing that there are priorities to helping people get around. That work, Parks works very closely in hand with our other sister agencies, DSNY, NYCM, DOT, NYPD, and FDNY to kind of respond to the storm. And while those parkies are responding, they are getting paid for that work. So they are there, so they are getting paid. For
So
that.
I don't think the question it has to do with them being paid. We know they were paid, but it doesn't seem that the pay was comparable to those in the Department of Sanitation and those that were hired per diem by the city. I personally feel that it's only fair to provide equal pay for equal work, especially since some park staff had to sleep in rec centers overnight. You know, that's a huge ask, and it speaks to the essential nature, I believe, of park workers, parkies in general. And so I would like to know if the agency would consider matching that pay to that of those that worked the snowstorm that were in DSNY and or the per diem workers.
Yeah, thank you. Just one kind of caveat to that, and I'd say that we're happy to. I'm always happy to uplift the work of parkies. We'd have to, I think, look closer, and I don't know if I can speak to exactly how those DSNY or DOT staffers were compensated, or to do a comparison between them. Although we did provide overtime for when parkies were there. The only caveats that we, to talk about a little bit about that snowstorm, which was so intense. Frankly, only in rare occasions did we request those park staff to stay overnight. We offered it though, because we do want to take care of our staff, and oftentimes we know how important it is that the work that they do is that they would go through extraordinary lengths to show up for work the next day. So this was oftentimes we were kind of helping them accommodate and stay overnight in park houses and rec centers and things like that, because we knew that it was going to be dangerous for them to kind of travel back and forth, and that was an offer to them, not necessarily a you have to do this sort of thing, but just that was a small caveat.
Out of curiosity, were meals provided to them for those who stayed overnight?
I would have to check, but in most cases, and I myself was going around to the centers and to checking on staff during the entirety of the storm. Park staff were overall in really good spirits. They were very happy about the situation. Most of them had gotten pizza or gotten other kind of like the managers had gotten pizza for them and kind of helped support them. And some of our rec centers, they were watching movies into the night and then like getting up the next morning doing getting back to work. So I think overall we're happy to give you a little bit more look into that further. But overall we do what we can to make sure that they're supported and most of all safe.
I'd appreciate you
Yeah.
all following back up with
Yeah.
us. I don't want to take too much time. I have a lot of colleagues who are here who have questions. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, who has joined us as well. Uh, for questions, we'll start in Harlem with Councilmember Yusuf Salam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony as well. I want to start with Central Park's maintenance decline. As noted, there was a decrease of about $18.7 million from fiscal year 26 to 27. I want to know what services or maintenance activities will be reduced, and does this decline affect park cleanliness, safety, or recreational programming?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. To my knowledge, although I'll look to my team to see, I don't believe that we actually have a decline of $18.18 million to Central Park. Although we can double check that to confirm. I am happy to actually talk about, maybe you may have seen, there is a line in our budget that goes towards funding that goes directly towards CPC's maintenance, and that is around, I think it's $14 million. Although we can confirm, and I can talk a little bit about that because it is a little bit of a strange thing to see overall in our budget. But essentially, this comes out of our license agreement with the Central Park Conservancy. The overall maintenance of Central Park, just given the kind of prominence, the landscape, the kind of long scale vision of this park, is well into what I understand to be like $100 million a year, if not more. And so that sort of kind of matching from the city came out of their license agreement that the city struck with the Central Park Conservancy many years ago. And so while the city does contribute, I think it's $14 million, $16 million. Sorry, $16 million. That is kind of matched many times over by the Central Park Conservancy. And to my knowledge, that has not changed. There's nothing in the next budget that I think is going to impact that. I do want to point out that out of this relationship also has come something I think that spans beyond Central Park, which is very important to me. CPC has, I'm sorry, I say CPC, but Central Park Conservancy has agreed to partner with parks to expand the horticulture practices and kind of maintenance of that park and expand it to other parks throughout the city. And that's through a kind of an annual kind of parks, an annual kind of fellowship where CPC puts their resources in other parks around the city to help kind of maintain and other kind of portions of different parks and help teach our staff and others kind of some of those practices. We're happy to talk a little bit more about that, and I'd look to our acting first deputy commissioner if he wants to speak more to that sort of program. But in fact, our kind of relationship goes beyond just Central Park, and you should see, actually, we were in your district in Marcus Garvey Park for a while, and then we are now I think we finished up 2 years in, what is it, Highbridge, and then are now moving to a different park entirely. But you see this kind of residency happen with CPC staff, and generally we see a lot of benefits from that.
Thank you. The capital program budget decreased by $2.675 million from fiscal year 26 to 27. What capital projects are being deferred or delayed, and how will this impact the East River Esplanade Phase 3 and the Hafen Park Pool reconstruction timelines?
Thank you again for the question. So I will look through. So I'm happy to talk through those two projects in particular, although we're happy to also get you more specific details. So Hafen, sorry.
East River Esplanade Phase 3 is here.
Okay. Okay, so I'm not sure about about the budget reduction component to where that number is referring to, although we can look into it and get back to you if there is. Our kind of 10-year capital plan is reflective of $12 billion of capital projects. I can talk to you a little bit specifically. We have 500 capital projects that are currently either in design, in procurement, in construction, and then we have 91 projects that are coming up in this next year. 91 projects that are kind of in the queue that have not yet started design. And so the two projects in particular, though, I'm not aware of any sort of like outright delay for East River Esplanade. It's one that's very close and near and dear to my heart. Those two, like, we are kind of continuing. You should see actually construction happening right now on portions of the Esplanade, particularly in East Harlem, where work is happening right now. And I think we just did a groundbreaking with you just in the last year with the kind of Harlem component to it right at 135th Street with the Hafen project. We are moving right along with this and are eager to see that rec center back and reopened. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just have two quick ones, two more. Recreation membership growth versus funding. The Recreation Center membership increased 5.3%, 7,737 members, new members, I would say, in the first 4 months of fiscal year 2026, driven by young adult growth. Does the fiscal year 2027 budget include the increased funding to support expanding programming and staffing for this growing membership base?
Thank you for the question. I too am looking at membership and rec center visitation very, very closely. The truth is that we have over $1 billion, $1 billion going into recreation facilities over the next several years. We opened up Shirley Chisholm this year. This won't even be the end of the conversation around rec centers that we're opening. We'll be opening up Mary Callie Dalton. I hope by the end of this calendar year. We've got 4 more rec centers kind of in the queue, particularly in the Bronx and Queens. Really exciting projects. And typically when we do open up these new facilities, particularly when you saw with Shirley, we do receive additional funding to staff those facilities. The budget that you have in front of you, it does not reflect any additional staffing at this point, although we are kind of constantly in conversation with OMB as we open up those new centers. I will say, though, and as proud of as I am around this major investment and opening up of new rec centers, the first in a decade, truly, is that the rec center component is just one piece of a larger puzzle of how we serve New York City in terms of our recreational programming. Outside of our rec centers, we have playground associates, we have shape up classes, we have other kind of rec programming that helps get New Yorkers access to these incredible services, even if you don't live near a rec center. So we're very excited and can provide you additional information around that type of network. But really, you should look at our rec centers as just one component and then see this larger kind of mosaic of services that we provide, even without a stationary building attached to it.
And finally, DPR received $1.6 million in state funding for lifeguard recruitment bonuses to achieve 1,200 lifeguards. Is this sufficient to meet the workforce needs for full pool and beach season? And what is the current lifeguard vacancy rate, and how does this compare to fiscal year 25?
Thank you for the question, very much so. So I just want to say, in recognition of my predecessors, particularly Iris Rodriguez-Rosa, but also Sue Donahue, both of these commissioners really saw what was a nationwide issue with lifeguarding and focused in on changing the narrative in New York City. It was truly anywhere in the country you would see lifeguards coming in short supply, and particularly Iris really took on the challenge of changing this around and working very closely with our union and with our lifeguards to both change how they were received within the agency, but also deliver on some real kind of financial incentives to increase our numbers. So now lifeguards are making $22 an hour. That was an increase. They also receive a $1,000 retention bonus. And those two things mixed with also just a cultural shift, and I wish I could spend an hour talking about this within our agency, has really resulted in increasing numbers instead of that kind of continuously decreasing amount. And I really want to just, again, say thank you to Iris and Sue, who really took this on. And frankly, we're going to continue that under my leadership here. We've seen significant retention with this, to the tune of around 70 to 80% of lifeguards are now returning back. That's higher than the national average. And we had just shy of 1,100 last year lifeguards. We had 1,082. It's still too early to be able to tell you exactly what we're going to have this year, but I'm very hopeful, and the numbers are looking good. We're just in training right now, so it kind of depends on who sticks out through training, and ultimately we do the last tests, and we won't be able to know for sure until, frankly, the end of June, start of July, in terms of our total numbers. But you do feel a difference here. I have to tell you, particularly even at our pools, you saw at our big Olympic-sized pools just a couple years ago, we were only able to open up those pools to like 15%. It was really tight. This year, in this last summer, just in this last past summer, you saw diving pools opening up. You saw we were able to bring back Adult Swim, Senior Splash, which was such a beloved program. And so we're really hoping to see kind of that continued growth, and are very grateful, frankly, to my predecessors for their their focused effort here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. I also want to give kudos to the former Commissioner Iris Rodriguez Rosa. She did amazing work. So I just want to. I know she's watching. So
Yeah, I know. Yes,
Great job.
she'll happily be texting. Yes.
Let's travel to Queens, to my neighbor, Councilmember Lynn Shulman.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to, Commissioner, welcome. And I did this privately. I'll say it publicly. I think you're going to be a great commissioner. And I know you from a lot of other things, plus you were the Manhattan, right, Commissioner? So you have a wealth of knowledge and all of that, and you've been particularly helpful to me recently. So anyway, we look forward to your great work. I have a few questions. One is about accessibility. So I have actually funded accessible access to Forest Park. And then I'm told that it's going to take years for anything to happen because you don't have enough engineers. So that's one. And this is a fully funded project that that I did in my first year here. So that's the first question.
Yeah. Thank you, first and most importantly, for your partnership and for your continued advocacy for our parks. I very much appreciate it. Second of all, thank you also for prioritizing accessibility in your parks. I would truly think at a very high level, we should be judged based on how we serve our most vulnerable, and that means our accessibility. So I appreciate the funding and the continued follow-up here. While I'm happy to get you a specific update as to where we stand on this, it is true that these projects are capital projects, and it doesn't really matter if we're talking about a bathroom, but in this case, we're talking about accessible pathways into our parks. They do take quite a long time. And truly, I can go into details around this, but the truth of the matter is that that we are looking very closely at how we can shave down some of this time. Really, what you see is when you start design may be, and it's been pretty typical, around 12-ish months.
I haven't even seen a design yet. So we're
Right.
told that, there's not enough personnel to do that.
When you see those design projects, when it gets into design, but for any project or a project that's right before your project or where our after the design phase, you really do see, and what we're looking at very closely is a kind of prolonged time when we're trying to get through some regulations and kind of checks with our other agencies. All good things, truly good things, but things like, and you may hear this word a lot, the SWIP process or something else like that. Those type of checks within our other agencies are very important, but also time just can really lengthen projects significantly. We're looking at this closely. There are some things that the agency has done. Actually, a piece of legislation that Councilmember Krishnan had passed just a few years ago around the whole capital process and ways to actually shorten this. I both read your legislation and the report that came out, which was very helpful. And the agency has taken steps to actually reduce some of this. We need to be doing more. So we will certainly get back to you on this one.
Because it's a park that's accessed by everyone, including the chair's constituents, and it's rather big. So, all right, that's one. The other is, what is the new process now for trees to get trees planted?
Yeah,
because a lot of the public doesn't know about that, or there's issues. And so
thank you for the question. So in recognizing that every single community in New York City deserves trees, every single community needs to benefit from the overall canopy. The agency has shifted away from what was a very long kind of ad hoc list of 311s and elected official requests, kind of where we were jumping around to different areas based on the requests that came in, and then decided to shift to a comprehensive tree planting plan. The good news is with this plan that I can tell you that in 9 years, which is I know a long time, but in 9 years' time, I can confidently say to you that every single corner of this city will have been reviewed, assessed, and planted for. But not only are we planting, but we're also expanding tree pits for overall tree health. We're removing stumps. We're filling empty tree pits that can no longer sustain trees in them, and really touching every single corner. So typically it is from essentially this, in these 9 years, we will be able to touch every single corner of the city. Specifically for your exact neighborhood, or if you have a specific location, we're happy to look that up and tell you where we are in the queue, because
But
my
it's done
hope is
through
that
the
it should
Parks
be done.
Department now, is what?
Sorry?
It's done through
It's
the
done through the
Parks
Parks Department,
now.
yes.
And can you explain artwork in the parks? And you know that
Yes.
because a lot of people don't realize, and I've figured that out. So if you can,
I love artwork in the parks. Frankly, just to be very clear, we have a really great program where for 364 days, you can work with our agency to put up artwork in our parks. And we know that this is not just a luxury. This is something that shows investment. It shows excitement. It can show a sense of place and pride of place, as in the case of the one that you and I were just working with in Queens. And so we are very excited to work with artists of all types to really think through how they might be able to showcase their art in the parks. And I actually think there are some advocates here today who have run really successful sculptural programs, photography programs, who are showcasing their works in the parks. They should work with us. We're excited about the opportunities here. And if you have a park space or a green street or some other space that you think could be activated by artwork, we would love to hear about it.
but do you mind if I just finish up my? So just so folks understand, it's free. It's for a year. Like there's it's under the charter. That's what I want people to know.
Yes, it is. So we base our rules off of the Public Design Committee, which is also based on the charter. If you do something, if you hold a piece of artwork for over a year or at a year, then it requires additional kind of reviews. It is then seen as a permanent artwork. But we are committed to having temporary artwork that can have a revolving kind of audience and have other opportunities to bring in other artists. So in order not to trigger some other kind of problems with adherence to the charter and around kind of permanent artwork, we do it for 364 days.
Okay, and then my last question is, who has, because we get a lot of constituent complaints about the sidewalks when they're lifted up by the tree roots.
Yes.
Like, who has responsibility for that? Because we can't seem to get answers to that in general.
Well, first of all, I'm very sorry to say, because I understand how frustrating this is. We're a very human, people-focused agency, so I don't want any of your constituents or anyone in the city, frankly, to not feel like they're getting a direct answer from parks. And so we are happy to follow up directly with you and your constituents, but it typically is the property owner's responsibility. However, there are some situations we do have a program for single family homes where parks can help take care of some of that work. We still want to know about it so that we can monitor these things. So it's probably worth a larger conversation, but would love to follow up directly with your
Chair,
team.
thank you for the accommodation. and thank
Absolutely.
you.
I just had a follow-up to the council member's question regarding that 9-year plan. The legend has spoken. Given the budget, is the 9-year plan, set to be stay on track?
Yes, it is. The 9-year plan. So we received baseline funding to continue with this comprehensive tree planting program. So yes, it is funded.
Okay. Speaking of great predecessors, the former chair of this committee, Councilmember Shaker Krishna.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, but you are taking it to another level now with your leadership. So great to see all you're doing with this budget hearing, too, and asking all the important questions. Commissioner, first of all, good to see you. Matt, good to see you, too, and everyone from Parks. Very nice to see you all. I just want to echo what's been said before too. I want to thank you very much for your leadership, Commissioner. You've been great, both with your passion for parks and your prior work, and how you're leading the agency right now too. And I know that Commissioner Rodriguez Rosa, who may be watching as well, would be proud of all that you're doing to take her work to the next level. I just had a few questions to follow up on some of the things that we've talked about already. So, I have to say I am disappointed that the mayor's preliminary budget does not fund parks at the level that we need it at. Essentially, if you take out the one shots, as you testified to as well, the preliminary budget proposal is lower than what it was last year, and if you put it back, it's about the same. So it's basically at best it's the same, at worst it's actually lower, and we obviously need to be much further along. So one question I had for you was, what gets impacted most? We all agree, and I know Mayor Mamdani agrees too, on the importance of increasing our parks budget to 1% or more. So when we're not there, what gets impacted the most? And I think I think we should have an honest conversation about what that means. Of course, you're going to do all that you can with all that you have, but I do think if we're all in agreement of where we need to get, what are the trade-offs that are being made right now when we are not getting there with each successive budget?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, of course, Councilmember, first and foremost for your leadership and for your continued advocacy. Really appreciate it, and your partnership. I will just say, this being my first time around, that the preliminary budget is just that. It's a preliminary component to this, and I understand that there are many kind of conversations that are happening. Certainly, we are having them with the administration as well. But we're grateful for the council's kind of continued advocacy, and the council understanding on a very granular level what's at stake here. And I think that's really what your question is about too. And so to respond with it as detailed of granular level in response to that, when you look at those one shots, and I think our Deputy Commissioner for Public Programs had mentioned it before, but the Ranger I think it's a fact that the amount of funding that's going to our Ranger program is almost 50% of the Ranger program. And it's a fact that as the chair mentioned, that the PEP program, it has around 250 baseline PEP officers, but the one shot is 100 additional officers, so a significant component to that kind of overall unit completely. So I think that it's we can kind of see at a level, and same thing with forestry management, even maybe not to that high degree, but significant supplemental support. So I think that you can look at those and understand that that even though overall it's 270-ish positions of our 5,000 kind of workforce, they are significant components, supplemental components of these kind of work units.
I mean, it sounds clear to me. I think we all know it's these are all the core functions of the department that obviously when you have more funding where you need to be, you can more, address these core issues, but also do it more equitably too. And I do think that, and I hope to see improvement in the executive budget that brings us closer to it, even though it's a process and it'll take time to get there. We've got to start somewhere and not be sliding backwards. And I'm glad to hear the conversations that you all are having with OMB and City Hall to get there too. My next question is, where do things stand with the hiring freeze that we've had for a long time at the Parks Department? And if it's going to be lifted, what were the conversations to get it to that place to have it lifted?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So just to give a little bit of background, over the last several years, as I understand it, the agency has been instructed, as many agencies have, to be to not be allowed to replace one for one the vacancies of people who naturally leave our agency, be it through retirement or finding another job or what have you. And so we do have a number of kind of vacancies here in our agency that we're very excited of the possibility of kind of bringing on additional folks and filling those vacancies. I want to just say that this is a really direct result of this administration's kind of desire to see a honest, transparent, and functional budget. that allows agencies to do the essential work that they're able to do. We're very excited and kind of because this news is it will both be kind of freeing up and right sizing of those vacancies, but also will be allowing us to hire from outside of the agency, which is great. Really exciting news. And so those details are still kind of getting finalized with OMB. We're kind of in discussions with them right now around how many vacancies will be released and kind of those lines. But we are very excited. It's really welcome news to us. As you know, it's been difficult, and while we are always happy to see somebody from rec going into operations or somebody from PEP going into rec, it's tough because ultimately a loss of a person is a loss of a person. So we're very excited about that.
So just to finish up, Sharon, if you permit me to ask my final question. So just wanted to confirm. So the hiring freeze is going to be lifted, but part of that is a conversation on what vacancies will be removed as a part of that too, right? Doesn't that, do the two work against each other? Like if you have the ability to lift a hiring freeze, but positions that you'd want to hire for and fill are now going to be reabsorbed, doesn't that kind of limit the impact of lifting the hiring freeze? Like, why pit the two against each other?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd say that, just to say that this kind of inability to really bring on and replace one for one as we've had before has been in effect for so long that frankly our agency, as I'm guessing others have evolved. So positions, roles, functions of units has not dramatically changed, but certainly how the portfolios of individuals have shifted. So I think it is fair to kind of look closely at ourselves and at what lines that we're accounting for to make sure that those are actually truly the vacancies that actually need to be filled, versus just looking at numbers and saying that we absolutely are demanded these numbers. We're trying to be honest and working with the understanding that ultimately we all have a role to play in getting a balanced, fair, transparent budget. We're looking at this and trying to, with the understanding that it's been several years. These roles, these positions have shifted, have evolved a bit. Like we still are very excited to fill these vacancies, but it's fair to be honest and look at the division of labor here to make sure that with OMB that everybody's on the same page with the jobs that absolutely need to get filled, and there are no new kind of roles and different responsibilities that need to get filled.
And I would just say, I hope that in those conversations with OMB is also aware that it doesn't turn into a zero-sum game of lifting the freeze, but taking away with the other. My final question is, every year we're looking at these one-shots that we're arguing over putting back in. I strongly believe that these one-shots should be baselined because it's both people's jobs. And as I've always said, a parks budget is a worker's budget. It's workers' jobs on the line. I've heard it from them numerous times. There's always uncertainty coming this time of year. Is it your belief as well that they should be baseline positions? And how have the conversations been with OMB and City Hall to help us move to a world where we're not every year trying to fill positions that are about to expire?
Yeah, thank you. I want to say that the relationship and the conversations and dialogue between City Hall, OMB, and the agency has been very, very promising. I want to just say it's been very understanding, very supportive. I truly believe that this administration really sees the benefit of parks and sees the importance of the work that our staff do every single day, be it in a rec center or in a park space or in our natural areas or anywhere in between, and taking care of a green street or anything else in between. I think that my understanding is that the kind of one-shot funding is really the mechanism that council has in order to advocate and get funding in. So I think that there's never a world where we can get rid of one-shots altogether. In fact, I would welcome as many of them as you're able to negotiate. I think it would, of course, always be wonderful. But I think, ultimately, as I said before, the baseline funding is a different beast and different benefit altogether. There's a level of certainty with baseline funding, and you said it yourself with workers. It's always about caring for our staff and understanding kind of operationally how they function. And so certainly I think that, we can talk about how helpful it's been to see an increase of our baseline for PEP over the years. Even just 10 years ago, we were not seeing 250 baselined in our PEP, and as that's grown, it's just been
Right.
very helpful operationally to have that consistency.
And I just close by saying, I appreciate that. I know we all share the same perspective, and I think, to your point, you're absolutely correct that the one shots over time keep adding up. In the past, 4 years ago, we were able to baseline a number of those positions, so the new one shots were additional ones. I hope that as we move forward, we can keep up an approach like that. So we're baselining, adding more, baselining, adding more. So thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
I want to acknowledge Deputy Leader Chris Banks, who has joined us, and I would like to turn it over to Finance Chair Linda Lee.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just really quickly, hi, Commissioner.
Hi.
I just wanted to reiterate and make sure that going off of the one-shot question, so for FY27, it's 33.7 million lower, and you're saying in your testimony that typically is that due to the one-shots?
Yeah, almost largely. I think it's around, the one shots consist of maybe around 22 or 23 million dollars of that 33 million. The other 10 million that's not accounted for is like some other grant funding and another.
Yeah, the council's discretionary funding initiatives, that amounts to about 6 million as well. But of the 33 that we noted in terms of the delta from adopted, about 22 million of that is what we're referring to as the sort of one-shot bundle of funding.
And in your conversation so far, I'm glad to hear that they've been promising. So what are some of the one-shots from the admin side that hopefully will get put back in?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to speak on, I don't want to put the cart before the horse or whatever it is.
Or what is it that you would like to see back? Yeah.
I mean, I think that, all of those the six buckets or the 6 one-shot initiatives that are being discussed here, each of them are absolutely critical. And we've spoken a lot about them again, but I'd say operationally, the PEP one shot, the Ranger one shot, those are oftentimes with one shots maybe a little more difficult in that it requires us at least 16 weeks to train, weeks more to recruit. So first recruit, then train. So in order to get these folks into the field, it does take a while. So it's, it is nice to have our baseline funding for those positions because there's a little bit more certainty. But I want to also say that the amount of support that we get for our forestry, like maintenance team, which also heavily supplements it, the stump removal, the green thumb, these are also very important positions, and the supplementary help that this one shots provide is absolutely crucial.
Okay. And in terms of headcount, I noticed that the headcount is relatively flat. There's only a negative 10 headcount from FY26 to FY27. And does that mean, though, with the headcount, and I guess this is sort of piggybacking off Councilmember Krishnan's question, is how is that going to impact services with the decrease in the one-shots potentially, and how would that impact your ability to meet some of the goals that you have to meet?
Yeah, I mean, our headcount is relatively flat from FY26 to FY27. You're right. I will say that overall, we're at a kind of very high headcount overall from if you look at it, from FY20 or something, or FY21 right, and up. But certainly, if we were to, in a world where we would not receive any one-shot initiatives of those 6, I'm sure that would be that would be tough to keep up the same level of kind of services that we were able to provide. If just by the numbers alone, some of these one shots are heavily supplementing the work that we have baselined. But again, Parks is good with the resources that we have, and any sort of level of resources that we're given, we're going to continue to follow and get the job done, follow our mandates.
Okay, and then just really quickly, in terms of the number of contracts between FY26 and 27, I've noticed that the number of contracts are the same, but the funding has decreased, and most of that is in general contractual services in terms of the decrease. And so I'm just trying to understand, and then there's some areas that have increased, like the motor vehicle equipment and maintenance repairs, which, I think the costs of that have gone up. But I'm just trying to figure out where that decrease is coming from, and are some of those contractual services including not headcount officially, but, folks working on tree removals or something. I just wanted to get a better sense of what that was.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So I'm going to look to David Stark on our team to talk a little bit through any some of those other contracting pieces. But let me just say on the forestry piece, because that one is more of what I'm familiar with. We do look to supplement our work heavily with contracting work when it comes to like our street tree pruning and planting plans. And that the overall kind of approach to this contracting work is to try to make sure that we are diversifying the scope and kind of type of contracts that we're awarding as much as possible. That's in order to like kind of not exhaust or like put too much of a strain on one kind of like on one size of and one portion of the industry, but like we're trying to double down on MWBE contracts and smaller contracts for that work. So we really are trying to diversify that kind of portfolio as much as we can. Do you want to speak a little bit more to the general contracting piece? And you may need to get sworn in.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Please raise your right hand if you're able. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you.
Okay, so the biggest change is probably, if you look, our zoo contract is somewhat underfunded as it is every year, and you'll see another $10 to $15 million come in for contracting at the end of the year in surplus needs, and then that will bring us up. And of course, we also dropped some of our contracts due to vendors.
Okay, so timing of it is part of it.
The timing is part of
in
it.
the fiscal year.
It changes during the year, yes.
Okay. So when usually does that get recognized? Is it during the
That'll be at adoption, actually. You'll see
Adoption.
our budget increase.
Okay. So not during exec?
Not during exec. It could
Really?
happen during exec, There's a lot of nuances here, and that's unusual in this time of
Okay.
crisis.
Interesting. Thank you. And then really just quickly I know that Parks budget is lean. We would like to see more, obviously, but in terms of the chief savings, are there areas that you've identified in terms of savings or, without obviously sacrificing on services? And are there any alternate revenue sources from grants or miscellaneous revenue?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we did work we worked very closely with our chief savings officer, who's Yating Chang. She's the chief of budget within our agency. It was really great to work with her and really great to look closely. It was an opportunity, frankly, for me to learn a little bit more about our budget and about how and our initiatives. As I mentioned before, the kind of initial report on opportunities for savings and just overall efficiencies was due to OMB just on Friday. So we have submitted that report. I can confirm at this point that the kind of opportunities and just overall efficiencies have no impact on services provided. But it is just an initial kind of our initial thoughts on how we might be more efficient with this. I, would be happy to go into more detail. Perhaps by our exec budget, but I would love to kind of talk to OMB first and kind of dig through a little bit more of our initial thoughts and get their feedback to kind of work all of this through. I love your second part of your question, which is about revenue generation, and I think that certainly it is an opportunity for me to say that Parks does generate revenue, not maybe to the degree that other agencies do, but we do have a concessions kind of team that works through this, and so we are kind of constantly talking about both the revenue that we bring in, while also highlighting that we very much like that we have the freedom and flexibility to be creative with our concessions, be creative with how we generate revenue to really bring in vendors and businesses and ideas that really kind of complement what's going on in the city. And one example of this that you're going to see right here downtown is we're really excited about kind of unveiling a Deliverista hub right here at City Hall, where you'll see kind of a battery swapping library system over there, helping serve our Deliveristas with some modest bike repairs. That's actually going to be a concession of ours that we're really excited about unveiling very soon. And while you also see things like your regular sandwiches and soft drinks and things like that, it's also really kind of fun to think through our kind of revenue generating concessions piece, how we might be creative about other services that we can provide New Yorkers.
No, I love the creativity. When is that happening?
In April.
April. Okay,
Yes,
great.
very, very soon.
Awesome. And then my final question, sorry, Chair, is around tree stump removal. Speaking of one shots,
Yes.
because I know that the council put in a very modest budget of 2 million. But how many tree stump removals have you been able to do with that funding? And is that something that, because I gotta say, in terms of the timeline of when they happen, I think a lot of the residents, going back to Councilmember Schulman's question about the sidewalks and just wondering what the timeline is for requests for those tree stump removals to happen and when they actually happen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. So it does vary from year to year. We are also doing tree stump removals through our kind of block tree planting program that we've taught, our neighborhood tree planting program. But typically, with that amount of funding, we're able to remove somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000 tree stumps per year.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I did have one follow-up question, and then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Brewer. So you mentioned that some of the roles require 16-week training. Is that for PEP officers and rangers? So how do you deal with retention if 3 months out of the 12 months that these roles are, I guess, essentially in effect until the one shots come up again? How do you deal with retention? That has to be difficult.
Yeah, it's a great question. In general, retention for PEP has been a big priority of ours and an ongoing.
18 weeks. That's 4 months.
4 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a great question. In general, I'd say retention for PEP has been an ongoing conversation within our agency for some time. And let me just start out by saying that I'm so incredibly grateful for this incredibly talented workforce. They have extremely difficult jobs. And they are trained peacekeepers. They are there to educate, but truly, oftentimes, as I'm sure anyone would know around PEP, their jobs are to enforce rules, to tell people to make sure that they're not allowed to park in parkland, that they need to get their dogs on a leash and out of the flower beds, that they need to adhere to our rules, not throw garbage on the ground, really follow the rules that we have in place, and that is extremely tough. So I think that it has been difficult in terms of retention. We saw at some point a loss of around 25% per year, which was very, very concerning. I do want to give a huge shout out to our leadership, particularly our Deputy Commissioner Margaret Nelson, our Assistant Commissioner Asha Harris, whom I'm sure many people have met with here because she's so good and such a wonderful advocate for her unit. But we have been through kind of a dedicated campaign to really remove this notion of PEP as a stepping stone and really remind folks that this can be a true career, that this doesn't have to be a stepping stone to NYPD or corrections or any other kind of unit, that you can have a very satisfying career in PEP. That's been accomplished through kind of a very proactive campaign and really kind of robust recruitment. That's more than just kind of sitting at job fairs and having anybody who kind of comes by to fill out an application. We're really trying to explain to folks the benefits of this job and what they are signing on for at the very, very beginning. And we've seen that retention rate has increased.
Yeah.
We now see a much lower attrition rate of around 15%, just in comparison to the last 2 years, and that's in large part thanks to the efforts of the agency.
So you mentioned that many of them, go to PD or corrections. Have you considered offering pay parity to those agencies with the PEP officers?
It's a good question. Again, I'm not unable to speak to the kind of pay that these other agencies are providing to their staff, but we're happy to look into this and get back to you more further. We've also been, though, I will say, trying to break this idea and this narrative of this is like the natural way, or this is the same thing, or you are essentially NYPD for parks, because that's not true. We really rely on a good partnership with the NYPD to deal with serious crime in the entirety of the city, not just in parks, but everywhere. What our PEP officers are doing is really different. They are peacekeepers. They're there to really provide education first. They're there really to protect our patrons, all of them, care holistically for everybody who comes into our parks, also protect the parks themselves. It's a kind of different thing, and so we're, while we're happy to look at those kind of pay scales, and certainly I don't have the information in front of me, I can't speak to other agencies. I will say that we're also trying to break this notion of this being like the same thing but just in parks. We really want our officers to feel pride in being Parks Enforcement Patrol and letting that stand on its own without feeling the need to compare to corrections or NYPD.
Thank you. Councilmember Gail Brewer.
All right, thank you. I just want to thank the staff for something. One is that there's a lot of hate messages on benches and rocks, mostly anti-Semitism. And to the credit of your staff, they call PD, we know the process, they take the photo, and then Parks removes it. But it happens weekly. So I just want to thank the staff for that. Okay, so I have a long list. Number one, water fountains, 63% don't work. So how are you dealing with water fountains that don't work across the city? Number two, great to have new bathrooms, but what about the bathrooms in my parks that are probably preserved for landmarking and need to have the kind of $13 to $5 million retention and renovation? That's number 1, 2, 3. Trees. I hate that program. So my question would be, we have a bill that's going to be introduced to have a parallel program. So do you have a list of all the vacant tree pits, stumps? Is that on your map? I think your map is just new trees. So that program, we can't wait 9 years. I got people call me every day, and so I'd like to know if you have some suggestions of what it would cost to have a parallel program. You can do this neighborhood thing, whatever the hell it is, but I want to see something in between. How often are parks clean? We have the FIFA people coming, the sailing people coming, the visitors hopefully on a grand scale. They'll hopefully be in the parks. And my experience is the parks is Sunday night, and Sunday night is a bad situation. So I want to know, are parks cleaned 7 days a week, or is it 5 days a week? I think it's 5 days a week. We know that snow may not come till next year, but the JOP program didn't work great in terms of getting rid of the snow in the schoolyard. So I just want to know how that's going to take place next year. The newsstands at West 72nd Street, I guess they're just like the one here. We'd love to see them filled with something. I think the Flower Man is supposed to come. I don't know what happened to the Flower Man. And then the other one is vacant. So again, revenue. And finally, Drums on the Hudson wants to know what happened to their, I guess, electrical issue. And also they want the stage, which they don't have this year. They need it back.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to try to I think I got you on most of these. Okay. Water fountains. None should be on right now because it's still early.
I know, but they were on last year. They didn't work last year either.
We're happy to look into this. I think that I saw the list particularly because I was the Manhattan BC. So I think the list that was mostly reflective of water fountains that were in Central Park. We work very closely with
Riverside also.
In Riverside. But we work very closely with our Conservancy partners, and we'll happily be kind of proactively looking at this. But nobody should have water fountains right now. Everybody should be having water fountains in just a couple of weeks from now, because even if it's warming up, it's not time just
if they
yet.
work.
We'll be following up there, but we hear you, and we're typically pretty much on it, and our entire team in terms of plumbers will be doing this work. Thousands of water fountains will be being turned on in just a couple weeks' time. When it comes to renovations and PRBs, yes, very aware of definitely really high ticket ones, particularly in your district. And you know this, but it's just worth repeating that when we talk about PRBs, there is your standard 20 by 20, and then there's something that's like a dinosaur playground in Riverside, which is just kind of beyond in terms of landmarks, in terms of the staff space, in terms of the fact that it's a retaining wall and it's got stairs associated with it, it's built into a wall. All of these complications are extremely frustrating, very important, very unique, but also mean just a higher ticket price and a higher kind of overall price tag. Not that it should be impossible, but certainly has, we've been kind of in regular conversation with, again, the Riverside Park Conservancy and others around ways that we can try to address this in a faster way. When it comes to trees and tree pit map, I don't believe that we have this, but I do think that this is why, in part, I know you don't care for the 9-year program, but it is our way of being able, our timeline right now to be able to assess every single sidewalk.
And we have hundreds of vacant trees, hundreds.
Yeah.
That's not going to work. 9 years, not going to work.
Yeah, I definitely hear.
Okay, so
I definitely hear it.
we're going to do legislation to try to come up with something else, just so you know. I hope my colleagues sign off.
Great. But we're happy to get back in terms of any other data around your district and trees. Parks are clean 7 days a week. Parks are clean 7 days a week, and parks are cleaned at a minimum. We have staff mostly, and particularly in your district, we have staff because your parks are often opened and closed. We have staff who are opening them, doing an initial.
I'm talking about the
cleaning.
big parks, not the community parks. The big parks. Is Riverside is clean 7 days a week?
Yes, and I'll look. Yes, yes. So it's clean, and then on top of that, we have our second shift staff, which are also in both Riverside Park and others that provide additional layer of cleaning on top of that. But parks are clean 7 days a week. JOPs are built into our snow winter weather response
Well, they were not
plan.
clean this year. That's a fact.
It's definitely secondary to perimeter sidewalks. So first and foremost, we hit those perimeter sidewalks. First and foremost, we hit those major transit hubs, and then we go to JOPs. Happy to look into this closer, but that is definitely our kind of prioritization.
Okay, the kids were not able to play in the yards. That was the issue.
Okay. And then in terms of the revenue for 72nd Street, we're happy to look into this further, but I think that concession spot in general has been discussed, and we're actively
They're vacant right now.
Yeah, we're looking to.
But you would think
fill
you'd
those.
want some revenue for them.
Absolutely.
Okay. And my drums on the Hudson, what about their stage and electrical?
So I'm happy to look into this more. So,
They've
but
always had one.
in
They didn't get
general,
it this year.
Yeah, if this is a good question for just the group. We do have limited access to Wanger wagons, and this policy has been adjusted in the last year or so. So typically, because this is, and just to be very clear, we started to look at how groups in Manhattan were having access to Wanger wagons versus groups in Queens versus groups in Brooklyn, and realizing that the rules were not the same based on the borough, which is not great.
But this group has had it for years. It brings in Native Americans from all over the country. So I hope that it can be reconsidered for this particular one.
We definitely have a policy in place. I'm not sure if they're in adherence with that, but we're happy to talk to them. We're also happy to direct them towards other alternatives if for whatever reason it doesn't comply. But we know Drums on the Hudson really well. We've worked with them.
They're calling me every day.
Okay, well, we can certainly follow up with them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. We've been joined by Majority Whip Kabila Hanks, who does have one question, and then we're going to Brooklyn to Councilmember Sandy Nurse.
Thank you, Chair, because now we're going to Staten Island. So
The Borough of Parks.
the borough of Parks. Thank you so much, and it's good to see you, Commissioner. One quick question. So Parks is responsible for planting trees in front of, particularly in Staten Island, in front of homeowners' houses, residents. Often our homeowners wake up and they see a tree planted and they're like, wow, this is great. And then the tree grows, concrete is broken, and then possibly it's DOT's issue. So my question is, how are we going to work with residents of the city of New York when, of course, trees are life, we love them, but how are we going to mitigate some of the sidewalk damage? And is there an avenue for residents to say, hey, I don't want a tree? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and it's good to see you. To be very honest with you, this is oftentimes where we can see some conflicts arise because we see, of course, it's our responsibility to both increase the amount of tree canopy, but also ensure that every single neighborhood benefits from what trees can provide, particularly shade, particularly resiliency, water kind of retention from storms.
And one more thing to add.
Yeah.
So Staten Island homes love their solar panels because that is one way we can be environmentally, conscious.
Mhm.
And those trees
Can sometimes
harm
come in
them from
conflict.
doing that. So we just add that in.
Yeah. And as in any part of New York City, it's pretty common to see infrastructure butting up against other infrastructure, be it solar panels or sewage underneath the ground or electrical or things like, or streets and sidewalks. So it is, I kind of believe in just embracing the conflict there and understanding that that all of these pieces of infrastructure have a role. They are all incredibly important, inclusive of trees, and we have to find the best way to kind of coexist with all of this infrastructure. So, one thing is that I really would love to make sure that your constituents know and can anticipate when a tree is getting planted. We should have no surprises to the extent possible. I don't want them to wake up one day and just realize that a tree is there. I would like them to know beforehand. We want to make sure that you know beforehand, that the community board knows beforehand, that they can be excited about additional infrastructure coming in. So one is just trying to manage everybody's expectations and have them understand what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish. The second is that when those trees eventually grow, and we hope that they do, and we do have a mandate, and we are trying to plant in every plantable street in New York City. So that does mean that we are looking to do it regardless of maybe an individual homeowner's desire not to see one. Our kind of mandate and goal here is to plant everywhere where we can. Ultimately, with the idea of cooling down our entire city, of like trying to take away some of that extra water, of trying to serve everybody as a city as a whole. But I want to do so as consider like with the community in mind and being as considerate and as communicative as possible. And when eventually you see trees uprooting sidewalks or trees coming into conflict with other pieces of infrastructure, then we are also there to help provide either support or guidance in the next steps that can be taken. So there are some programs for single family homes where parks can take on that responsibility to making those repairs. But we're also happy if that's not the case. If there's a different situation where they're not eligible for that program, then we can provide additional guidance on the repairs that need to happen as well.
And if I can just add, since you mentioned mitigation, that our forestry division has actually taken a close look at its planting strategies over the years. It as best practices have evolved, so wider tree pits, choosing species with more that will hopefully lead to less conflicts over time. Like our teams are constantly updating their strategies, and we've seen a lot of progress on that front.
We don't want to plant trees that have roots that are so evasive, and so we can have a tree there, but it doesn't have to be a maple tree
we want to
whose roots is uprooting.
Absolutely.
We want to maximize the benefits in terms of its canopy while minimizing the conflicts. Sure.
Thank you so much, Chair.
We're going to Brooklyn. Councilmember Sandy Nurse.
Am I the first Brooklyn? Maybe.
No.
Okay, fine. That's Brooklyn. I just have one question. We've always, because I spoke with you this weekend, I asked questions last hearing, and everyone's asked a ton of questions. I don't have anything else except for my district. We've benefited from a second shift at Highland Park the last 2 summers. Can you confirm if that's still on for this summer? And I believe for City Line Park also, we might have had additional support. So just want to get confirmation of those two.
Yeah. So looking at our acting first deputy commissioner, who's you're welcome to come up and answer it, but it sounds like the answer is yes. But before he gives you that confirmation, and hopefully he can, what I just want to say is that with second shift, we're very excited to have enough staff to fill our 200 different parks, I believe. And so we really do so using a sort of data-driven approach. We want to make sure that these staff are put in parks where we see the most activity, so that we can kind of address the most pressing needs. But with that being said, I'm pretty sure that these 2 sites are included in that. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Please raise your right hand if you're able. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to councilmember questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Councilmember, thank you for your question. Bottom line, yes. Both sites are, all of our second shift staff are baselined versus one shot, which is a lot of conversation here.
Wonderful.
They're baselined and they're permanently located, so they are year round. So in both of the parks you mentioned, City Line and Highland, they are not just seasonally, they're there year round.
Okay, that's great. And then I do have one more question. I don't know, are you familiar with what's happening at the Bushwick City Farm? For
No,
you
I'm
all?
sorry. Please, I'm happy to hear more.
And I'm just raising it here because there are some folks here who probably will testify about it later on. But Bushwick City Farm on the just south of Broadway has been around for a very, very long time. Huge community asset, lots of food growing. They were also incredibly supportive during the influx of asylum seekers and supporting a lot of the folks in a temporary housing situation there. I believe recently DOB has come in and maybe issued some threats about evictions because of like a shed or something that's been there for for years. So really hoping that you all can have conversations with DOB to resolve this so we can keep this really beautiful community asset here.
Sure. So let me just say, and of course, I just said that I'm not too familiar with this, but we're happy to look into this more. In general, our Green Thumb Gardens should have a very close relationship with park staff. I love our staff that does the Green Thumb work. Green Thumbs are very important. They provide a different way for people to connect with the soil, the land, to advocate for their communities and care for their communities, as you just said, to reflect the kind of diversity that's in their communities. So it's a very important kind of portfolio piece, and we're happy to look into this a little bit more. And certainly, at the very least, I want to make sure that the folks who are a part of this Green Thumb Garden don't feel that they have to wait for a public hearing or something like that to get our attention on this. They should be able to kind of work with us directly all the time, so that they know that we're.
And to be clear, and sorry, I don't have all the information in front of me, but I'm not sure if it's specifically Green Thumb Garden or not. But it is a garden space, and it has been there for a very long time. Even if it's not, it's a well-established community garden. And I'm seeing the head shaking, so I'm like, I get what you're about to say.
Yeah.
But even when we have gardens that have emerged and have really taken root, I think Parks has a role to play in helping to support those places stay established, regardless of whatever the status is, because especially when it's been there for a very long time and so integrated into the community.
Yeah, I'll just add, to the notion, my understanding is it's right. So it's not, I don't believe it's on Parks jurisdiction, but having said that, our Green Thumb team has there are hundreds of gardens that fit under that rubric that aren't on but they are either, registered with us or we provide services or guidance. And so I'm sure we're happy to look into this and help wherever we can in terms of, because obviously it's a key community asset.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. And I stand corrected. You were the first from Brooklyn to ask questions. Thank you for repping Brooklyn. We're going back to the Borough Parks. Councilmember Morano.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair pointed out, I do represent the Borough of Parks proudly. The issue of tree restitution is something that gets talked about a great deal when it comes to housing, but a lot of folks aren't aware of the Parks Department's role when it comes to tree restitution, including the fact that they need to pay the city when there's park construction, either for a park or addition to park. I'm wondering if you could mention, a lot of people think that maybe we should just exempt the Parks Department from paying tree restitution, but I'm wondering if you can talk about that concept generally and how much the Parks Department pays specifically when it comes to tree restitution.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question.
Sure.
And I'll look to our Assistant Commissioner for Forestry to come up and just give a little bit more details. But let me just, when you talk about tree restitution, we talk about like what happens when we have to remove, when anybody has to remove a living, healthy tree. And this happens sometimes for housing purposes. They want to build. This happens oftentimes, we may say you have to put in a new tree. If you're building more than, I think, 25 feet of space on like a city block, then it's expected to put in a new tree. But also it can happen with our own projects. You'll see many projects being designed that will show you a new design. We try to avoid it at all costs because, yes, even the Parks Department is beholden towards kind of that tree restitution piece. If you were the Borough of Parks, we're the
Department of
agency of
Trees,
trees,
sure.
right? And so it's who else but the Parks Department would be there to try to defend and protect our existing tree canopy to the fullest extent possible. And there are some pretty hefty fees and kind of costs associated with taking out a healthy tree, because as you heard from Councilmember our last hearing on the subject, when it comes to canopy, even though we're very happy about planting new trees, it's those existing trees, the maintenance of those existing trees, the maintenance of the existing canopy, that's really what's going to get us that shade. That's really what's going to get us that canopy in our lifetimes, is really that existing kind of the trees that we have in place. So I'll let our Assistant Commissioner, Ben Osborne, talk a little bit more specifically about the costs associated with it, but it is a kind of portion of our responsibilities that we take very seriously.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand if you're able. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council member. Thank you for the question. Yes, as the commissioner said, Parks mandate includes the preservation of existing trees wherever possible, wherever appropriate, and that is consistent with the legislation that the council passed in 2023 for the city to increase the canopy cover across all jurisdictions to 30%. And as the commissioner mentioned, the vast majority of the canopy increase that we have seen in recent years, 90% of that is from the growth of existing trees. So preserving existing trees wherever appropriate really is essential to meeting the city's goals. Now, of course, we know that there are times when trees need to be removed. Our policies do allow for us to permit the removal of healthy trees when there is an unavoidable conflict with a construction project, whether that's a residential project, whether that's park construction, or another agency. The same laws and rules apply to any entity who may need to remove a tree. So just a little bit on terminology. When we're talking about the removal of permitted trees, we kind of speak about that as far as tree replacement. Restitution tends to be used to speak about fines for illegal activities, damage, or destruction of trees. The council did pass legislation in 2021 limiting the value of permitted tree removals in residential districts R1 through R3. So for the development of those smaller homes or any other work that takes place in those lower density residential districts, the replacement of those permitted removals is capped at twice the caliper value of trees. So I'm happy to do a deeper dive at some point about how we do those calculations, but it's significantly lower in those lower density residential districts.
Do you know how much Parks pays?
Well, Parks, in terms of a Parks capital project, when we're removing trees on our own property,
right?
I don't have those dollar values in front of me, but just as far as the policy, so the objective of the law and our own rules and our internal policies is to replace the trees. It's not necessarily the dollars. So if we're removing trees in a park, we first start by planting trees right back in that park. Any balance that cannot be met within that park would be moved typically from the project of that capital, the budget of that capital project to our tree planting project budget, and we can get you those dollars.
That would be great. Thank you. I'm going to take advantage that the chair stepped out for a second and ask you a couple more quick questions. Commissioner, as you know, Staten Island has just one deputy chief of operations, while every other borough has two. Given that your own testimony emphasizes equity and fairness, how do you justify, not you, but how does one justify that imbalance? And do you think it would be wise to bring Staten Island to parity with the rest of the city?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So, and well done on the knowledge of the staffing of Staten Island. Very impressive. So, what I'd say is that, we are looking at, it's not just looking at every single borough to just make sure that they have the exact amount, but we really are looking at, we take a data-driven approach. We look at our PIP ratings, our Parks Inspection Report ratings, to make sure that, to see where we stand, to see where we're hurting in terms of maintenance. I spoke to the council member from Brooklyn just a couple weeks ago about wanting to make sure that for her constituents that live in Brooklyn, they should not have a vastly different experience of their parks and the cleanliness of their parks in Brooklyn than they do in Queens. For Staten Island has a really good picture right now of overall incredible PIP ratings. I could tell you when I was the Manhattan Borough Commissioner, I used to hate going behind Staten Island in terms of our reports because it would always be a dip compared to what's happening in Staten Island. But you're also right that there are some pieces to the maintenance and operations plan that we are keenly aware of when it comes to making sure that the team in Staten Island has what they need in order to again carry out their responsibilities. We're kind of in constant communication, particularly with this administration and all our colleagues at OMB, to try to make sure that we're continuously advocating for what Staten Island needs to continue to have high ratings, high performing parks, and also make sure that the rest of the city is also getting the support that they need. But we do use a data-driven approach. Staten Island's data is very strong. They do currently have one deputy chief of operations. We're always happy to kind of look at this closer to make sure that that staffing does not impact kind of their overall.
So
kinda output.
in general, Staten Island has the most parkland per capita in the city, right? And we're proud of that. That's why we're the borough parks. In general, do you think we're receiving staffing and maintenance resources proportional to that responsibility, or are we being asked to do more with less?
Yeah, it's not. Thank you for the question, and I appreciate the advocacy. It's really not just the amount of park space per capita. We really look at overall usage. We look at overall kind of like where we see most New Yorkers gathering. We look at our PIP ratings, which again are like our secret shopper program that is completely neutral to see where are we performing highest, where are the most folks going, what like overall looking at that picture. Of course, how much ground are our staff covering, and how much are we responsible for? Where are we seeing additional support? And so with all of that bigger picture in mind, we make our staffing decisions. Ultimately, I think that given Staten Island's consistently high ratings, we're happy with that. But we also, I trust me when I tell you that, and I just came from Fresh Kills just yesterday. I was spending the day out there with my kids. I was just at South Beach just 2 weekends prior to there, walking along the boardwalk, looking at the boardwalk there to think about what can be done in the future. It is, I certainly don't want anybody in Staten Island to think that they are secondary to any other portion of this portfolio that is parks. They're a very important borough to me. The parkland over there is incredibly important to make sure that we upkeep to the highest degree possible.
Thank you. And the next time you're on Staten Island, I hope you'll let me know so I could show you some of my favorite
Gotta tell me some food
parks.
places to go. I was looking around.
You just let me know the next time you're there, and you will not be disappointed.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. I know I stepped out for a second.
Back to Brooklyn.
Imagine
I'm
the
sorry.
time clock for me. I'm going to go back to Brooklyn. Yes. Councilmember Nycc and Deputy Leader Banks. For the sake of, we can give them an additional 2 minutes each to their time clock, so 7 minutes each.
Thank you, Chair, but Staten Island took 20 minutes, so I'm going to take 30 because we're the best part of the city of New York. Commissioner, again, congratulations. I appreciate you so much. I had to go to the best part of New York City, but I had to stay here because it's Brooklyn in the house, so we have to ask the question because I have the pleasure to represent one part of the New York City that have a lot of parks. And thank you to all your leadership because I love parks. I don't know if you know, we fought very hard to get that $1 billion, but we did not. But God knows, we probably will get. It's probably before we leave here. So thank you for all the work you're doing. I'm looking at the lifeguards. I wish I can have some in my district. I'm helping to hire, but I don't have no place to give them. We don't have no swimming pool. except the beach. So I hope we're looking at to how we can get swimming pool equity around New York City. The prior speaker fought very hard for that. And congratulations for Shirley Chisholm. I know my colleague Farrah Lewis worked very hard to get that. And yes, you can go like this for her. She worked very hard to get it, and I'm looking forward to have one before I go. Even I would not cut the ribbon, but I would like to see it happening. Marine Park Playground. I know one of my colleagues started talking about it. 6 years in the making for the playground. The families are getting to me every single day. I hope we can do something about it. So for me, what the delay is so bad. 6 years in the making, fully funded. That's not acceptable. And it's playground for the children. That become a safety issue. So I'm going to leave to that. So we have a few, because I have some of my colleagues in the house that really helped me. NYCH2O, thank you, and all the organization that are doing amazing thing. To follow up with the chair question about park department salaries. The average salary for a New York City Parks gardener is $55,000. The gardener at Tompkins Square Park hasn't been filled in 2 years. How many gardener positions need to be filled?
Yes, thank you so much for your questions and for your partnership and advocacy. It was really good to see you at Shirley Chisholm a couple times, I think. And I also look forward to talking to you about certainly about additional funding for either pools or just also just access to the water for your constituents. It is incredibly important. We know that what Parks is doing is teaching life-saving skills that completely change the game, change outcomes for constituents, and it is a very important work. So I would love to continue to partner with you on thinking through what that looks like. When it comes to Marine Park, I want to tell you that when I wasn't just, I was in Fresh Kills yesterday, but I was also took my kids to Marine Park. They loved it so much. We wanted to see for ourselves the playground project. I did, and I wanted to take a walk around there. So I definitely hear you that it is far time to see this capital project move forward. We're happy to give you specific updates as where we are, but I'll just tell you that oftentimes, and I admittedly don't know for certain if this is the case here, but it's worth mentioning when we look at, because Marine Park's so big and the scope of these projects does have a tendency to grow, it's good that it grows. Oftentimes it's good to make sure that if we're going to do construction in your park, that we get in there once, we do it, and then we get out of there, because ultimately it does take too long to see these projects go forward, and we want your constituents to really feel a comprehensive difference in these spaces, and then to continue to go on and service other parks throughout the area. The kind of increase in scope, the increase of design, oftentimes what we see when it comes to stormwater retention and things like that, all very important parts, but we've seen kind of expanded the timeline for these projects. And I take no pleasure in telling you and saying, yes, it's completely acceptable to have a 6-year project. Certainly, I want your constituents to see faster results than that. What I'll tell you is that we are seriously committed, looking into ways that we can shorten this timeline. We are happy to give you specific updates here, but looking to partner with our other agencies to try to speed up these internal agency reviews. We want your constituents to understand that these projects are moving ahead, and so any ways that we can try to shave down what is already too long of a process, just know that we are deeply committed to looking at. And I know I've only been here for about 6 weeks' time, but I do commit to you to coming back to you with any sort of ways that we can find to try to shorten that up, while consistently kind of delivering in kind of long-term good projects that are going to serve your community for decades to come. And then when it comes to, I'm sorry, you said, and then gardeners.
Yeah.
Happy to look to my team to kind of talk through exactly the vacancies here. But we have had a little bit of we've noticed that our gardener lines were kind of difficult to fill just with the requirements needed for getting gardeners. And so this was one specific title that we actually tried to now create a gardener training program on to help build a little bit of a pipeline to get folks more interested into coming into these roles. Similar to what you may have heard around climbers and pruners, another kind of forestry role was also another kind of piece where we tried to build out a little bit of a pipeline program. We're really excited about, it's early, but I think just less than 2 years old, but we're very excited about the kind of results that we have from that. So we are, I think, very excited to see a new wave of of gardeners coming into our ranks. It's very promising. We're very eager to see that happen, and we'll continue to be creative around ways that we can kind of increase this workforce, because the requirements are pretty high. You can't, unfortunately, I thought, actually naively enough, before I came to the agency, that it would be something where if you had enough experience doing gardening in your backyard, or if you were a little bit of a green thumb person, you could do it. But we actually have pretty high standards when it comes to actually being hired for this role, and you need to have kind of a lot of work experience out there. That's been kind of the reason why it's been hard to kind of get folks into this field. But I'm personally very encouraged by this kind of new pipeline program that we have coming out, and we're seeing some promising results. So happy to talk about that more to come. And I really thank you for your attention to it, because the more we can get New Yorkers and other folks to think through like what a horticulture career could look like, helps me. It helps me attract more people to forestry. It helps me to attract more people to gardening, to gardening programs and other kind of resiliency and natural areas.
I appreciate you, but we have to, because my time is coming up. We need equity around it, because compensation attract people. When you give them, then you can retain them, and people will come more. Given the shortage of resources for natural areas, what concrete steps will parks take to establish a reliable and sound protocol for entering into legal relationship with governmental park steward? How will parks ensure an accessible, transparent, and actionable pathway for NGOs to have formal status in fulfilling essential services in park stewards' role?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So we are only able to do this work, frankly, with the help of not only the team that we have at Parks, and I'm very proud of, but also a kind of robust group of partnerships. Many of the folks who are in this room or who are listening in from home or to this hearing. And our park partnerships come in all different types. They come in volunteer groups who are 3 people strong, who show up every Saturday to weed, to robust kind of conservancies and friends groups and alliances that have much more of a formal role. We are in constant communication right now about ways to make sure that we are supportive and open partners with them, be that through creating maybe some sort of MOU that could better encompass some, providing some more best practices, kind of even for being just the convener to allow for more of these kind of dialogues to happen from across different groups and different boroughs. Kind of all options are on the table, but we certainly hear the desire from our park partners for more easier ways to kind of fast track and streamline formal relationships. And the answer to that is that Parks is definitely working on kind of talking through what this could look like.
I appreciate you, because I have great colleagues, access partners, and collaborators that help me going with my parks in my district. There's something I'm going to ask you the last question. Dog waste in the parks. I know it's a very minute thing for some, but for my community, it's persistent. And on a very every day, there's complaint that coming through about folks are bringing their dogs and they're not cleaning after the dogs in the park. Now, I want to know, what are you doing, what Parks is doing to help us out, especially in our parks? If they're getting summonses, that's not the way that I would like to go, but what are we doing to educate folks and let them know signage, something that have to be done? Because you don't want to lay down at a park thinking you're bringing your kids, and that's what we're getting in the park. And all over, in all fairness, it's not only in the parks, all over. Now we have to re-educate our folks to say, well, you have a dog, you have to clean after yourself.
You're absolutely right. And frankly, we again rate ourselves through our parks inspection program on the prevalence of dog waste. As minute as that may be, our kind of internal rating system holds ourselves accountable to a very, very like kind of granular level. We rate ourselves on whether or not there's soap in bathroom dispensers, whether or not there's toilet paper, whether or not there's dog waste, graffiti, the grass is cut, there's broken steps, any of those kind of features. All if the kind of light pole is open and leading to the electric wires inside, we get dinged for that. So it's not minute. It does impact people's experience. It does talk to the level of care and investment in these parks, and it is something that we take very seriously. We can do additional signage. We can talk through with you. We can do some addition. We can think through if maybe the area needs a dog park somewhere. We should think about that. Maybe we should be flagging for our PEP officers who are education first, so they wouldn't be doing a summons first, but they would be there to to try to educate
Warning.
folks first, warning people. So let us follow up with you offline, because particularly if you have a given park or a given, especially as the weather gets warmer, we know it gets more prevalent, but it is an important aspect of your park experience, and we take it seriously.
My chair is ready and I gotta go too. But the dog park is so expensive. I don't know. I'm gonna try. But the old bathroom, the intake, the one that we can probably put in auction, we need to look into them too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to keep it in Brooklyn with the deputy leader, and then we're going to jump to council.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my amazing partner, Councilmember Nurse. Particularly Brownsville Recreation Center. I spoke to you the last time about it on my way out of the room at the last hearing. Want to know the project status, the timeline. We're constantly getting calls from our seniors and our young folks, and just everyone in the community who, the BRC is a staple in Brownsville and East New York. We want to know, we know $160 million was allocated to this particular center from the last administration along with the council. Can you provide an update, the current status of the project, whether the design has been completed, and when the groundbreaking is expected? And then I'm going to also move on to my next question as well, and you can answer. Capital delays and budget execution. Large capital projects often face delays due to procurement, design, or interagency coordination. Can you speak to if this project has any challenges that it's currently facing, and whether the FY 2027 preliminary capital plan includes the necessary funding and timelines to ensure that this project moves forward without further delay?
Sure. Thank you so much, Councilmember, for the question and for your continued advocacy for our recreation center.
We need
so
it.
we do have $160 million
Yeah.
that's allocated for this project. We do right now. The project is still with our colleagues at DDC, and frankly, the amount of damage that's happened at Brownsville, and the amount of the scope that we're looking at covering is still something that we're trying to reconcile with. Which is why I believe you haven't seen a design yet for this project. I
Is
know
there a
it's not
time frame? Can you give us some sense idea when we're going to see some progress? Because the residents constantly call. I mean, you got seniors calling your office, and they're petitioning. This is a commitment that was made to them, and they're in limbo now, because if you do know the way the situation that the center is in, they can't utilize the building, and they're operating the building where the half of it is cut off from them, and even the young folks. And we know in Brownsville and East New York, when we have activities, these centers are life-saving for our community. So we need a lifeline, and we need to move forward with this.
Yeah, we can reach out to our partners at DDC who are going to be managing this project to get a tighter timeline for you. I will point out that the good news is that this is going to be using the design build approach, which you may have heard, and Shirley Chisholm helped accelerate things. So what will be happening is that the design and construction services are going to be sort of retained at once, and therefore, so there is a little bit more work that's done on the front end in terms of what they call front end planning to make sure those bids go out appropriately. But you see some real savings. So we hear you loud and clear, though. It's obviously a lifeline to all the local residents there, a beloved, very important facility, and nobody wants to bring it back online more than us.
All right, so we're hoping to see some progress being made on that, and I'm going to continue to bring it up wherever and whenever I can. Now, going back, I know the last hearing we had was on the tree pruning services. When it comes to homeowner input on tree planting in the council and in my district, do homeowners currently have any formal mechanism to provide input or opt out regarding a tree placement adjacent to their property?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. And I mentioned a question that was answered earlier. Unfortunately, no, there's no opt-out kind of policy or opportunity with this program. We have a mandate really to look at every single plantable area in New York City and to put in trees where
So you don't engage the community at all?
We definitely, that's the other piece. But I don't want your constituents to feel that this is a surprise to them or that, but this is essential, absolutely critical infrastructure. The amount, what happens here with our trees not only helps retain water, but also cools down
And
buildings.
we get that. We get the benefits of placing trees, but there needs to be some level of input from local residents as to where trees are being placed. It's about the placement, and when you're just imposing on a community, on residents, that's not fair to them.
Unfortunately, though, it's not actually just like a sewage line or an electrical line would be placed in, the decisions around where we place is not based on it's not a surface kind of where people would like to see them. It's where we actually can. So I definitely hear you. I've served on my own community board. I don't like any surprises at all. I would want to make sure that your constituents anticipate what's coming.
Notification, and I think that will go a long way with helping to ease the surprise
So
on
typically,
constituents.
we notify, and I'm sorry, just because I know you have limited time, but typically your office is notified, our community board office is notified, and we just came out with additional messaging that we put on individual residences so that they know when trees are coming in. So we definitely want everybody to be aware. I can't allow for kind of placement of trees because so much of that decision is based on infrastructure that nobody can see.
And I hear you on that. I just want to let you know, in front of my residence, there was no notification given. How I found out a tree was being placed there about 3-4 in the morning. I heard I guess the vendor come and they drilled the hole, and then I woke up and I saw a bed, and then a tree was placed there a couple of days or a couple of weeks later. Let me move on to tree root damage and infrastructure coordination. In many parts of my district, tree roots are causing damage to sidewalks and the surrounding infrastructure. How is the parks coordinating with agencies such as DOT? And is there any adequate funding in the preliminary budget to proactively address these issues rather than relying on reactive repairs?
Yes. So thank you for the question. So we are, a couple parts to this. We are regularly in communication with our colleagues at DOT, DEP, DSNY, FDNY when needed, both just in general when it comes to all of this infrastructure. A clear example of that was in front of my building. Actually, we had a tree go down that we were talking to FDNY, NYPD, our forestry team on to make sure that we can clear these things out. When it comes to the kind of proactive repairs, as we mentioned before, how we're learning and how we're thinking about tree planting is evolving so that we can make sure that we're planting trees that don't have kind of these tremendous large deep roots that are making these kind of these pop-ups of the sidewalk and that sort of piece. We also have a program for eligible single family homes where parks will come in and do those repairs to help kind of ease that sidewalk tension and kind of expand those tree beds.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and to the Commissioner, thank you. Looking forward to continue to work with you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, going to the Boogie Down Bronx, Councilmember Farina Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to share that I've had to resist the urge to cheer. No, okay, all right. Thank you, Chair, and congratulations in person, Commissioner. I'm very happy to get to work with you in this capacity. And I also just want to start with a shout out to the Bronx team, to my commissioner over there, Aponte, and the recreation team. We put on incredible events that my neighborhood would not otherwise be able to afford, and I really appreciate that partnership. So my first question, I know this is a common complaint to parks and your partners at DDC, that we're seeing the cost of capital projects at our parks reach levels that make it nearly impossible to deliver improvements with speed, right? With speed in our communities. I personally, in conversations with the capital team about Bronx parks, can't fund any parks upgrades in a single fiscal year without heavy lobbying to the mayor or without heavy lobbying to the speaker. And then at the same time, I hear from staff in the capital divisions that targeted fixes are not possible because projects have to be bundled into holistic renovations. Specifically, ASTM guidelines, which I then Googled, have been cited. From the user perspective, this approach doesn't really make sense to me. Families don't experience parks as capital projects. They just want to go and not trip on the floor mats, which is the example that I've been raising to the staff. why can't we just fix the floor mats? Why do we have to fix the whole park? They're just tripping, just fix that part. Everything else looks great. So the question is, why exactly does the Parks Department need to opt for larger scale full rebuilds rather than allowing for smaller, faster, user-centered improvements? And what changes could we consider to make capital and maintenance practices deliver those kind of fixes more quickly and cost effectively?
I really appreciate your question, and thank you for the kind of continued advocacy. It is true. So typically, when we, particularly if we're talking about safety surface and that sort of piece where you see safety surface starting to buckle, we typically like to see, instead of doing this kind of targeted repair, we want to see and want to deliver for the community. If this is going to be our time where we have to shut down this playground, we want to deliver as much new kind of improvements to this space as possible. We definitely don't want to do a piecemeal approach where we have to close it down for safety surface, but then we don't use the opportunity to create more ADA accessibility, or we don't use the opportunity to frankly redesign the space so that it's more age appropriate, where we have 3 to 5 area space and then a larger kind of big kid space, and then maybe expanded swing sets and those kind of pieces. It does mean bigger scope and bigger projects. But typically it's been our kind of policy to try to do as much good in one go as possible. But I hear your question too about then having to wait years for something that starts out as simple as safety surface. So what I'd say is that in the Bronx, we actually have seen some success with maybe trying to have our cake and eat it too, essentially, where we do kind of focus on raising the funds, getting together a big capital project, but not letting that be the reason why your constituents don't see any sort of improvement between that and 5 years from now, whenever it happens. So what we can do in-house, where we can think through creatively to show a little bit more investment, I really call that low-hanging fruit, and I think we need to double down and do more of that. So what I'd say is that we are interested in trying to just be in there once, do one disruption, do as much good as possible, and get out of there. It shouldn't be an excuse for your constituents not to see any sort of increased attention to a space. So we're happy to work with you. Jesse Ponte, as you mentioned, is a great borough commissioner who kind of focuses on this too. But in my capacity as possible, we should work together to try to find other opportunities to show at least a little bit of increased care for these spaces that are very important.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the partnership. I just double want to emphasize floor mats. I got a big problem. I heard there was a contractor issue. Get our money back. Please replace those floor mats on the new ones that are still rising up. Just a sidebar. Second question. Oh, wow. Okay. Second question, and then I'll just bundle in the third one. How is it possible that $50 million is enough to renovate or reconstruct 10 parks through the Community Parks Initiative? Yeah. Because almost every estimate that I have for an upgrade in District 14 is 11 million, 20 million, 15 million. Yeah. That's question 2. Question 3 is around Bailey Playground and the example of that being a park across the street from public housing, next to the highway, certainly in an environmental justice highlighted park that hasn't seen upgrades, I want to say, in decades. I can't quite figure it out. Just want to understand how a park like Bailey Playground can be in the new need priority category for parks for years and years and years, but not see upgrades. And then the last question, sorry, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So that's question 2. And then the third question is just any updates on swim education. As a Dominican who can't swim, I am particularly interested in what the Parks Department is doing with the laws that the previous council passed.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate your question about CPI. It's just my favorite. I'm allowed to have favorites. It's my favorite funding initiative. So just very broadly, the City Parks Initiative, which we just very proudly announced our kind of new parks that we're going to be undertaking major renovations on, is one of our premier kind of equity-driven capital programs, where we're typically, as you know, a lot of the funding priorities that come to us, the capital projects, come from council members taking it on with advocacy groups, or a borough president maybe taking it on with an advocacy group. But it can just be based on maybe popularity or kind of where you're hearing the most voices. But that often can lead to a little bit of inequity around the parks that are also serving populations of people but are not getting the investment that they need. So that's when several years ago we decided to try a new approach that was based on parks that have not been renovated in like 20 years plus, that were also serving vulnerable, underserved, underinvested in communities, and what we could do with a pot of money that could really inject some major capital improvements there. I will tell you that you're right, that the 50 million is kind of like a starting number, but it actually is not encompassing all of what's happening. And your investments, even if they are $1 million, $50,000, $500,000, $300,000, that actually we take that into account when we look at which projects we're going to fund next for CPI, because it shows that there's a council member, a borough president, somebody who's got some skin in the game, who knows that this is a renovation that's like really worth it. I'm going to give you one example from Manhattan because I know this best, but Councilmember Salam funded St. Nicholas Park for $2 million just maybe a year ago. St. Nicholas Park is a massive park, and it was supposed to be just for a little tiny playground. Then Borough President Mark Levine funded that project another $1 million. So technically, it could have been done right there with the $3 million. But then we saw that there was an opportunity with CPI that this whole area had not been invested in for over 20 years, 25 years. So we decided to put additional CPI funding into that project. And then we, to kind of increase the overall scope of that project, start dealing with erosion issues, start dealing with the adjacent basketball courts, barbecue areas, picnic tables. And on top of that, we were able to tap into some baseline funding for public restroom buildings. So now all of a sudden, a project that started with Councilmember Salam's $2 million, that could be your $1 million, has now ballooned to $14 million that could actually deliver big changes for that one park in that one area. So I'd say thank you for asking about it. It is a tremendous initiative, something that I'm very proud of, something that I think that we should be doing more of, data-driven, equity lens sort of work that looks at capital projects and what can happen with it. And what I'd say is that we'll happily look at Bailey Playground. We'll happily keep this in mind. We want to work with you on thinking through additional projects and where they're needed, but please don't forget to fund them, even with modest amounts of money, because that does make an impact on us and how we think about kind of prioritizing projects. And then when it comes to swim education, we are very proud of what we're doing. I'm happy to give you more numbers on this. I don't know how much time we have, but if we are able to provide a little bit more time here, I tell you that we are increasingly partnering with New York City Public Schools, with other partners like Asphalt Green and others, and then doing our own swim education to try to serve and teach kids how to swim as many as possible. I think that in kind of this concerted effort has been undergoing for just a couple years, and we're just hitting, I think, hopefully aiming for around 5,000 young people to learn how to swim in this next year. Although I'll look to our Deputy Commissioner, Margaret Nelson, to confirm that number for me. There's always more to do. That 5,000 is not every single second grader. We would love to have more. Even though you're not in second grade, I want you to know how to swim, and others. So, we're constantly in conversation. I was just in the conversation with your borough president about thinking about access to water, access to pools, and trying to think through creative ways, partnering with the YMCA, partnering with others, looking at pools that are defunct, even if they're not parks, to think through how do we kind of comprehensively think about access to water and access to swim classes.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. Matt Drury is the best, by the way. Good to see you.
Yes, yes.
All right. We're going to go to Southern Brooklyn. Councilmember Susan Zrang. And following some questions from your neighboring Councilmember Kayla Santos-Sosa.
Thank you. Very nice to see you in person, Commissioner. We are excited. After the meeting, you actually comfort my team. And we see the hope for Southern Brooklyn.
Thank you.
And then I have some questions. First, in my district, we have a lot of huge trees. During the storm, it's always damaged the house roof, and sometimes when it's in the storm, fell down and have the branch dropped on the cars, break the car windshields. We haven't seen any improvement in this type of situation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question, and it's good to see you in person too. I'm really looking forward to working with you and your team. during storms, when it comes to tree damage, you would think that it's these bigger trees are the only ones that are susceptible to storms. But the truth is that any type of tree, be it a small new tree or a large, hopefully not, but oftentimes like 40, 50, 60-year-old tree can also be down in a storm. And truthfully, we were just talking about this infrastructure, trees are very important. This is living infrastructure. It is common to see this butt up with other types of infrastructure like our streets where folks are parked. I believe that when it comes to kind of claims on this, any sort of claim for damage should be directed to the comptroller's office to issue those claims. I'm happy to work with you in your office to make sure that your constituents understand this. But really the best kind of approach and offense to this type of damage is regular block pruning. That's the best thing that we do, meaning that like on a 7-year basis, all of the trees in your neighborhood need to be pruned. And that means that we go through proactively before a storm hits, cutting down extra branches, making sure that there's no interruption with the other kind of power lines or things like that. And that's the kind of goal of the Parks Department, is to make sure that every block in every neighborhood is pruned on a 7-year basis.
Okay, thank you. And now my team gonna follow up with you because it's always the same block every single year, have the same issue. And we have been sent emails and letters to previous commissioner. We did not get a response.
I'd be more than happy to make sure to look into this. So please do. We're happy to follow up with you.
Thank you. And also my colleagues talk about the dog waste. I actually have a good idea for you. Okay. We need more PEP officers. They can help to address this issue. And also they can help to generate the revenue for the city. I just want to know how many PEP officers you have right now, how many you think you need. And I rarely see any PEP officer in my neighborhood. And I personally believe they are peacemakers because they don't carry any weapon, but they come to talk to the people in the community and make sure everything goes smooth. And the people, when the kids actually see them, the bad behavior they have in the park, actually, they behave themselves better.
Thank you for your support of PEP. We appreciate it. We appreciate you talking about them being peacekeepers. They are certified peacekeepers. They do provide I believe, a holistic sense of safety. It's eyes in the park, it's education. They are incredibly important. To specifically answer your question, we have 254 PEP officers who are baselined, plus 100 through this one-shot funding, which we've discussed today. So that's 300. Currently 300. We are funded for 354 PEP officers. And in terms of how many we'd like, again, I would welcome as many, more is more in this case. And I of course would welcome any number of additional resources as kind of the leader of this agency and thinking through our resources. What we do with what we have is to make sure that we're using a data-driven approach to deploying our PEP officers, making sure that we're going to where the people are. Now, you actually have this data too, and I'm happy to follow up with your team to make sure that we're following up, because we just launched the Vital Parks Explorer just in the last few years, where you can actually go based on council district or by community board district and look at how frequently PEP is in your parks. So we're happy to look at this with you to make sure that your constituents understand how frequently they're there. But I also hear you that ultimately, even if we have our PEP officers who are making visits there, it's a sense of safety, and you want to have eyes in the park. You'd like to see it. We do understand that PEP officers do provide this kind of sense of uniformed presence in the park, and we very much appreciate your kind of ongoing advocacy there.
So if the park hire additional 200 PEP officers, how much is going to cost for the city?
Oh, well, I think 100, the one-shot funding that was allocated to us last year was for 100 PEP officers, and so so it's 20 million for 200 officers. I think is the.
So is that the same amount going to happen this year, or?
Ultimately, the one shots are the product of the conversations between the council and the administration during the budget process. We really appreciate the advocacy that this council, you and your colleagues, have done in the past, and we're happy to continue to do this work with whatever resources that we're given.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we've been going for about 3 hours. Commissioner, would you like to take a 5-minute break?
I could do this all day. Let's keep on going.
I wanted to offer. I want to be courteous.
You're very sweet.
Okay. Given that, we're going to jump online. We're going to go to, instead of Southern Brooklyn, we're going to go to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and then Southern Brooklyn. So we're going to jump to Councilmember Darlene Mealy, who's been online, and then Councilmember Virginia Maloney. Councilmember, I think you have to unmute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. There we go.
Thank you. I was just wanted congratulations to our new commissioner. I have not met you as of yet, but I would love to know. I had a quick question. We have, I was in office, came out of office, and now I'm back in office, and I gave money for a comfort station at Lincoln Terrace Park. And I was wondering, could you tell me what's the status of that and what is the holdup? The community, I mean, I go there a lot, and it's sad how they say, when is this going to be finished? Eastern Park, Buffalo Avenue is almost like a 8-lane highway. So for that comfort station to be there, that would be a tremendous help to this city and to my community. So could you please give me Lisa status on this comfort station? Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity.
Hi, Councilmember. Thank you so much for your question. It's really lovely to meet you, and I'm looking forward to meeting you in your district in person. I would absolutely be happy to walk through with you in any park, if it's Lincoln Terrace Park or any other one. I'm looking forward to working with you. And thank you so much for your question about funding. So I do not have at my fingertips here the current status. However, there are two pieces. One, I'll be sure to get back to you directly with where we stand, but you can also look online. We have what's called a capital tracker as part of our parks website. You can just Google capital tracker, and typically for any capital project that we have fully funded in our queue, we've put together this kind of data tool online where you can look up exactly where a project is, if it's in design, procurement, if it's in construction, anticipated timeline. Certainly I don't want to have any of your constituents go through a website to try to learn this, but we are trying to just make sure that more information about timeline is available.
Commissioner, I don't know if you understand the severity of this. I gave about 2.5 million or 3 million for this comfort station. That was almost 18 years ago. If I did not get back in office, I don't know where that money would have went. When the community graced me with another opportunity to serve them, the first thing was why we do not have this comfort station. So Department of Parks had the money, did not do what they say they was going to do with the money, and now that I'm back in office, this has been 4 years, and the first year I came in, I said, where my comfort station, they started working on it. Now it's 4 years and still nothing. So it's not about looking it up. It's about seeing what is the holdup and why you have the city money and we cannot have a comfort station. And it needs to have some kind of budgetary timeline on this because the community deserve it. And if the chair could give me another opportunity to ask one more question, I would love to, but I would love to get authorization first.
Sure, absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I definitely need that question. And we talk about preservation of holoculture in Lincoln Terrace Park. I've done 2 press conferences inside the parks I did one in Harlem, one in Brooklyn. Could you tell me, are your horticulture or your people are still using Roundtree to clean our public parks?
Councilmember, are you referring to Roundup, the
Oh, Roundup.
herbicide?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Yes, Roundup.
not a problem. I can confirm that pursuant with local law, Parks Department isn't generally able to use synthetic pesticides, which would include like
ago,
glyphosate.
We that passed, and I came back like 23, and you were still using it. I had a meeting with you, and you're still using Roundup. So I ask that you really look into that and stop using that for this whole city. New York cannot handle that. And remember, our young people are going into these parks. Our dogs are eating some of the grass, and that's a detriment to their health.
Yeah.
So, do you want to ask it or have a question, a conversation later in regards to that?
Absolutely. I will happily look into this more. I definitely understand the stakes here. I too I have a 3 and a 6-year-old who are in the parks in our planting beds far too often, even when they're not supposed to be. So we understand the importance of this. This is frankly why we have very kind of what I think is kind of crazy ways of killing rats and things like that, because we are very careful about what type of poisons and pesticides and things like that we're using in our parks. So we will happily get back to you and confirm what's being used and what's not being used.
I thank you for that. And you could check the Black Institute. I did 2 press conferences, and we keep looking into it, and you're still using it. So please, could you talk to me? The environment deserves better. Thank you so much, Chair.
Not a problem. All right. I want to acknowledge council members Alexa Aviles and Lincoln Ressler, who we've been joined by. At this time, we're going to go to Councilmember Virginia Maloney.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Shimamura. It's great to see you here. And as a Manhattanite, congratulations on your role. I have to ask about District 4 parks, which is one of the lowest ratios of parkland per resident in the city. And my office has received a lot of inquiries regarding the ongoing closure and renovation of the Tudor City Playground. And that's located on 42nd Street. I'm wondering if you could give me a clear update on the timeline for when it plans to reopen and the cause for delays, if any, and what steps you're taking to improve communication with the community on this project.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember, for the question. So we'll have to get back to you specifically about where we stand with the Tudor City Playground project, but I am somewhat familiar with both this playground and the playground that's across the street. You have 2 kind of sister playgrounds, one on each side. And I will say that I recall from my time as Borough Commissioner that in understanding when and the timeline for Tudor City's playground reconstruction, we really were thinking through also making sure that your community has also access to the one across the street. It does not replace it by any means, but how we think about anytime there's scaffolding in a park, anytime a playground has to get closed down, we take this really seriously. And particularly when we're going into the spring and summer months, it's not something that we do lightly. So where we can either allow for partial access, where we can try to push this work to be only relegated to some portion or phasing of projects, that's really going to be our approach whenever possible. We'll get back to you specifically about where we stand with Tudor City Playground, but overall, just know that we understand the significance of access, particularly in your district, but really across the city, and wherever we can, we're going to limit that.
Thank you for that update, and we will be following up. I also wanted to ask about park concessions revenue, which the preliminary budget shows has dropped by nearly $9 million. Wondering if you can give more information on the breakdown of the cause, specific concession sites or contracts, or any specific locations that account for those losses, and also what steps the agency is taking to backfill lost concession revenue.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I really appreciate the attention to the role that Parks plays It may not be as much as other agencies, but we're really proud of our contributions to the overall fiscal health of our city and ways that we bring in revenue, particularly, and I'll flag our Assistant Commissioner of revenue. I'm sorry, I forget the actual title that you have, David, but who's also here to, who can also answer a little bit more on this. But overall, I'm not sure where the 9 million kind of, yeah, I'm not sure where I see it like a going down in kind of overall budget here, but we do contribute over $50 million per year to the general fund in terms of our concessions and other kind of opportunities that we bring to parks. I mentioned this earlier, but we find in general that the type of concessions that we bring in, the type of businesses that we work with, really does provide a benefit to our park system. People like to have access to sandwiches and drinks and food options. They like to take advantage of opportunities to either to rent a bike and go bike riding through the park, or in the case of Central Park, to rent a sailboat and sail through the model sailboat piece. It's also an opportunity for us because we don't have necessarily kind of strict targets to meet or extremely high targets to meet. It gives us an opportunity to be creative with the type of concession that we look out for. And a good example is what you'll see in City Hall Park in just a couple weeks from now. We've partnered with the Workers Justice Project, Los Deliveristas, to take over one of our, what was a newsstand, and then turn it into a bike battery kind of library system where you can swap out those batteries, get some tuning of your bike done. It is also a concession of ours, and we're really excited about how that's going to complement and provide essential services to New Yorkers. So it's a really diverse portfolio. I'll look to our Assistant Commissioner to see if there's anything else he wants to add about this portfolio of revenue and concessions. Forgive me, David, for forgetting your exact title, but we're really excited about kind of the opportunities ahead. And I'd say the last piece is that we're deeply committed to making sure that the type of opportunities that we have to do business with parks and to do business with the city are diverse and accessible to as many people as possible.
Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I do.
truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, council member. Thank you for the question. I'm David Cerrone, Assistant Commissioner for Business Development, Special Events. Apologies for any confusion. The good news is we are doing well this year. We're tracking ahead of the same time last year. Our revenue target for OMB for this fiscal year is $54 million. We do intend to meet that goal. As the commissioner mentioned, we are always seeking to do more, looking for creative ways to make our parks engaging and fun and activate our open spaces. So if you have ideas, if there's other suggestions that you'd like us to look into, we'd be thrilled.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're going to go over to, is that Western Brooklyn? Yeah, okay. Councilmember Lincoln Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate your thoughtful leadership of this committee. And Commissioner, it's great to see you.
It's good to see you.
I want to thank you for being so generous with your time earlier this month or last month in meeting with me and my team and talking through, 100 parks-related issues in District 33. We could have gone on for hours, but you were incredibly gracious, and really appreciate your thoughtfulness and eagerness to partner, which really comes through in every appearance you have before the council and in every conversation I've had with you. I apologize that I'm late, so I may be bothering you about something that's already come up, but as I think you've heard me say before, I've been deeply concerned about the reduction in part-time headcount in the Parks Department. In the Adams administration, we lost 1,600 part-time workers. It's had an enormous impact on the conditions in our parks. And so while the full-time headcount has been steady, the reduction in the part-time headcount has been a major concern for me and for members of my community as they look around their parks every day. Could you give some insight into what you're planning for currently for headcount, for the part-time headcount for next year, and how we can be helpful in supporting your efforts to ensure that Parks is fully staffed.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember. It's really lovely to work with you always, and I really appreciate the focus here. So, in the short term, and speaking of part-time headcount, I think through also what our seasonal headcount is going to be. We in general, and we haven't actually covered this yet. In general, we jumped from a 5,000 person agency to nearly 10,000 for our summer season, and that includes all types of roles, but the vast majority of those come in the form of maintenance and operations staff. On top of that, we also do lifeguards this way, summer camp programs this way, additional kind of recreational folks that come on board, everything else in between. But really, that's we double, frankly, in size. For for this budget cycle, what we see is essentially the difference is those one-shot funding items is where you see that big differential between it's essentially what would be the budget that was given to us in the last fiscal year. That those one-shot items reflect 277 positions, and they fall across the spectrum from Green Thumb, park rangers, PEP officers, maintenance folks, and others. Certainly, as was mentioned before, they are highly supplemental to these units. The chair has recognized that PEP is essentially the one shots essentially reflect 1/3 of our entire workforce there. For something like Rangers, I think it's almost 50% of that workforce, and so we very much greatly appreciate the kind of one shot funding here, and it is a major part of our overall operations.
So, for the analysis that's shared with us, when we look at the FY22 headcount for part-time workers, which I think includes the seasonal workforce, it was counted at 4,460 workers. As of FY26, our current fiscal year, it was down to 2,774. So a major 1,600 plus person reduction. And, I think that there are lots of different ways that parks can count this and look at this. And to be fair, we saw a meaningful increase in the full-time headcount during that same period. But the significant reduction in the part-time headcount is something that I'm really hoping we can fix together in this budget. So, prelim is the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah.
We've got 3 more months to go. I'm certainly eager to support the chair's efforts to help us increase headcount at the Parks Department. I think it's one of the areas that we frankly just over the last 3 years got an enormous amount of pushback from Mayor Adams and his budget team, and we shouldn't have. And I'm hopeful that if the council's willing to put up the resources and we're willing to fight for the Parks Department, that we'll have a much more cooperative partner on the other side of City Hall. I know we do in our Parks Commissioner. I heard some of my colleagues ask, and Councilmember Zhuang in particular, about pruning and tree management. I'll just add, I know that this was a tough winter and a tough storm, and I know that there were some declines in the first few months of this year as a result of a contractor passing away, the CEO of a contractor passing away. But the timelines on pruning, the reductions in total pruning, the timelines on getting hanging tree limbs removed for the most urgent cases to the least urgent cases, I think all of the timelines are really unacceptable. So I really hope that this is something that you can look at with the team and help to speed up. I just wanted to highlight a couple other items in my last 19 seconds. One is Met Pool has been a real source of frustration. Members of my community are having a protest this Wednesday about the conditions and the fact that it's been closed so long. We had tried to get the Parks Department to begin the capital project while they were trying to identify interim repairs. I don't think that happened, and so we're looking at an extended closure there. Would love to get an update on Parks containerization of garbage. I know there was funding in last year's budget for that. My office has funded Parks containerization of garbage at Cadman Plaza, WNYC Transmitter, McCarran, McGolrick, and other parks, which my community is thrilled about. I think you guys are putting in the money, so I don't need to cover anymore, which is great. But would love real updates on that. And then lastly, and then I'll let you talk, is thrilled with, briefly on 2 things. Thrilled that Deputy Commissioner Borstein and others have been really helpful in supporting the McCarran Asphalt Project, $15 million Parks project in Williamsburg that we're thrilled about, really appreciative of Parks partnership there. And then lastly, Anchorage Plaza in Dumbo. We just heard from David. You have a terrific lead on your concessions team and really appreciate all of his partnership. We're trying to figure out if there's some compromise between vendors and the pickleball vendor, the street vendors and the pickleball vendor to share that space. I know that you're looking into it. Is that something that we can follow up on as well?
Sure.
I'm sorry for peppering you with so many questions.
No, you did. It's great, and thank you. I'm going to look for our acting first deputy commissioner to come up just to talk about the containerization piece, but I think that I can handle these other ones. So I think we owe you a follow-up conversation around Anchorage Plaza. It is tough because ultimately, even in the case where if we were to kind of try to rethink this space, we still need to have kind of parks appropriate uses on these spaces. And when it comes to vending and that sort of thing, it just gets tough. But happy to follow up with you on that. I know it's important to you.
Thank you.
When it comes to pruning, yes, you clearly have read our PMMR and know that this is in part due to our contracting piece. What I'd say is that there's a bigger understanding that relying on the contractors that we have, relying on this pool is the wrong method.
Hear, hear.
We need to diversify. We need to think through. We need to continue to pilot things like in-house planting, in-house pruning, but we need to diversify the size and scope of our contracts, both to keep costs down, but also to get this work done faster and to make sure that we're not building an environment, an atmosphere out there that's not sustainable and just dangerous in so many ways. So we definitely hear you on that. This is a frustrating piece to be in, but we're on the right track. I plan on coming back to you in many future hearings with better numbers on pruning, but ultimately there's a bigger push here to make sure that we are consciously thinking about how we do contracting to build in different size scopes and to add more diversity to this whole pool. For Met Pool, speaking of pools, in my first 6 weeks on this job, Met Pool was a priority visit for mine. So I can tell you that I myself have visited this site because I know how deeply important it is to the community. I too have heard them. I understand the rallies. You don't have to tell me how important it is to have access to pool service. And I know that particularly this one serves many different communities and is truly a gem. We are trying to work as quickly as possible to make sure that this gets reopened in time. And frankly, while this pool is out, I was in there saying we need to do more in this space, cosmetic, but still more. Let's replace those glass panels, make it clearer in there. Let's make sure that that every single piece of exercise equipment on the second floors is actually working and functioning in order. Let's make sure that when this community comes back in, they know that it was time well spent. And so we are trying to do everything we can to push this project along, just like the Brownsville project, another rec center that another council member had brought up. But in particular, I'll tell you that I definitely hear the community's concerns on this one. We're keeping it close. We're trying to push this along. It is complicated just because some of the filtration system is underground, and it just means that it's such a tight space that it's very difficult to do this work. Nevertheless, I don't want your community or your constituents to think that to hear radio silence from us on this. They need to know that we are there constantly, that I myself was there looking at this project, that we are pushing this along. Even if it's not massive updates where they start seeing cranes in that space, I want them to understand that this is not a forgotten project, that we will not let this get lost in the shuffle, that we're going to see this through. So please know that we'll be getting back to you with updates as soon as we have them.
Thank you.
And then when it comes to containerization, I'll let our acting first deputy commissioner give you an update.
First deputy, I'm sorry. Do I have to swear him in?
Please.
Okay. If you can keep your response to 60 seconds. I have to get to the other members. I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's my fault. I asked too much.
Councilmember, good to see you. Thank you for your leadership on containerization. We have now a new custom design enclosure for containerization. We are getting the first several thousand units delivered before June 30th. We're already determining which sites will get them for FY27. The funding from OMB is baselined for this, so it'll take us multiple years to roll it out, but we are now very much in the implementation phase of trash enclosures, trash containerization.
And do you have a timeline for full containerization of Parks garbage?
4 years.
4 years across
Yep.
the city. That's great. Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. All right. Although we're jumping to the other side of the dais, they're not far in geography, so we're going to Councilmember Alexa Aviles.
Thank you, Chair, and very impressed that Queens knows the geography of Brooklyn.
I don't know if it's Queens or if it's just me, but it's okay.
Much kudos, Chair. So congratulations. Really delighted to have you on board. I hope what you heard from my council colleagues today is serious support for the Parks Department, a call for maximized funding that obviously we believe in the 1% of our budget should be dedicated to our Parks Department and making sure that our funding is, we can fund what we need. As you know, Commissioner, I represent District 38, which has the privilege of having 2 recreational centers with 2 pools. I think one of those, Sunset Park, has been under construction for quite a long time. And I'm getting angry emails as the weather is getting nicer about why this time frame continues to push out further and further. But I will say I'm deeply concerned about the capital pipeline here. When I came in, CPI has been a fantastic project to pick up. Many of the green spaces in my district had never been invested in, and CPI is covering a few of them. Among them, Demick Playground. We're invested in Peñarera. We invested in 3 other playgrounds. So right now we have 5 spaces, including our major parks, that have all received multi-million dollars of funding with no seemingly time to see that they're even breaking ground. What is the problem with our capital pipeline and not making sure projects are moving in a reasonable time frame?
Thank you so much for the questions, Councilmember. It's really good to see you. So I think I want to just talk about 2 pieces. First is Sunset Park. I too have visited this park and this recreation center. I hear the community, their eagerness to come back into this space. I trust me when I tell you that we are continuing to work here, that we're eager to see this back open. I was just asking for more updates here. We'll happily give them to your office, but it is top of mind when it comes to trying to reopen these spaces. We've had multiple conversations in just my first 2 months here on the job, and a lot of them have been around Sunset Park, so in particular. So we'll happily give you some more updates, but know that it is top of mind here, and we understand that this is a community that heavily relies on it. It's a beautiful space. It's a beautiful center. It's a beautiful community that you represent over there, and I'm really eager to deliver for them. When it comes to, but your bigger question around the capital process, I'm happy to talk a little bit about it, but let me just get to the point at the end here, is that this is a process that is extremely long. We have made improvements, particularly around procurement. Procurement has gone down, and you do see it faster, but there is still certainly much more that can be done, and you have my commitment that we are looking at this very closely. I have already had, I'm guessing, at least 10 meetings with our Deputy Commissioner of Capital to try to understand this process step by step and see where we can shave down the time. I do not want to sit here for years to come and just tell you, yes, it's years. It takes 5 to 7 years to build a project. We are deeply committed to trying to shave this down and make sure that your community can actually see some benefits. Ultimately, you do see a pretty standard design timeline of 12 months. But before you get to procurement, you do see a post-design kind of process where we are trying to we have to, by law, adhere to a lot of different regulations around, be it stormwater management or other type of kind of adherence to rules with DOB and others. It's all good things, but it takes time. And oftentimes the back and forth between our agencies is, in my opinion, unacceptable. So we are working on this together. We've done some takes. DEP actually has a staff member who actually sits in our office to try to increase that communication. We are in frequent communication with our colleagues at other agencies, and I really sincerely hope to come back to you to demonstrate ways that we've both improved this, because we have since 2023. We have made some modest improvements, but there is still more work to be done, and we're looking forward to continuing to think through this with our other sister agencies to make sure that this timeline can get shortened.
Great, thank you. We look forward to certainly those conversations and having you come to our district to walk through the many, many projects that are on the table. I think I'd also like to just put forward, glad to hear about the containerization. Certainly Sunset Park is a great park for containerization. It now welcomes illegal trash dumping because it has no place to put trash at its entrance, which is really a new thing that's only happened the last couple of years, and it's offensive, actually. to our community. So love to work with you more on these issues, and we need to get to 1% for parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Chair.
I just want to say to the public, thank you for your patience. The advocates that are here, we're almost there. So thank you for your patience. All right, we're in your district. Yeah. All right, Councilmember Chris Marte.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the advocates for waiting for so long. And thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Sorry that I was late. I had a hearing next door. But I want to thank the administration in investing in Vladeck Park. It's a hidden park within a massive public housing development that's been overlooked for decades. And so to see that announcement last month brought joy to me, joy to the tenant association and many of the residents. And so it just really shows where this administration's values are and their moral compass when it comes to investing in green spaces. So thank you so much for that. My question is, Parks Department has made a commitment for tree canopy all throughout the city. However, there's certain neighborhoods that can't have tree canopy, like Soho and Tribeca, because we have vaulted streets. What methods are you looking to help greenify or make those streets greener to try to at least accomplish something in those neighborhoods if we can't accomplish tree canopies?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If I I just want to spend just a quick moment on Vladeck. You know this, Vladeck is very near and dear to my heart. Vladeck, even to our community board, was unknown as a park space for years, and that community board knows their stuff. So it was amazing to know that this park went under the radar, smack dab in the middle of very, very dense Nycc housing around everywhere, has not been touched in over 20 years. This is the beauty of CPI. This is the beauty of projects like this. It's done in partnership with our elected officials when we know that something needs to get done, when we know that it is going to take in a major influx of money. We're very proud to be able to have a program like this. So thank you. I look forward to breaking ground on that project. When it comes to neighborhood parks in your neighborhood, and you mentioned them that have like an inability because of the underground infrastructure to grow trees, this is where then we look at other tools in our toolkit, particularly around the green streets. And you have worked in one. You and I have both worked on one in particular. We have a good partnership with DOT to think through some of these green streets and the areas where we can add more green infrastructure. We know what's at stake. It is not just kind of luxury tree trimmings here. It is actually water retention. It really does create a sense of community in these spaces. And so where we can, we're happy to work in partnership with our elected officials, with the community members there, to think through how do we improve these green streets and make the most of these spaces. It is always in partnership with our other agencies, and I want to emphasize that because sometimes that gets frustrating to work with more people and more pieces of government. But to the best of our abilities, what I can commit to you is that we are trying to ease this as much as possible, that we're trying to be the convener, that we're happy to work in partnership with DOT, with others, to try to build out as much kind of green infrastructure as possible. And parks is really the human entity. That's really the difference between us, and I'd argue, with other agencies. With all due respect to my other agencies, we start every single capital project with community input. We really do think through what is going to activate these spaces, not just what are they going to do and serve, but how are we going to activate it? How are we going to bring into the community? So wherever possible, that's going to be the lens that we take to these spaces, one of high collaboration, and try to build spaces that the community can actually use and appreciate.
Yeah, thank you for that response, and also thank you for all your quick work in Barnett-Newman Triangle. It looks night and day out there, and I think the community really loves it, honestly. Is there a database to show not only all green streets, but parks that don't have a friends group? And so as elected officials, maybe we can help organize our neighbors to start some sort of, coalition or group to be that partner on the ground.
It's such a great question. So the Green Street piece, we have lists, but I don't think we have a publicly accessible database. It is long, and we are frankly actually in communication with DOT right now on refining that list. So we can happily get back to you with either an information that we have, but thinking through how we make that more publicly available. When it comes to the Friends groups, what I think that you have currently on the Vital Parks Explorer, which is public, is looking at any sort of volunteer projects that have happened. So it's not necessarily a Friends group, but it gives you a sense of like, where is there good things happening in these spaces? We can certainly think through that. We have Partnerships for Parks, which is of course our kind of arm of the agency that helps activate, but I think it's a great kind of goal to set to make sure that we have active groups in every single park, Green Street, and any other space that we have in our portfolio.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Alrighty. With that, 11. Okay. So I do have just a couple questions, and then that is it. Has the department considered putting housing on top of future recreation centers?
Thank you for the question. So, two pieces. One is that just in general, parkland needs to be used by law for park purposes. So, any sort of like looking at any. This wouldn't happen, I'm assuming, but if you wanted to put a piece of housing on Central Park or something like that, it would mean a true alienation would go into effect, and you'd have to go through several kind of steps with passing legislation on the state and city level in order to make that happen. However, on the flip side, while we are kind of mandated to protect the parkland that we have and use it for parks appropriate purposes, we are also thinking through creative ways to expand park services and recreational services beyond parkland. And one example of that has just recently come up is what's happening at 388 Hudson. This is a lot of land that will have completely 100% affordable housing go up on it. And on the first 3 floors, we're very excited to be partnering with HPD for the first time ever in a new recreation center that will be put and located on those first 3 floors. So we're talking competition-size swimming pool, basketball tournaments that could happen in the new basketball court, weight rooms, media center, dance labs, areas for after school, the whole 9 yards that could happen in partnership with HPD on a completely affordable housing development. It's game changing and is a really innovative way to think through kind of extending park services on parkland spaces. So we're really excited to see that to continue to go through, and are happy to think through other opportunities like that.
Okay, I'd love to have further conversation
Yeah.
with you about that. I think I may have an idea for a space in my district.
Great.
Okay. Couple more questions. Has the department considered? Sorry. Okay. Has the department considered completely in-housing certain parts of their operations to provide more New Yorkers with well-paying jobs and lowering the cost of contracts? I'm referring to pruners and climbers for the most part.
Yeah, thank you. I think that right now, given the finite resources that we have, the balance that we hit is one where we're very excited to kind of work in concert with both the contracts that we have as well as our in-house crews. Typically, just for like pruning work, our contractors do the work for the vast majority of pruning on a 7-year cycle. We really want to keep to that cycle because that is the best practices and standard within the industry to prune all of our trees within 7 years. However, our in-house team is able to do like slightly more technical, highly skilled kind of work that like requires a little bit more kind of attention and detail, and can come out of a priority list that's not this kind of cyclical piece. So it complements that work in a very good way. Similar with our in-house tree planting, this is something that we just started to undertake just since I think 2024, and we're seeing that also is able to complement the work of kind of our contracted work. Actually, our in-house tree planting, I was just looking this up before beforehand, is actually working in Queens right now, not in, I believe, in and around your district, trying to plant as much as we can there first and prioritizing these neighborhoods. So, it is something that it's a bit of a balancing act between the two. But certainly we're looking and monitoring very closely the impact of having in-house crews and how that has helped kind of further our work.
I appreciate that. What is the current budgeted and actual head count for climbers and pruners, and what is their average salary?
Thank you. I think our, while I looked this up, I believe our climbers and pruners are around 90 individual. We have 90 climbers and pruners, and starting salary is looking again is 75,000. And you may recall this, but our climbers and pruners are a very specific, very dangerous, very intense technical work. And we're very proud of the fact that we've had just the second cohort of kind of in-house training that we've done to kind of build up those ranks. I just congratulated 14 new graduates. We've already started training another crew, and they'll be graduating in a year.
Is there an update on the apprenticeship program?
Yes, that is the update. So we've had 2 successful cohorts go through, each adding around 14 or 15 people every time. This is a really intensive training. I can't emphasize this enough. Getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, starting work, working in very cold, very hot conditions, trying to do heavy duty tree work, as you heard from other council members, in very tight condition, very tight spaces, and trying to work in New York City is an art. And something that needs to be really kind of has a whole different type of skill set. And so we're very, very proud of our success thus far. We're looking forward to having another third successful cohort in the next year.
Out of curiosity, are there any positions or areas where the department could effectively reduce its contract budget by bringing those operations in-house?
It's a good question, and we'll continue to monitor this. Like I said, the in-house programs that we have, both for tree pruning and for planting, are relatively new. So we're still looking at how that work is complemented or can double down and work in concert with the contracts that we have. So certainly we're continuing to monitor this and look forward to kind of continuing to be cognizant of what happens in-house versus with external.
As you all monitor that, is it more of an informal monitoring system, or do you have a formal way of assessing?
Well, what I'd say is that certainly we understand the significance of, there are a couple major things that are coming up. One is that this year we plan on releasing the Urban Forest Plan, which talks about the significance of planting trees and maintaining our canopy in order to get to 30%. 2 is that we understand the significance, and here we heard it all day today, around making sure that we're caring for our trees, but also planting as expeditiously as possible to serve these communities. So it is something that we are kind of internally discussing, and happy to loop you into those conversations too, to talk about what lessons we've learned thus far. It's only been a year or so since these programs have started, so the ability to understand that impact and what our inter-house teams are doing versus contracts is still something that I think needs a little bit of time to actually fully understand. But I am certainly interested in holding ourselves accountable, because frankly, it makes a difference in terms of how I advocate for funding and how I talk to our administration, which is very interested in making sure that we're serving New Yorkers as expeditiously with the best possible services possible. So we expect to hold ourselves accountable.
I appreciate that. I'd like to have follow-up conversations about that as well. Okay. I do have, I'm sorry, I almost forgot about Councilmember Santos-Soso. Just a couple questions from the council member. Have the requirements set by Intro 800 and 978 passed in April 2025 been met by Parks? Yeah. That would be publication of criteria for prioritizing tree maintenance, pruning schedule, etc.
Great. So I'll look to our Assistant Commissioner, Ben Osborne, to give us an update on those specific pieces of legislation. At a high level, what I'll say is that we are tracking those passages of those legislation, and I believe that we are on track to meet those requirements. But I'll look to our Assistant Commissioner.
While he's doing that, I'm just going to move on. How much does an inspection by a private contractor versus an in-house forester cost the city? And I'm sorry, how much does a 12-inch tree removal by a private contractor versus an in-house crew costs the city. So it's kind of
So what I'd say before our assistant commissioner comes up to talk about that first piece is that we frankly monitor the cost of what it costs our city, but are not probably able to speak to the kind of private industry and what the costs can range. What I would say is that the average cost to remove a tree, including the stump, is $3,028. That's our average cost for FY26. And then I'm happy to give additional costs if it's based on stump or pruning one tree or planting one tree. We can also provide this information to the council member to give her that entire breakdown. But we, typically, I think if what the council member is getting at is like the cost of like private industry versus public, without even looking closely at that private data, I would probably say it would be likely to see that it costs more for the city to do it. But there are good reasons for that. We use labor, we use unionized labor. We are comprehensively looking at this work. We are doing it based on larger contracts. We are not only just planting or removing a tree, but when we're thinking about this work, we said it before, we're not doing this piecemeal. Now we're doing this comprehensively. We're going to expand tree beds to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future. We're going to plant a new tree. We're going to fill in other tree pits where trees can't be done. And when we leave, it's going to be done and we won't have to deal with this anymore in that spot. We'll have to continue, we'll get to continue on and move on to another portion of the city. So what we're doing is more comprehensive. What we're doing is typically more expensive. But I would argue that we're very proud of that work and think that it's the best way to care for the entire city as a whole. But I'll turn to you, Ben, to just give more about the legislation.
Sure. And before I respond to that, Chair, I just want to make sure I'm responding to the correct piece of legislation. Was this the one that was ultimately passed as Local Law 59 of 2025, or is this a different bill?
This was Intro 800 and Intro 978 passed in April of 2025.
So yeah, the second one would be the building clearance one.
So I'm happy
First
to
one we'll have
respond
to
to that. The first we may need to get back to you on. But in regards to the
And I'm sure if there's any follow-up, the council member will follow up.
Certainly. Okay. In regards to the law requiring prioritization for tree work, including a request for building clearance, we are on track to be compliant with that legislation, which goes into effect in May. We're building out the digital tools right now to be able to record the results of our inspections, similar to how we do with risk assessment currently.
What percentage of park bathrooms are open right now?
Great question. I'll happily look to our acting first deputy commissioner to give specific data. But I think I would also just flag, because I think a couple news articles came out about this recently. Typically, the vast majority of our bathrooms are open and functioning. If they are closed, we report on that internally to ourselves to make sure that we know if closure is happening due to a reconstruction project or due to some sort of maintenance issue. We do track this pretty granularly on a monthly basis, looking at when these bathrooms are closed and the reasons why, and making sure that we are reporting this internally as well. So we take this seriously. It is not something that we kind of just will say openly, saying that all of them are open, when the truth is that we know when some are closed due to some sort of other kind of issue, and are pretty closely monitoring this. But I'll look to our acting first deputy commissioner to give specific details.
Right before you answer, and I just want to keep my word, there was a constituent who stopped me and it just came to mind. St. Albans Park, renamed after the late council member Archie Spigner. The bathrooms or the comfort stations, there are no doors on these stalls. So just flagging that for you. I don't know who it would go to, but just wanted to flag that. Want to keep my word to the constituent. Oh, well, look at that.
Thank you for that note, council member. That'll be taken care of.
Thank you.
On any day, our average rate is 90% of our 700 some public restrooms are open. Again, they change from day to day. They frankly change from hour to hour if we have vandalism or a medical emergency or a longer term closure. But we're very proud that we, again, as the commissioner said, we track it on a very, very fine basis. And our average open rate is plus or minus 90% on every day, 7 days a week.
Thank you. Former Councilmember Justin Brennan passed a local law that all agencies must coordinate with each other to perform any work prior to repaving of a road. to what extent does DOT coordinate with parks when repaving? Are there any issues around repaving and trees?
So I'll look to our acting first deputy commissioner to give a little bit of detail here. I think that the truth is that we're talking to our sister agencies every day, if not every hour. Some coordination is happening. One in particular, which I think has to do specifically around paving, is maybe state of good repair, which I'd like to take the opportunity to kind of discuss or have our acting first deputy commissioner discuss. But when it comes to tree work, this is something that happens at a staff level regularly. Actually, the council member who was here before knows this pretty well, but we have, oftentimes parks won't plant a tree in an area because we have confirmation from another agency that they're about ready to dig up that area for another project or something like that. We do this type of clearance and coordination regularly, all the time. When it comes to particular sidewalk pavings and replacement and that sort of work, we actually have a great working relationship with DOT in particular. Our acting first deputy commissioner kind of leads a lot of that work, and so we're in close coordination with them, but I'll let you talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think for two things. First of all, for paving, we work very closely with DOT on when they're repaving parks assets. We have a great working relationship with them. They've done what we call multi-purpose paved areas, large asphalt areas. They've done parking lots. They've done park roads for us. So obviously that's done at our request, so very close working relationship. And then we're into the 8th year of a relationship with their sidewalk replacement program, where we provide the funding and the sites, and they come in through their contractors and their partnership with DDC to replace concrete sidewalks adjacent to parks. So both of those are very powerful relationships, two agencies working very closely together, and in the both cases really, because they're generally capitally funded, getting very good work done very inexpensively and very quickly.
The next question is somewhat of a follow-up, I think, to the last question that I asked. There has been an increase in hiring contractors and seasonal workers in the last 10 years. What barriers does your department face in hiring full-time union-eligible staff?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that, again, to be clear, my understanding is that the work that our contractors do is not the same work that our in-house team does. They're kind of specific scopes of work. The contractor work, particularly with trees, has to do with your sort of regular kind of pruning type and that sort of work, whereas our work that we have in-house is really more specialized in terms of like the type of technique and the technical skill level needed to address those concerns. This is something that's still relatively new for us to try to have those in-house teams and making sure that we have kind of discrete and specific portfolios of work that we're doing and making sure that they are complementary to each other. So we're still looking at this, but it is a way, the contracted work is a way for us to be able to still meet those mandates, still meet those best practices when it comes to tree health, when it comes to taking care of our canopy, and when it comes to kind of rolling out this planting. The amount of time, I know that there's oftentimes been critique of how long it's going to take us to do this entire planting of the city and assessment of the city, but in 9 years' time, to be able to do that in that 9-year time does mean having kind of the work in complement with like the contractors that we're working with. That's how we're going to meet those targets. But I do, I think that I appreciate the question because it does go towards the idea of thinking through what building out our own ranks would look like. And certainly, again, going back to the larger question of park staff, we're happy to do. We know that we have responsibilities and we have mandates to uphold and kind of goalposts to hit. We're very happy to do this work with the resources that we have. Were we given more resources, we'd happily receive them. But for the time being, with what we have, with the kind of goal in mind of serving New Yorkers, making sure that they all have plantable trees in the next 9 years, this is.
I mean, would you say it's for you all? Is it more ideal to have certain responsibilities contracted out versus actually having in-house staff that would handle those? And it doesn't have to just do with tree pruning, but just whatever work is contracted out, those responsibilities.
I think it really depends on the type of work. And to go away from trees, we also have things like technology contracts that we have that are doing some of this work. We have other, a kind of wide range of work. So I think it really does depend on where we're thinking this through. But I don't know if you, since we have our acting first deputy commissioner here, if you want to talk about the IT side of things. But
I mean, we don't have to go into the IT side. Has there been a full assessment of the entire agency's contracts to see where certain work can be moved in-house rather than contracting it out to these different companies?
I can't say that there's been a full assessment, but we talk project by project or type of work by type of work. And I think as the commissioner referenced earlier or very recently in her remarks, generally what we find is that bringing those resources in-house, bringing that work in-house will be more expensive more costly to the city than outsourcing it or having a private contractor do it. Largely because one of the reasons is if you bring the source in-house, you have to buy all the equipment, and when you're talking about tree work, you're talking about very expensive trucks. You have to buy a lot of equipment to outfit those staff members. You have to have a building or a place for them to work out of. So these are costs that are all built into the costs that are passed on to the private contractor. So I can't say we've looked at every contract, but I could say we've looked at specific types of work.
Sure.
That are done by private contractors.
So I guess to make it more specific, or just to hone it in on the pruning inspector and pruning work, what level of headcount would be required to bring in-house the block pruning inspector and the folks that do pruning work?
We'd have to look at this more, but what I'd say is that the inspector piece is just one component. And oftentimes, I don't actually know, I'd look to our assistant commissioner for forestry to confirm this, but like inspectors, when I have just recently experienced the inspector pieces during the storms, when we have 2,000 311 calls saying a downed tree is there, we will typically send our inspector out first to go assess what type of what the severity of the work, the type of response needed, kind of where this is going to fall, the amount of manpower we need in order to respond to those pieces. That's not necessarily the same thing for, I think, our block pruning program, which is just more of your routine maintenance of these trees on a 7-year basis. And certainly I think that like our entire forestry division is something that is frankly the work is only achieved, as our acting first deputy commissioner said, through this complement of contracts and in-house crews. So I'll let you, our AC for forestry, kind of talk more about the role of inspectors specifically, but just to kind of clarify, I'm not sure if inspectors are needed for block pruning.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member. So yes.
Chairs.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. We do inspect each of our trees using consultants prior to performing block pruning. And while those consultants do receive the same basic level of training that our in-house inspectors, our foresters do in tree risk assessment, the work is far more routine. And so it's not uncommon for folks who have worked as consultant inspectors to eventually seek employment with the Parks Department as they gain experience. But as the commissioner said, the scopes of work of the block pruning, contracted work, whether it's the inspection or the work itself, are complementary to that of the work that our in-house crews do, which is more varied, more diverse, and ultimately like a kind of deeper technical skill set that gets developed over time.
Thank you for that. And final question from the council member: how many years long is the capital project backlog? How many additional landscape architects does the Parks Department need to hire to eliminate the backlog?
We have, thank you for the question. We have 500 projects currently right now that are either in design, procurement, or construction. For this upcoming fiscal year, we have 91 projects that are kind of lined up to go into that process. And I believe that out of those 91, there are going to be 24 of those that there's a likelihood that we will not be able to begin them in this fiscal year. So we probably have around 24 projects that we'll have to wait until the next fiscal year to start. Uh, the question around specific landscape architects, it's a harder question to respond to because every project does not require a landscape architect. Some of those projects are PRBs, public restroom buildings, or require other staff. But right now, 500 in the process, 91 slated to start in this next year. 91 that are waiting to start. Of those 91, 24 are likely to wait until the next fiscal year to start.
Understood. Thank you. Commissioner and deputy commissioners and chiefs and everyone else, thank you so much for being here today with us. That concludes our questions for you all. Thank you for, again, sitting out 5 hours, and thank you to the advocates and the public. We're going to open it up for public testimony now. All right. I want to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms to the left and the right of the room for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, the FY27 Parks Preliminary Budget. With that, we're going to call our first panel. If I mispronounce your name, my apologies. Just please correct me at the mic. Dejon Williams, President of Local 299, DC 37. Ralph Bonelis, Vice President of Local 983, DC 37. Marshall Lee Welmer, DC 37, Local 375. Raina Wong, Rayno Wong. Okay. 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 Are you all staying? Oh, I appreciate that. I really, no, let me take a moment and say that. I really appreciate that. And in several other committees, we've seen agencies leave as soon as their testimony was completed. So thank you for listening to the public and the advocates and the union. Thank you so much, really. All right. No? Okay. All right, we're gonna get started. Start to the left.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Dejon Williams. I'm local president of 299, excuse me, representing recreation workers in the Parks Department. And today our concern is retention, which you all talked about a little bit earlier. Some years ago, before COVID, we were slated to receive about 200 employees. Then COVID hit. Those employees it never transpired into jobs. We service different programs for seniors through toddlers, Swim for Life, Kids in Motion, Puppeteers, Senior Fitness, community festivals, Movies Under the Sun, after-school programs, summer camps, all throughout the city. Um, the shortage in backfilling is also an issue. When we have members who are promoted, those recreation center staff, they're not replaced due to the hiring freezes that have been on for some time now. With 7 facilities closed at the moment, those staff have been maneuvered out. We have several facilities starting to be reopened, and our concern is where those staff going to come from now that they're in other locations. With the brand new facilities that are opening, those have budgets for staffing. But what are we going to do for those other staff locations who, those staff people were spread out within boroughs? Every summer, we get about 200 to 250 summer hires in Kids in Motion and Summer Camp. Those are great programs that we run. But again, sometimes those numbers aren't all the way to the 200 and 250 due to low salaries, which start at about $20 an hour. So those are some of our concerns for staffing areas. Okay, those are our concerns for staffing those areas and just making sure we have great programming being run throughout the Parks Department.
I want to say thank you to you and your members for the work that you do.
Thank you.
As someone who was a camp director with an agency that had a license agreement with Parks Department, one of the most difficult jobs in the world, but it's still one of the most rewarding as well.
Correct.
I do want to ask you one question.
Yes.
Because of the shortage, have your members at times had to work additional hours or cover shifts?
Yes, they are usually compensated comp time or overtime, depending upon what the budgeting system is looking like for that borough. But yes, there are times where they do overtime.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ralph Basleys, DC 37, Local 983. We represent a number of titles. I'm here today on behalf of the APSWs, the Associate Park Service Workers, the Urban Park Rangers, the Park Enforcement Officers, as well as the City Seasonal Aides. So I'll try and be quick. These titles, not just because they elected me to represent them, are the backbones of the Parks Department. The APSWs, all the things that management spoke about today, those 9,500 trees that were planted, there is 4 APSWs assigned to them. They operate all the heavy-duty equipment within the Parks Department. They're required to carry a commercial driver's license. They remove all of the garbage. They plant the trees, the beach rakes, all of beach operations. Those beaches wouldn't be able to function in addition to all the other property without the APSWs. Those wingo wagons that everybody loves, they operate those as well. So the 1% is not enough. We want 2%, but we'll start with 1%. And now we'll go over to the UPRs. As the commissioner stated, she did a great job of identifying all the titles. I am a park enforcement officer by title. We all take a UPR exam. We're required to pass a 16-week academy. We have to pass a pretty thorough investigative background by the police department to be special patrolmen in order to make arrests, issue summonses. The beaches, in addition to everything the park enforcement officers do to preserve and protect this free recreational space, at the beaches, when there aren't enough lifeguards, which happens more often than not, they close a section of beach, they put up red flags. It's the park enforcement officer's job to make sure the public is educated not to go in there, obviously, and horrible things happen if you swim without lifeguards. So I'm just scratching across the surface, and then we have the Urban Park Rangers who do the educational. Not to put them on the spot, there's one in the back there, Harry Aguilar. Harry. He can also testify if you guys would like. They basically do free educational programs all throughout New York City. Pop-up programs, camping programs, educational about wildlife, trees, so on and so forth. Lastly, I'll be quick. The city seasonal aides go to maintenance as well as security. They're also at the beaches and pools, keeping them clean, keeping them safe. With PEP, they do a security at all the pools. To sum everything up, gentlemen, all these services are one of the few things that are left free in New York City. Parks is free. The rec center, 17 and under, you're allowed to sign up for free. The beaches, the pools, they're free. The ranger programs are free. The budget's already in place. This current mayoral administration spoke a lot about free stuff. Instead of reinventing the wheel, just fund the stuff that's already there. Not because I get more members out of it, but these are free services to New Yorkers that their cash-strapped parents are being congestively priced out of. They're paying for garbage cans. Our members, and I could speak for all of us, the rec centers as well, which is staffed by the members, these are free services provided to New Yorkers. So please give us the 1%, give us more, and thank you. And I need a Red Bull.
I do have a follow-up question for you, if that's okay. What's the morale like amongst your members?
It's positive. It depends on the day. Ask me on a hot day when it's 100 degrees at Rockaway Beach and there's 7.5, everything could always be better. But I could speak for our titles. I mean, we need to retain members more. The salaries obviously need to go up. The APSWs, they're required to carry CDLs, which is a major responsibility. They see Amazon, they see UPS, they see sanitation making these crazy salaries. That comes up a lot. The park ranger salary has gotten better over the course of my 20-year career, but things could always be better, and it would help with retention and training all these individuals, which costs money. So you would probably save money there if everything could be bumped up just a little bit.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name's Raina. I'm a park tree planting forester at New York City Parks. I'm here representing DC 37 as the president of Chapter 7 of Local 375, the Civil Service Technical Guild. I wanted to speak a little bit to the staffing shortages we have in forestry. In the tree planting team, it's an immense challenge. Ever since I started in 2023, we've had staffing shortages with a team of about 20 people, survey every street and every park in New York City. We have people regularly managing multiple multi-million-dollar contracts. I'm currently stepping in to help another team manage a contract because of staffing shortages. And I'd imagine this work will only become more intense with the neighborhood tree planting program, where we will be required to plant every available space every 9 years. A lot of people have brought concerns about the sidewalk. This is obviously a big concern for members of the public. And really the only way we can get sidewalks repaired quickly from tree damage is to expand staffing of the trees and sidewalks team. And particularly we need to be hiring construction project managers for this role, because this team has one of the highest turnover rates because the contract management is extremely complex and the members of this team don't feel fairly compensated. And I would say the biggest staffing shortages are probably for tree maintenance. I would really like to advocate for the continuation of the climber pruner apprenticeship program because that's the only way we're able to guarantee an adequate stock of staff to do the essential tree maintenance work alongside the borough foresters to be able to keep our city safe, to be able to, the commissioner mentioned, meet our goal of this 30% canopy, which tree preservation is actually one of the most important parts of, and I think that's underlooked. Currently non-union contractors are used to fill a lot of these gaps, and their quality of work and their speed of work is typically not on to par with parks workers because our training is centralized. So yeah, just wanted to point out some of the ways the staffing shortages are affecting our work day to day.
Thank you. And would you say with the apprenticeship program that the individuals who have gone through or completed the program, does it seem just from your conversations with your members that they're likely to stay with the department, just from conversation? I know I'm asking you to kind of speculate, but.
Yeah, the climber pruners I actually don't represent in my local. They have their own local, but in my conversations with them, it seems to be a good job. I think they, would like higher pay, of course, like a lot of other titles do. But it's an incredible opportunity to get a very unique training while still being paid during the training. And so I think it's something that's really necessary for both the career development of people in New York City who don't have a lot of opportunities to get this kind of training, and in order to ensure that we have qualified individuals for this type of work.
Understood. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marshall Lee Weimer. I am a Manhattan Borough Forester with DC 37 Local 375. I'm a delegate for the Chapter 7, my president here. The city currently spends about 20% of its budget on outsourcing public work to private contractors, which has been increasing on an average of 6% every year since 2009. This is a problem particularly felt within the Parks Department, an agency whose management and operations have been continually outsourced and privatized since the city's fiscal crisis over a half century ago. This is true in who designs our green spaces, who maintains them, and who effectively controls them. In Parks Forestry, private contractors complete the regular maintenance, pruning of all city street trees and parkland trees and handle much of our maintenance work, as the commissioner explained. It also includes stump removals and also forest pest management of contracts, of which I oversee for Manhattan. However, the consultants and contractors, again, do not have the same safety standards, they do not have the same training, and they also do cost the city more on average. In-house forestry is about 2/3 the cost. Parks should be doing a lot of this work in-house, and we can, whether that be in-house tree planting or like the city of Chicago is able to do in-house block pruning of all of their city trees. If we want to reach the goals of the urban forest plan by achieving 30% canopy by 2035, we should be moving more of this work to in-house and not spending so much on these expensive contracts. This is also in line with making sure we meet that budget gap that the city is currently facing of $5.4 billion. There's an opportunity for the city to both save money on forestry operations while expanding them by moving the contract funding to in-house workforce development and permanent line funding of forestry, landscape architect, resident engineer staff in the Parks Department. And just as a constituent services things, if you want your constituents' residences pruned, you want to reduce the flooding and heat island effect inside your districts, increase the economic activity of storefronts, since shade does do that, and ensure every New Yorker can have a safe, equitable, and enjoyable experience under the shade of your urban canopy. We have to fund public works for public workers.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. I'm sorry? This is a committee council. I'm the member. I'm the one listening to you. Thank you. All right, our next panel is going to be Maximus Barton, Irina Goldstein, Adam Ganger. Okay. And Heather LaBeouf. Sorry, Adam. I mispronounced. Yeah. I'm like, I know this doesn't seem right. It's the testimony? Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, you can begin. We'll start to the left, to my left.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Irina Goldstein. I was raised and currently live in City Council District 39. So grew up in New York City. I come here today as a New Yorker, a union member, and a parks worker. I specifically work for the NRG, the Natural Resource Group, that works to preserve and protect our forever wildlands, which are what we think of as like a traditional forest. Right now, the mayor is proposing to cut funds to parks. This means that people who have dedicated their lives to the environmental stewardship in their communities will probably continue to receive paltry wages, $24 an hour. Try raising your family on those, on that wage. This means that workers will probably continue to have long commutes because they do not earn enough to live near the parks they maintain, or there are not enough parks jobs in their local communities. right now I commute about an hour to work, and some of my fellow coworkers are commuting an hour and 15. And this means that the city will probably not make people who have seasonal positions funded through Playfair permanent staff, allowing people to live with job precarity. From the federal to the local level, when governments need to tighten their budget belts, politicians cut funding to parks. I believe this is because I believe this is because park labor is invisible to the public. People think working in our public green spaces is cool, niche, and an enjoyable alternative to an office job. But these laborers use their bodies to maintain parklands, which are places that boost our mental health, forests to capture carbon, much needed third places, and wetlands to mitigate the effects of flooding from storms charged by climate change. And who are the gardeners, foresters, and ecologists? They're just people with a lot of, okay, sorry, and then, yeah, they're people who know the difference between, that can ID an oak tree, a maple, a sweet gum, in the winter, in the summer, in the fall, and have knowledge that they have developed over years. So yeah, please don't cut funding for our parks, for our planet, and for our workers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Max Barton, Laborers Local 1010, Union Rep, 2,500 members. We build New York City's infrastructure. New York City parks and our city trees provide a critical canopy or a natural infrastructure that mitigates heat, reduces stormwater runoff, and improves our air quality. The city has set an ambitious goal to increase this canopy to 30% by 2035. New Yorkers are struggling with affordability. The city is trying to address affordability, all while doing their best to respond to this amid a budget deficit without cutting services, especially on our beloved parks, which offer free recreation and low cost or free programming for all New Yorkers to enjoy. This administration is looking for ways to improve government efficiency, an approach we support, and being creative on how we achieve this. One way to do this has been proven for time and time again to be efficient is project labor agreements. For decades, project and labor agreements have provided consistent labor standards across all bidders, ensuring that contractors complete efficiency and quality rather than the lowest possible labor cost. They also support workforce training, safety standards, and predictable staffing for complex public works. As reported by the New York City Mayor's Office of Contract Services, the City of New York and the Building Construction Trades Council of Greater New York have been parties to various project labor agreements since 2009. These PLAs have been an important component of the city's complexion and delivery of public works by establishing consistent works rules across construction projects, reducing the administrative burden and cost on construction agencies, and providing opportunities for city residents and businesses. The recent PLAs have also increased opportunities and add flexibility for minority and women-owned business enterprises, MWBEs, allowing their workforce to gain valuable experience on city projects and build their companies and provide good paying career opportunities for low-income communities. The city has multiple active PLAs, but absent from this inclusion in New York parks is forestry work. An oversight hearing held in September 2025 that focused on the Parks Department contracting practices and vendor accountability testimony provided by Cornell University's School of Industrial Labor Relations found promising results from these contractors operating on project labor agreements. And in recent parks databases, tree planting contractors performed by union signatory firms demonstrated faster planting completion and higher short-term survivability rates. My time is over, so I'll end it right there.
Good afternoon. I'm Heather Lubov, Executive Director of City Parks Foundation, a nonprofit that delivers free programming reaching 300,000 New Yorkers, enlivening our city's parks and creating social cohesion and community. Through Summer Stage, the Puppet Mobile, sports lessons, and environmental education, our free programs encourage people to use their parks. Through Partnerships for Parks, a public-private collaboration with NYC Parks, we support more than 420 grassroots volunteer groups and 28,000 volunteers who care for parks. Through the New York City Green Fund, we raise and re-grant $2.5 million annually to support groups that are programming and maintaining parks. Central to our work is the Parks Equity Initiative, which we are asking the Council to expand after years of flat funding. This initiative pays for the staff who engage volunteers, provide technical assistance, distribute grants, and build stewardship capacity, particularly in environmental justice communities. Every dollar invested through the initiative multiplies into more volunteer hours, community capacity, and greener neighborhoods. Expansion of funding will not only help us to continue supporting the groups that we work with, but will also help us implement the pilot work we started on the urban forest plan to identify and train tree stewardship groups, increase our tree canopy, and support climate goals. Ultimately, though, our work really depends on a well-resourced Parks Department, which is why the preliminary budget is so concerning. We're genuinely excited to work with an administration that has an ambitious and progressive agenda, but in its current form, the preliminary budget does not match that ambition. It proposes millions of dollars less than last year's adopted budget, eliminates staffing lines, and fails to protect the 276 parks workers set to lose their jobs at the end of the fiscal year. The department has been cut to the bone, and staffing is inadequate in every possible way, from maintenance and forestry to permitting, from legal and capital planning to recreation. It becomes harder and harder to do our work when the agency can barely do its own. New Yorkers deserve a thriving public realm. Please add funding per the Play Fair Coalition's agenda and expand the Parks Equity Initiative. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Adam Ganzer. I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. I want to thank everybody for sticking around. Thank you very much. I have a long thing that I want to read, but I'm not going to read it. I just want to talk about where the parks stand on a staffing perspective. The 276 positions that we're talking about, these are one-shot positions. The idea that half of the ranger team or a third of the PEP enforcement patrol team is funded with one-shot deals. These are colleagues of full-time staff, and they don't know if they're going to have jobs at the end of the year. These are play fair positions that we got many, many years ago, and yes, they have been restored year after year, but it's no way to run the agency, and they were never meant to be permanent. The second thing is the hiring freeze. The hiring freeze has been terrible. Yet, to get rid of the hiring freeze, the agency is being asked to eliminate vacant positions. That's another significant loss to the Parks Department. That's just not negotiating that. Those are baseline positions that are just going to disappear. And in many ways, this administration has been dealt a bad hand. Yes, the head count is the same as last year. Yes, the budget is the same as last year. But that does not take into account the nearly 600 positions that were lost from 3 years ago, whether it's parks workers, people that are working managerial or admin jobs within the agency, forestry, we've heard about capital projects teams. You've heard nothing but complaints from other council members. We all want to work together, but unless this administration recognizes the previous losses, they're not going to be able to advocate for future gains. We need 1% for parks. We need a plan to get there.
Thank you. Then we're going to call our next panel. You have another pen? You have another pen. Carolyn Harris, Elizabeth O'Connor, Sophie Stubaum, sorry. Christina Taylor. Maybe I should use my glasses. Yes, thank you. Thank you. All right, we can begin.
Thank you very much. My name's Caroline Harris. I am a land use attorney from Goldman Harris. I'm representing myself and other seniors who live in my neighborhood. I want to start by saying this has been an amazing hearing, and I have huge compliment for the commissioner for, in such a short time being commissioner, being able to absorb the breadth and significant, all the work that you have to do. I know you've been with the agency a long time, but still, it's an extraordinary job that you're doing. Thank you. Having said that, I also strongly support the increase in budget for parks. Parks are the primary resource for health and welfare for our residents and the environment. In addition to its other priorities, the department should prioritize active recreation for adults, especially seniors in smaller local parks. New York City has the second highest rate of dementia in the country, with the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens having the highest rates of dementia in the country. Not Staten Island, maybe because they have so many parks per person, per capita. Medical studies show a remarkably high correlation between dementia and a sedentary lifestyle. Sitting on a bench, as seniors have usually been relegated to, instead of having active recreation, is also critical for bone and heart health, as well as preventing dementia. It's not only a personal issue for many families, mine experienced a senior with dementia, it is a public health issue, and it's also an issue of immigration, finance, socioeconomic benefits, and other health issues. New York City's parks, local parks, can be a key tool in endeavoring to stem the tide of and to prevent further dementia. For example, the proposed design of my local park in Manhattan includes a dog area to the exclusion of an area for active recreation, seniors and adults, yet both uses could easily and rationally be provided without substantial, if any, delay on procurement or parks recreation and final design. Commissioner said just today, we should be judged not by how we treat our most vulnerable. We should be judged by how we treat our most vulnerable. That includes not only the disabled, who were discussed by Councilmember Schulman, but it should also include seniors. Parks can be a leader in the prevention of this growing senior health crisis by facilitating the active recreational use of local parks by seniors and adults of all ages. It would not require a huge financial investment, just thoughtful design. Restore Parks Department's funds, push for the 1%, and don't forget Grandma and Grandpa or forsake your own long-term health. Thank you.
If you don't mind me asking, what's the park that you were referring to?
Rupert Park in Manhattan, Community Board 8.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hankerson. My name is Sophie Stelbaum, and I'm the New York Program and Operations Coordinator for Trust for Public Land, a national nonprofit that connects everyone to the outdoors, and as a member of the Playfair for Parks Coalition. Living in New York is exciting and it's hard. The city has a major affordability crisis, and the struggle to live here isn't just about housing, it's also about quality of life. Families raising children in a small apartment wonder, where can our kids play without adding another line to the budget? The answer is in the city's nearly 2,000 parks. They represent one of those amazing tech-free environments where you get to feel the earth, the sun, and the wind. But parks also need care, people to take care of them. The budget cuts $33 million compared to last year's budget. 276 positions will be lost. We need to restore those positions and move the parks budget up 1% to up to 1% of the city's budget. That's what it takes to make these parks thrive. Another major opportunity for outdoor play spaces in New York is New York City schoolyards. We strongly support Councilmember Brewer's position that schoolyards remain open after school hours and on weekends. These spaces exist in every neighborhood, including the ones with the fewest parks. Opening parks means children have somewhere to run near their home, parents have somewhere to exhale, and neighbors can sit in the shade of an activated and joyful place. Mayor Mamdani, we see you. Many of your videos are filmed outside. You clearly love these spaces. Now it's time to fund them. And to the council, we urge you to include $33 million more than what's in the budget just to restore what was baseline last year. Give the people of New York what they want, what they need. Invest in our parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christina Taylor. I'm the Deputy Director for the Van Cortlandt Park Alliance, and I'm testifying on behalf of VCPA's board and staff and as members of the Playfair for Parks Coalition. Thank you so much for holding this important hearing. In a city battling record inequality, extreme heating and flooding, declining quality of life, parks are not a luxury. They are essential infrastructure. Yet for decades, parks have been underfunded, understaffed, and unevenly maintained. In the last 4 years alone, the Parks Department has faced continued disinvestment, causing our park system to tumble in national rankings. While most major cities dedicate 2 to 5% of their budgets to parks, New York City has been stuck at just 0.6%, trailing the nation in nearly every park metric. We were extremely disappointed to see the mayor's preliminary budget for NYC parks at $33 million less than last year's adopted budget. I wish I could say we were surprised, but unfortunately this seems to be a continuing pattern. While it's great that the hiring freeze will finally be eliminated, it comes with a loss of nearly 100 unfilled staffing lines. In addition, 600 lines were lost in the Adams administration through cuts and hiring freeze. While New York City Parks is asked to do more and more each year, New York City Parks has lost 700 positions in the last 5 years. The budget also fails to address the nearly 300 park workers set to lose their jobs at the end of the fiscal year because they were not baselined. We had hoped the mayor would put an end to the annual budget dance, but here we are, dancing once again. These 300 positions need to be baselined. Year after year, NYC Park staff does more with less. The staff is already stretched too thin. They are tired and frustrated, and so are we. The preliminary budget maintains a status quo of historic underfunding, leaving communities without the safe, accessible green spaces they deserve. The time is now. The mayor and city council need to work together to dedicate 1% of the city's budget to parks. There's no substitute for public dollars for parks. In reality, parks deserves and needs much more than 1%, but let's start there. Parks are essential. They should be funded and cared for accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. While you were speaking, I asked our committee council if there was an existing report that compares New York City to other big cities. And I was informed that Trust for Public Land has that. Would you mind sharing that? Our team can get your.
Sure. Yeah. It's called Park Score, and I believe it comes out in May, but I would be happy to follow up with more information. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Our next panel consists of Elsie Soto, Merritt Birnbaum, Tammy Lynn Mogus, and Morgan Monaco. And again, I apologize if I've mispronounced your name. Okay, we can begin. We'll start with, yeah.
Did I
Good
just
to
turn
see
it
you
on?
again as well.
Nice to see you, council member. Good afternoon to council member Hankerson and members of the committee. I'm Morgan Monaco. I'm the president of the Prospect Park Alliance and proud member of the Playfair for Parks Coalition. Prospect Park is Brooklyn's backyard, hosting over 10 million visitors annually, but a backyard is only as good as its upkeep. Currently, the city's budget is failing New Yorkers who rely on these spaces. Mayor Mamdani's FY27 preliminary budget is $33 million, less than last year's. Instead of moving towards the 1% for parks we were promised, we are hollowing out our green infrastructure. Since 2023, we've lost 600 staffing lines. This budget would eliminate 100 more just to end a hiring freeze. Furthermore, 276 of our dedicated workers are in positions dependent on temporary one-shot funding lines. These workers are the backbone of our parks. They must be baselined, and they must be baselined now. The lack of operational funding creates a maintenance gap that wastes taxpayer money. There are ample capital funds, but not the requisite maintenance funds to care for what we build, and therefore are rebuilding capital assets rather than have them last through their useful lifespan. We ask for the additional 460 second shift workers to keep 400 high-use parks and restrooms clean. Prospect Park welcomes 10 million users each year. Most visitors come to the park in the afternoon hours. They should be able to access a clean park just like morning visitors. This underfunding is dangerous. In just 3 years, Prospect Park has faced devastating flash floods and a severe brush fire. We cannot build a resilient city if we do not invest in the hardworking New Yorkers who manage our forests and keep our parks clean and safe. Let's make sure the administration's affordability agenda is accomplished by funding our parks and providing New Yorkers the quality green spaces they deserve. I urge the council to restore these cuts, baseline our essential workers, and finally put NYC Parks on the path to 1% of the city budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you speak to some of the pressures that such budget cuts have impacted conservancies?
Yes, so we
and
are.
parks groups?
Yeah, so we're proud. I'm also a member of the leadership committee of the Parks and Open Spaces Partners, POSP coalition, and we are proud partners with NYC Parks. We raise private dollars to help supplement city services. Many of us do direct service in terms of caring for our forests, our woodlands, do trash pickup, and some capital work. This is essential. We don't do this in a vacuum. We rely on the city and the city's budget to be able to maintain our parks in partnership. So when there's a decrease in funding for NYC Parks, that is a pressure on the private sector. And we believe in this administration's commitment to all working New Yorkers, regardless of whether there's a conservancy or not, and therefore are urging the council to join in our efforts to make sure there's 1% for parks.
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Lynn Bogus, and I'm the director of the Nature Conservancy's New York City program. The Nature Conservancy is the world's largest conservation organization. In New York City, we convene the 200-member Forest for All NYC coalition that works to increase investment in the urban forest and to expand tree canopy cover to 30% citywide by 2035 equitably. The Nature Conservancy is also a proud member of the Playfair Coalition. I'm here to urge the mayor and city council to finally dedicate 1% of the city parks budget to New York City Parks, 1% of the city budget to New York City Parks, starting with $150 million in capital and expense fundings for the New York City urban forest starting in 2027. These funds would restore and baseline critical New York City Parks workforce, expand forestry and natural areas staffing, and to support implementation of the urban forest plan across city agencies. With the city's first ever urban forest plan about to launch this spring, this is a defining moment. This 10-year plan charts a path to reach 30% canopy citywide and foster the engagement across city agencies and community stakeholders. But it cannot be implemented without restoring and expanding the very workforce that sustains the urban forest. Despite managing over half of the tree canopy in New York City Parks has lost more than 600 staff positions since 2023, with another 100 on the chopping block this year as a condition of the hiring freeze. These cuts directly affect the urban forest, tree health, and livability of New York City. We commend the city's previous commitments to parks and urban forests, including Mayor Mamdani's pledge to doubling the parks budget. However, the preliminary budget's proposal of cutting $33 million from parks is not in line with that commitment and does not set up the urban forest plan for success. This budget also fails to safeguard the 276 park workers set to lose their jobs at the end of this fiscal year. These critical park staff positions must be switched from annual one-shot city council funding to baseline roles, ensuring operational stability. I will submit a longer written testimony, but thank you so much to Chair Hankerson and members of this committee for considering the vital role of parks and urban forests to New Yorkers as we continue to work on the city budget.
Thank you. You did that in under 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hankerson, and thank you for holding this hearing. I'm Merritt Birnbaum, President and CEO of Riverside Park Conservancy, and also a co-chair of the Parks and Open Space Partners and a proud member of the Playfair Coalition. I'd like to share a quote by the 19th century naturalist and founder of the National Parks Movement, John Muir. "Everybody needs beauty as well as bread, places to play in and pray in, where nature may heal and give strength to body and soul alike." These words could not be more relevant today. Access to nature is not a luxury, it is a basic need, and it should be available to everyone. We have an opportunity right now to bring our park system back to glory, to give New Yorkers beauty, wonder, and that most powerful of all tools, hope. But we will not get there with the current level of funding, not even close. To sustain a great park system, we have to invest in the foundational resource that makes any system work, people. We need more parkies. And I want to be very clear, our park staff are extraordinary. As the agency testified today, every day they are doing more with less. They are maintaining landscapes, responding to emergencies, repairing infrastructure, and supporting millions of visitors, all while stretched far too thin. In Riverside, we see the dedication of NYC Park staff and the consequences of this underinvestment. The bathroom in our volunteer house is shuttered due to plumbing issues, and suddenly a local senior group loses the place where they gather each week. A sinkhole just opened up near a dog run, and the entire community of pet owners now has nowhere to go. The 158th Street basketball courts are suffering from filthy deluge of runoff from the highway. There's not enough staff to power wash it, so the kids have no access to their local spot for sport and connection. These may sound like small things, but they are not. They are daily disruptions to the fabric of community life in our parks. And New Yorkers notice. They feel it. And at the same time, we know what it would take to change this. You don't need to know the exact math to know that we need more maintenance staff to keep parks clean and safe, more tradespeople to fix what's broken, more forestry staff to care for our trees, and the capacity to move long-promised capital projects forward. It's not about asking for something unrealistic. It is about aligning our investment with our values as a city. Because imagine what we could have. A park system where every New Yorker, regardless of neighborhood, can rely on clean, safe, vibrant green space, a system that reflects the pride, care, and resilience of the city. The future is within our reach, but only if we choose to invest in it. We have the opportunity to break the cycle of doing more with less and invest and build something with lasting, worthy of the people of New York. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may ask, can you tell me the locations, the sinkhole and the basketball court that you mentioned?
Yeah, the basketball court, our basketball court's at 158th Street under the highway. And the dog run is at 87th Riverside. And our volunteer house that I also mentioned, where we've been hosting the senior group for the last couple of years, it's at 108th Street.
Thank you. Maybe our team can follow up with Parks Department regarding some of those issues. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Elsie Soto. I am a professional public health, and I am also a family member of two people who are buried on Hart Island, which is the New York City Municipal Cemetery, and an advocate for many families who are navigating a similar experience. For us, visiting Hart Island is not optional. It is how we grieve. It is how we stay connected to the people we love. Right now, access remains limited in ways that make the grieving process even more difficult. Visitation is primarily on the weekends, which does not work for many families. People have varying work schedules, lack of childcare, and responsibilities that make weekend access unrealistic. I am asking that at least 2 weekday visitations be added to the monthly calendar so family members have the opportunity to visit. There is also a growing concern that is deeply painful for families like myself. It was brought to our attention that New York City Parks Department public tours on Hart Island are being advertised for about $39.99 by touring companies and offer around 3.5 hours on the island. If those proceeds were being used to expand family visitation, we would understand. However, that is not happening. And families are still given significantly less time, sometimes under 1 hour for visits. Yesterday, my visit was for 1 hour and 15 minutes, still significantly less than public tours. This is unfair. Access for loved ones should come first. Transportation is another major barrier. A short shuttle service already exists, but it currently runs between the Hart Island Ferry and the BX29 stop at Fordham Street, which is only 3 blocks, and only at the end of the visit. Families traveling by train must still find their way to and from the Pelham train station, relying on extremely limited bus service on City Island. There's only 1 bus, okay? The distance from the Pelham train station to the ferry is less than 3 miles, about 10 to 15-minute drive, yet for families using public transportation, it can take over 30 to 40 minutes due to transfers, weekend service, and wait times. Now, if we look at someone who's traveling from Staten Island, they literally have to take a bus to a boat, to a train, to another bus, to another boat, and it sounds like a joke, but it's reality for a lot of New Yorkers. And I am proposing that we take this existing shuttle service and just expand it to pick up visitors directly from Pelham train station and bring them straight to the Hart Island Ferry. This is a simple change that would make a meaningful difference in access and reliability. Hart Island is the resting place of over 1 million New Yorkers. The families and loved ones connected to this island deserve dignity, fairness, and equitable footing to mourn our loved ones. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. I'd just say on the more immediate note, if you can find someone from Parks Department that's here. You mentioned something about tours being advertised for $39.99. That doesn't sound too. I can't even think of the word right now. But if you can just talk to someone from Parks Department about that, so they can look into that immediately. It doesn't sound right.
I believe it was removed.
Okay.
However,
Oh, it was removed.
to know that
Okay.
it's been in existence for over a year,
Right.
and none of that funding has transpired to expanding family visitation or even transportation to the island, it seems unfair to me.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Elsie. Thank you all. All right, we're going to go straight into our next panel. Pardon me if I mispronounce your name. Asenet Gomez? Okay. Odette Halsinger? Caitlin Cruz? Helen Turgos? Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Hankerson, and everyone here. My name is Asenet Gomez, and I am a Senior Director of Programs for El Puente. El Puente is also a member of the Forest for All and the Playfair Coalition. We are a 43-year-old community human rights organization that promotes leadership for peace and justice in North Brooklyn and Puerto Rico. We represent a historic environmental justice community where poor air quality, driven largely by vehicular pollution, remains one of the largest threats to public health. Approximately 6% of our residents report having asthma, linked to our community having the 8th highest concentration of fine particles, otherwise known as PM 2.5 in New York City, one of the most dangerous air pollutants. As a result, respiratory-related hospitalizations in our neighborhoods are twice the rate of the entire borough of Brooklyn and New York City overall. Access to healthy, open green space is essential to mitigating these severe public health outcomes. Yet, the lack of sufficient parks and green infrastructure in our community only worsens air quality and compounds environmental risk. For our community, parks and public spaces are not optional, they are essential. We need quality parks where residents can gather, heal, and thrive. If the COVID pandemic taught us anything, is how vital parks are. They become lifelines, safe, accessible spaces for the most vulnerable New Yorkers, and other public spaces are closed. We urge the council and the administration to work together to deliver on Mayor Mandani's commitment to double the NYC Parks budget and to ensure full funding for the staff and programs critical to the maintenance, protection, and tree planting efforts that will help the city reach its 30% tree canopy goal. NYC Parks is responsible for half of the city's tree canopy, yet the staff and programs that sustain this urban forest continue to face cuts. This is unsustainable and not equitable for all New Yorkers. We need sustained, equitable investment in our parks, not just to maintain them, but to ensure environmental justice, public health, and climate resilience for all New Yorkers. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
So much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Odette Halsinger, and I'm the Executive Director of the Natural Areas Conservancy. We're a nonprofit that works together with New York City Parks to steward more than 12,000 acres of forest, wetlands, and grasslands. These are the landscapes that really allow our fellow New Yorkers to have the experience of being in true wilderness. Those landscapes also contain more than 5 million of the city's 7 million trees and are really essential to achieving our 30% canopy goal. We are joined today with our partners from the Playfair and Forest for All New York City coalitions in urging increased and sustained funding for New York City parks in financial year 2027 budget. I want to also thank you for your earlier question to the Commissioner regarding the one-shot funding and specifically its impacts on the Natural Resources Group. We're very concerned to see that this preliminary budget does not include the renewal of FY26 one-shot funding. That funding supported critical forest management staff, and without it, we risk further reductions in the Natural Resources Group, which is already under-resourced and responsible for these more than 12,000 acres. And you know, I don't need to repeat it. It's been talked here again and again, but actually I should repeat it because it's really critical to understand the impact of this reliance on the one-shot funding, and also for us as advocates to be trapped in you know, this need to beg for these one-shot fundings. That's just not the proper system. So if I remember the numbers correctly that the Commissioner mentioned earlier, 37 employees were hired through this one-shot funding on top of the 63. That's 30% of the workforce that are sitting there with this uncertainty. So we're asking today for a baseline of $16 million to provide stable support for this work, and this is based on data based on the release of since the release of our forest management framework in 2018. We see that this inconsistent funding led to staff losses and a sharp decline in acres receiving care. Only 569 acres in financial year 2025 were receiving care, and at the same time, our 2024 ecological assessment found signs of decline in more than 90% of forest plots. And again, this is while we're just releasing the urban forest plan and calling for the expansion up to 30% canopy. So I want to remind everyone that our natural areas are not a luxury. They're essential green infrastructure for climate resilience, public health, and biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I want to offer perspective. I am one of those natural area employees on Playfair funding in the Natural Resources Group. I want to reiterate it is not a sufficient solution to budget shortages.
I'm sorry, can you just state your name?
My name is Helen Sharigas.
Helen, thank you.
I'm full-time and indefinitely a seasonal employee. It doesn't make any sense. I don't receive the same benefits as those on permanent lines until 18 months of full-time unbroken seasonal employment. I don't have federally recognized holidays off, paid holidays off. I can't apply internally to annually paid posted positions at parks that are open to baseline full-time employees. And I haven't bothered to buy into the pension because I assume it's more likely than not that funding will lapse in the 4 years that I will need to work here to receive those benefits. I'm new to the workforce, and with a lot of luck, I actually turned down other job offers to work here. I'm proud. I'm from New York City. I'm now a public servant for the city, and I contribute to the city that I'm from. But our salaries as parkies across the board don't compete with the private sector. And I say this, my experience, to spell out that for these reasons, parks is and will lose skilled staff, experience high turnover, lose institutional knowledge, and dedicated public servants. This also harms the baseline workforce by putting more strain on the remaining staff who are already stretched thin. It takes so much time to rehire and retrain instead of build long-term capacity and expertise. It is so inefficient, and it's not a good position to be in as an employee. It's not fair at all. Fortunately, it doesn't have to be this way. These Playfair staff need to be added to the baseline and the budget. Thanks.
Thank you. Would you mind providing us with the written version of your testimony?
Sure, how do I do that?
Sergeant at Arms, when you leave, they'll get your email or something like that. Yeah.
Sure, thank you.
We like that. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. We're going to call our next panel. Rosamond. Is Rosamond here? No? Okay. Aliyah Sumro. Benet Chisholm. Leslie Gomez Rivera. Okay. Marissa LaChica. Okay. Ashima Harris. All right, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Hankerson, Commissioner Shimomura, and all the staff here and advocates here today for the opportunity to testify. I've submitted longer written comments. As co-founders of the Playfair for Parks Coalition, we advocate for a city budget that gives New York City parks the fair funding they deserve. NYLCV is also a member of the Forest for All New York City Coalition, which is committed to protecting, maintaining, and expanding the city's urban forest to equitably achieve 30% tree canopy coverage by 2035 from the current 23%. If we want to maintain our city's park system, invest in our city's workforce, increase our tree canopy, and prepare our open spaces for climate change, first and foremost, NYLCV urges our elected officials to increase funding for our city's park system. Mayor Mamdani's FY27 preliminary budget for New York City parks is $33 million less than the FY26 adopted budget and does not provide critical restorations after 4 years of cuts. However, we think the admin and the city council has the opportunity to rebuild an agency that's been crippled by decades of disinvestment. This includes, but is definitely not limited to, safeguarding the 276 parks workers set to lose their jobs at the end of the fiscal year, since they are dependent on the annual one-shot city council funding. These positions must be baseline to ensure stability and consistent service. Additionally, we urge the city to increase staffing for second shift workers, as well as forestry staff, capital project staff, and PEP officers. Now, despite the benefits of parks and tree canopy, due to historic disinvestment and structural racism, such as residential redlining, our trees, parks, and green spaces and access to the city's waterfront are not equitably distributed. As a member of the Forest for All Coalition, we strongly support allocating $1 million to MOCEJ to publicize and begin implementing Local Law 148 of 2023, which will be the city's first ever urban forest plan to ensure our city's tree canopy is not only properly maintained, but is equitably expanding. And just wrapping up, NYLCV also supports the city exploring new revenue-generating ways that our park system can maintain the funding that they deserve. And we look forward to working with you, the admin, and other parks advocates to get the funding that New York City's parks workers deserve. Thank you.
First time. Good afternoon, Chairperson Henkin and members of the Committee of Parks and Recreation. I thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Benet Chisholm, and I am a Community Gardening Coordinator for Blaine Community Garden on the Upper Manhattan for 16 years. I'm here to express my support for organizations like Green Gorilla, which hosts councils of gardeners, and for programs like Green Thumb that provides critical support to community gardens across New York City. These resources help gardeners like me maintain spaces, serve as a HUD for food access, education, and community connection. At the same time, I believe the city can do more to support the community gardens and address challenges that we face on ground. For several years, my garden have been dealing with serious rat infestation caused to a part of an abandoned lot. This lot has become a site for illegal dumping, drug activity, rodent nesting, and creating ongoing safety concerns that directly impacts our gardens and surrounding our communities. The infestation have become so severe that I have literally had to have my foot caught in a rat hole throughout the garden. Because of these conditions, I had to limit the community activity, public access due to the safety and the liability concerns. Okay, this undermines the various purpose of community gardens as safe, welcoming space for the neighbors. I strongly encourage the city to increase funding for Get Stuff Clean, others, and sanitation, road and control efforts so that gardens facing these conditions can receive a timely and effective support. Community gardens contribute so much to much health and safety resistance to our neighbors. We strongly support the city and we ensure that we will maintain safe access space to all New Yorkers. Thank you for this time and consideration. I am grateful for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chisholm. Just a couple questions for you. Do you know by chance the lot that's across or adjacent to you actually? Do you know if it's private land or if it's a city-owned lot?
The last time I spoke with a health inspector, they informed me that it went back to foreclosure. It went back to the bank.
Okay.
So
Do you have a location or the location of the garden?
yes, it's our location is 1651 Madison Avenue in Manhattan. Zip code is 10029. I believe the address for that abandoned lot was either 1655 or 1651.
Boys, we'll find it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hankerson. I know it's been a really long day and you're very tired, but I appreciate your time being here. My name is Leslie Gomez Rivera. I am the Policy Associate at Green Gorillas. We are a nonprofit organization that supports community gardeners like Benet, and we also keep youth engaged in food and environmental justice across New York City. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Green Gorillas Council of Gardeners. We are a coalition of over 300 community gardeners, and we work across New York City to advance stronger investment and protections for our gardens. New York City hosts over 550 community gardens that have been here for decades, and we are an essential asset to every neighborhood. Community gardens serve their neighborhood in a multitude of ways, like providing food access, environmental education, climate resilience, and we also provide safe green spaces for our communities. Today, I want to take this opportunity to ask you for these 5 policy actions. Green thumb is continuously being cut in the budget, and so we would like to ask you to previously restore the $2.6 million that Green Thumb had. Green Thumb is an essential program that aids most of our gardens with materials, seeds, tools, things like that. Second, we also count on the council to introduce stronger legislation to permanently protect our community gardens. As you may know, gardens are located on city-owned land, and so they are subject to redevelopment and rezoning. Third, we also count on the council to increase funding for the Parks Equity Initiative, and in addition, allocate $300,000 to create a pilot program that allows garden groups to directly access funding through a simplified application process. Fourth, we also ask that you continue to invest in a greener New York City. A greener New York City supports youth employment programs, green infrastructure, and environmental education in our gardens. Finally, we ask the council to strengthen the Get Stuff Clean initiative, as Renee mentioned. This addresses rodent infestation.
I'm sorry, I missed the last one.
Yeah, the Get Stuff Clean initiative, like Benet mentioned, this is a program that would help address rodent infestations, illegal dumping, and increasingly affects our community gardens. By investing in our community gardens today, the city is investing in healthier neighborhoods, stronger communities, and a more resilient New York for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Would you mind also emailing your statement as well? I don't think I have.
I have all of our.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Perfect.
So I'll
Thank
add
you.
it later. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you to Chairman Hankerson and the members of the Committee on Parks and Recreation for the opportunity to submit this testimony. My name is Marcela Chica. I am the Youth Program Coordinator at Green Gorillas, a nonprofit organization, like Leslie said, that supports community gardeners and youth engaged in food and environmental justice across New York City. In my role, I oversee 2 youth programs serving 15 youth interns during the year and 30 in the summer. Through this work, I see firsthand how important it is to create meaningful job opportunities for young people. One of my interns, Fatumata, joined the program in 2023, shy but very eager to learn. Over time, I watched her confidence grow through leadership opportunities and public speaking practice. She is now a third-year returning intern and a mentor to our summer youth, supporting the next generation of leaders. Through our programs, youth build leadership skills, develop responsibility, and form strong community connections. That is why I strongly support continued investment in a greener New York City. This funding allows organizations like Green Gorillas to provide green jobs, hands-on learning, and advocacy opportunities in community gardens. It also strengthens intergenerational relationships and ensures that gardening knowledge continues to be passed down while youth bring these skills back to their own communities. I also urge the Council to fund community-based organizations to ensure resources are distributed equitably. For over 50 years, Green Gorillas has been a vital resource for community gardens. Continued investment allows us to expand our opportunities for youth to gain skills and grow into leaders. Another intern, Sophia, joined last year with little knowledge of food justice or community gardening. Today, she is a program leader, confidently advocating for her community and local gardens. In closing, I urge the Council to continue investing a greener New York City to increase funding for community-based organizations like Green Gorillas. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good day. Oops. Good day. Thank you, Chairperson Hankerson and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aishima Harris, and I'm the Executive Director for Green Gorillas. And like my colleague mentioned, it's a nonprofit organization that's been established since 1973, creating a ruckus and therefore caused the formation of Green Thumb. So we're also here to champion that city agency and to ensure that its funding is being restored. But before I jump into what I'm asking the council for, I just want to share a little bit about my background. When I immigrated to the US at the age of 12 from Jamaica, community gardens were where I found my belonging. In those spaces, I found people who shared my culture, food, and stories. I was once mentored there. I grew up there, and ultimately, those gardens shaped my career and purpose. My journey at the age of 14 started with Green Gorillas as a summer youth tillers. And to be the executive director right now shows how community garden has strengthened and reinstilled and reinforced the vision of what a community is. For over 16 years, I've witnessed how community gardens serve as critical infrastructure for food access, climate resilience, public health, and cultural connection. And yet, these same spaces remain underfunded and underprotected. Across the city, gardeners are navigating aging infrastructure, rodents infestation, illegal dumping, and consistent threat of land security. These are not isolated issues. They are systematic, and they require coordinated city response. If we want gardens to continue serving our communities, we must invest in them accordingly. We're asking the city to restore funding to Green Thumb to ensure baseline support for community gardens, advance legislation to permanently protect community gardens on city-owned land from development, and allocate $300,000 through Parks Equity Initiative for direct community garden support. Community gardens have long filled critical gaps in our neighborhoods, but they cannot do it alone. If we're really serious about equity, public health, and climate resilience, then we must be serious about investing in the spaces and people who have been doing this work for decades. I stand here today because of community gardens. I ask that you invest in them so that it preserve our essential lifeline. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for your testimony and for providing good trouble. Ms. Chisholm, if you can provide us with your contact so we can follow up with you about the lot, that'll be great. You can vote with the Sergeant at Arms. Thank you. We're going to call our next panel. Ms. Austin, Diana McKenzie, Rosa Chang, Jade Benham, Spike Appel or Apple? Appel, I would say. Oh, that's perfect. There you go. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Just out of curiosity, is anyone else signed up to testify in the audience? Okay, all right, all right. Go over here. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Okay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we can start. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Hankerson, for this opportunity to speak. I'm going to be very brief because I know that my message is going to be redundant. My name is Ishelle Austin. I am a lifelong gardener. I'm from upstate New York, and in the city, I'm the group leader of Grant Shade Garden. I'm also a member of Green Gorillas, the Council of Gardeners, and I'll just mention that we know the city's preliminary budget allocates only 0.6 of the total funding needed to support the Department of Parks and Recreation and continues to fall short. The city has limited ability to provide technical assistance, supplies, and staffing for over 550 community gardens. In my garden in particular, I'm going to have a little different approach to the trees. I actually need 8 London plane trees pruned in my garden so that I can grow food, because right now we're ornamental. We only can have hostas and ferns and shade plants growing there, and I would like to extend the ability to grow food to my gardeners who live in Nycc housing. So we call on the city to restore the previously allocated $2.6 million in funding for Green Thumb and create stronger legislation to protect our gardens from rezoning and redevelopment of city-owned land. Yeah, I just need the London plane trees pruned so that we can reasonably open up the canopy, even though I know the city has tried to increase the canopy. Our canopy is very dense.
What's the location of your garden?
It's at 550 West 125th Street, adjacent to the George Bruce Library.
Okay. If you, before you leave, you can provide the Sergeant at Arms with your contact information.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Thank you for your time, council member, and I'm sorry the commissioner just had to walk out. My name is Spike Appel, Lower East Side born and raised, now resident of Bushwick, raising 2 children. I'm here to speak about Bushwick City Farm, which is once again under threat of closure, where I volunteered for the past 15 years. The commissioner spoke earlier that there were lines of communication which we could use, that we didn't need to come to testify at a hearing. When Councilmember Sandy Nurse spoke about the garden. However, my wife spoke at this committee in 2017 with our first son, when we were asking the city to preserve our green space and our sanctuary space, which sits on a privately held lot. We provide hundreds of meals weekly free of charge, as well as providing primarily neighborhood children a place of respite, learning, and community. We're a sanctuary space that provided support to thousands of migrants during the migrant crisis when the city opened a shelter across the street. My son is 9 now, and the neighborhood children who helped us build the garden have grown up, and some have children of their own who enjoy the garden their parents built. We're still asking the same thing, for the city to step in and preserve this critical neighborhood resource. This is a multi-generational project that many depend on. We're currently locked out of our primary entrance as of Wednesday. We ask again, as an urgent matter, that the council make real and immediate commitments in this budget to preserve the garden and push forward the process that Councilman Chiose, Borough President Reynoso, members of Parks Department, Green Thumb, Department of Finance have all been a part of and have been taking their time. There was a well-attended emergency rally this past Saturday of garden volunteers and supporters. If there aren't clear commitments soon, I worry the community will become increasingly agitated. We volunteered 15 years of service to the space in the community. We haven't asked for any support for our day-to-day operations. We independently fundraise for everything and use the space to help build new gardens in Nycc housing. Help us enshrine these efforts for the next generation to carry the efforts forward. If we don't get immediate support on this, the community will have to step up and defend the space, as we have for a decade.
Just thank you for your testimony. Is the space within Councilmember Nurse's district or Councilmember Osei's district?
Councilmember Osei's district. It's right on the border of Bushwick and Bed-Stuy, so there's a lot of overlap.
Thank you. If you can provide your contact as well before you leave. Yes, you're next.
Hi, I'm Diana McKenzie. I'm here because I live on Eastern Parkway between Washington and Underhill, directly across the street from Mount Prospect Park. And I've lived there for 30 years, since I was 5. And there's a lot that plays into what this meeting has been about. Since the reason there's a skate park has to do with one-shot funding and private investors. But that doesn't really matter. One of the things I did when the skate park thing started was actually go to other skate parks in the city and talk to people. Skaters are really fun to talk to. They mostly talk about skating, but it was clear they're really passionate about third spaces. Which I think that's one thing people in our community who aren't skaters can understand, because they are very passionate about Mount Prospect Park. And for years, there's been problems with grass loss and cover loss that haven't really been addressed, which is understandable. It's not Prospect Park, and that doesn't get enough funding in the first place. But I feel that the solutions they came up with for that doesn't really take into account how much the park is used and how fond of it people are as it is. And I think it was really hard to have a discussion about anything under the last administration, and I think it would be worth having more discussions about, because I think some of the barriers that are up have more to do with how difficult that was than not being able to come to an accord. That's all, thank you. Also, please increase the city parks funding. It is one of the things the most New Yorkers use. And we all know it's important. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't important.
Thank you. Diana, if I may ask, do you know whose district the park falls under? If not, no worries.
Crystal Hudson?
Crystal Hudson? Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, Chair Hankerson. We are so excited to have you spend some time with our Gotham Park Youth Ambassadors coming up, and I wanted to say congratulations to you and to Commissioner Shimamura, but she's left, who I have actually known since her my Community Board 1 days. So I have full confidence that she's going to do her utmost to uplift all of our communities in her role as commissioner. My name is Rosa Chang, and I'm co-founder of Gotham Park, a grassroots 501c3 created in 2021 to open, operate, and maintain a new community-led public space in a neighborhood that has historically been underinvested and overlooked right outside of City Hall, just right behind you, actually. Community are the roots of this grassroots endeavor. With over 47,000 people living within a half-mile radius of the park, we are incredibly diverse. 20% of our families live below the federal poverty level, 20% are seniors, 64% are BIPOC. We have 12,000 students literally across the street. Parks and public space are where we teach our children how to be good citizens, how to share, how to see and learn how adults treat each other, hopefully with an open heart and consideration. We need more of it, and we need to prioritize the care of what we have so that these spaces are here to build the community and the next generation that we are proud of. Gotham Park advocated for and now manages 4 acres of open space. We worked our butts off to get this space open, and we continue to work our butts off to take care of it. We program it, we plant it, we pick up the litter, and we work with our neighbors to collaborate on resiliency and education projects, health initiatives, programming, and the expansion of the space for our community. We are asking for your financial support to uplift community-led public space initiatives like ours. Help us survive and thrive. Show your support with funding for orgs like ours and for Parks Department so that we can uplift all parks throughout the city and all the people who benefit from access to our public spaces. Parks are not a luxury, they are a basic civil necessity, and they are the learning ground where we try and we fail and we pick ourselves up and we learn resiliency. We advocated so hard for Gotham Park and we are making it work, but only 1% of our operational funds is public. Please fund pathways to help us and grassroots projects like ours until we are able to stand on our own and bring up the next generation of legacy public space projects. People need parks, and parks need people to fund them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna call our next panel. Alma Ortiz? Reyes Ortiz, my apologies. Marilyn Vote Downey? Madhaga Tong? Thank you. Areta de Jesus? Serona Bailey McLean? Okay. Do we need to do anything?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hackerson and members of Park Committee. My name is Alma Reyes, and I am representing Queens Community House. I am testifying today as a member of the Play Fair for Parks Coalition. I'm here to urge you to increase funding to our city parks. We need to restore the 1% of the New York City budget for parks. The preliminary budget for New York City parks maintained the status of quo of underinvestment and is even 33 million less than last year's budget. After 4 years of cuts to the budget, Our parks are suffering from staffing losses, a decrease in maintenance, and delayed capital projects. As a resident of Queens since 1992 and longtime user of Flushing's Meadow Corona Park, I hold a deep affection for this space. This park serves hundreds of thousands of people for countless Queens residents. The park is where children play after school, elders walk to stay healthy, vendors earn a living, and communities gather to celebrate, exercise, and breathe. For many residents, this park is the only free and safe outdoor space available to them. Yet, its condition does not reflect how essential this park is. For over a year, Queens Community House has been hosting monthly park cleanups at Flushing's Meadow Corona Park. While volunteer stewardship is essential for well-being of our parks, volunteers will never accomplish as much as park maintenance staff. Through our cleanups, we connect with people members who raise concerns about the maintenance, cleanliness, lighting, restroom access, and safety of the park. These are not a minor inconvenience. They affect whether people feel welcome, whether seniors can walk safely, and whether families allow their children to play. When a part of this scale is underfunded, the message received by the community is clear. Our needs are not prioritized. Increasing the park's budget is not an optional, it is urgent, as a matter of public health, equity, and dignity. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm Marilyn Vogt Downey, and I am a retired high school teacher, and I've lived on Eastern Parkway in Brooklyn for over 50 years. And across the street is a park called Mount Prospect Park, and I'm here speaking as a member of the Friends of Mount Prospect Park. We also have a block association, so we're very conscious of what's going on in our neighborhood. And in January 2024, we learned from Mayor Adams that there had been a plan to put into our park, to pour over our park, 40,000 square feet of concrete to create a skateboard park. We were never consulted, we did not support it, and we started putting up a fight against it pretty quickly. We have petitions that were signed by thousands of people. Now, when we finally got Crystal Hudson to have a hearing on this in our neighborhood, and we've packed an auditorium, we were told by all the city representatives there, Reynoso, Crystal, the Parks Commissioner, some I won't name, but who make me angry, but I'm not going to go through the whole list. But what they said is, oh, this is not a residential neighborhood. I want to say that Mount Prospect Park is directly across the street from, if you go from Plaza Street to Washington Avenue, there are at least 20 high-rise buildings. I mean apartment buildings from 6th floor to 15 floors. And there are thousands of people living there, so there is a residential neighborhood. What they were going to put there is what they told us at our meeting, a destination skateboard arena for the East Coast, to be bringing in thousands of people all the time to make noise over this concrete in our former park. And I'm here to, is that my time up already? Yeah, I'm here to say we want you to stop the park. It is a park that's a community park for all the purposes a community park serves. Please do not vote for this project. I'm also told to say the city should halt planning and construction of this project until there is an investigation of violations of the city law and policy. They have now reduced it to 20,000 square feet from 40, but it's still going to ruin our park. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you to Chairman Hankerson and members of the Committee of Park and Recreation for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Iraida de Jesus, and I am Engagement Coordinator of Jardín de la Familia for the past 6 years, located in the Bronx. Our Green Thumb Garden, Jardín de la Familia, has a rich history of community involvement and has been a vital green space because of it addresses our community food insecurity as well as environment justice in our neighborhood. I am here today speaking on behalf of Jardín de la Familia and all New York City Gardens. The preliminary fiscal year 27 budget allocates only 0.6% of the total city budget to the Department of Park and Recreation. This has severely impacts the New York City Green Thumb that has seen significant reductions in its budget since Adams' administration. This is hinder its capacity to provide technical assistance and necessary supplies and adequate staffing, thus impeding its ability to effectively support community gardeners. Therefore, we call upon the city to invest in restore $2.6 million in funding for Green Thumb. Call on the mayor to allocate the 1% of the total city budget to the Department of Park and Recreation. I, Iraida de Jesus, have been a land steward since a young age with parents in Puerto Rico. Community gardens provide a vital community access to me and other members of my community, which must be safeguarded for future generations. I urge the council to introduce a stronger legislation to protect all gardens located on city-owned land from development and resourcing. Thank you very much and your time for consideration.
Hello? Great. Afternoon. My name is Savannah Bailey McLean, and I am the Executive Director and Chief Curator of the West Harlem Art Fund. My organization presents public art in West Harlem and across the city of New York, and we have been doing that for 28 years. While I am saddened to hear Parks operation may be reduced by 33 million, potentially losing 100 jobs, I want to see some reforms in the agency before they get any more money. I'm in a neighborhood of color where we struggle to get good programming, which I do provide in the area of art with very little funding. And I've been doing this for a long time. In the last 2 years, going on 3 years, I've actually presented one of the largest outdoor sculpture park exhibitions in the city of New York. We've actually created a public art district spanning 67 acres. Commissioner Shimomura knows me. So what did we discover? We discovered climate change. We discovered that land management, public art goes together. We're dealing with flooding, soil erosion, soil compaction. We have seen conditions that are so severe, we actually had to use a jackhammer to break the surface to install a piece of art. So yes, we need to have more money, but we need more training. We have used a lot of young people to work with us and help us, teaching them about composting, teaching them about gardening. But they can't get a job with the Parks Department because if you look at the Parks Department, and I did the numbers, 44% are people of color, and they stay in maintenance jobs. You talked about tree pruning and tree climbing. There are a lot of able-bodied young men who can do tree climbing and pruning, yet they can't get a job. Now, we tried to supplement that, but we can't. Why? Because Trees New York has an exclusive contract with the City Parks Department where we can't get them the certification to be citizen tree pruners. That needs to change because that's the first step towards getting a real job. We are also trying to get them with sanitation for composting certification. There are all these roadblocks. When you look at the tree pruners, the tree climbers, the gardeners, they don't look like people of color. When you look at the contractors that everyone's been talking about, I checked, the majority of them do not live nor do their business reside in the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. They're in Westchester, Long Island, Connecticut, New Jersey. So how do we have a livable wage? Now, even though I'm an executive director, guess what? I struggle every day to make it. Why? Because the resources are not there for art. I was here since 11:30. Look at what time they brought me here to this table, which shows the disrespect that arts get in this city. And I have reached out to your office. I don't see any other council person here to listen to us, to hear what we got to say. There needs to be an adjustment when it comes to this budget to make it work for us. It's not so much about getting more money. How do we make it work? And I'm sick and tired of seeing it not work. So that's what I want to share with you today. And I did it within my time. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Extra copies?
We're going to call our next panel. Chauncey Young, John Sarico, Francesca, I'm sorry, Francesca. I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. That's my apologies. Sonia Ferraro. Thank you all for your patience. We have two more. Okay. Did you all fill out a testimony slip? Well, I know you. I have your name. Disappeared? Okay. You want to? Okay. Okay. The remaining folks, you can come on up to the dais. We'll do it that way, and we'll have you fill out a slip afterward. Our apologies. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify that hasn't testified as of yet? Okay. Thank you. All right.
Great. Hey. Good afternoon. I'm John Sarico, the Senior Fellow for Climate Opportunity at the Center for an Urban Future, an independent organization focused on creating a stronger and more inclusive economy in New York. I'm also a proud super steward with the Parks Department, so happy to hear all the trees talk. Thank you to Chair Hankerson, for getting us to 5 o'clock, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. Thriving parks and open spaces are essential to achieving the city's vision of affordable, livable New York. But today, the system is struggling under the weight of 4 consecutive years of budget cuts and lacks the maintenance funding and staffing needed to sustain the vibrant, equitable park system that New Yorkers even deserve. Case in point, recreation. The city's athletic facilities and recreational programs, its pools, tennis courts, rec centers, fitness classes, sports leagues, and more play an integral role in offering free and low-cost options for New Yorkers to play, move, and connect. That matters today more than ever, as over 40% of residents are grappling with chronic disease and loneliness. But decades of underinvestment mean we're only scratching the surface of its potential. Our recent report at CUF found that recreation services once accounted for nearly a third of the park's operating budget. Today, it's about 5.3%. Full-time rec staff has fallen from almost 2,000 people in 1964 to 659 today. New York allocates among the lowest amount per capita on recreation of any major U.S. city, and many core recreation assets need urgent repairs or are closed entirely, with more than $400 million in known capital needs for major facilities alone. New York City Parks continues to do what it can with limited resources, but the gap between needs and capacity keeps widening. Going forward, the city should restore and expand critical staffing across parks operations, capital projects, forestry maintenance, while investing in rec centers and program staff. to get parks clean, safe, and fully functional again. For instance, these investments can help address New York City's affordability challenges by expanding the park system summer day camp, the best deal anywhere in the city, from roughly 500 participants today to 5,000. To achieve this, the City Council should reverse the proposed cuts and expand city funding and create new dedicated recurring revenue streams to put the system on stronger, more sustainable footing. And I'll just close by saying in January of 2024, the center outlined 20 specific ideas to do exactly that. And we're about to release 2 more, the first on harnessing real estate revenue to pay for parks, and the next on expanding opportunities for public-private partnerships. Thanks so much for letting me come today and testify.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Patricia Carroll. I live in Assembly District 28. I'm here to speak for additional funding for the parks, especially for its natural areas. I'm a retired professor of geography who, for the last couple of years, has been a volunteer steward in Forest Park, where every week my fellow stewards and I spend many hours mostly removing invasive species that either strangle the trees or drape over the trees and deprive them of sunlight and as well as nutrients. Many people have spoken about the functional benefits of trees and forests and parks, but I would like to specifically address the dollar benefits to our city. According to the Arbor Day Foundation, every dollar invested in street and park trees in New York City returns $5.60. About half of that benefit comes from the reduced need for electricity, for energy, electricity and gas, almost 1/5 each from air quality improvement and increased property values, and about 1/6 from stormwater management. Stormwater management is really important now in the era of increasing climate change. New York City mostly feels that with altered precipitation regimes where we have droughts then followed by very heavy downpours. And as you know, our stormwater goes into the sewer system and very often cannot be safely delivered to water treatment plants, and it floods communities. The annual benefit of a single tree varies by species and size, but roughly the range is from about $100 per tree to $400 per tree. So the average tree in New York, an average small tree is about $200, a medium-sized tree, $250. In any case, as a volunteer steward, I know that keeping the trees mature, getting them to maturity is an impossible task, but more funding is needed to do that. And given the current federal cutting of all environmental regulations, I think it falls more importantly on local areas to pick up that gap. And the payoff for New York City will be very great. And that's leaving aside the fact that they create beauty that is accessible to people of all stripes who even relax and smile when they're there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Hankerson. I'm incredibly impressed by how engaged you've been all day. I know you probably haven't had lunch either, unless you snuck out and grabbed some food. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Biana Varga. I'm from Shahana Hanif's district in Brooklyn, District 39. I was super grateful when she stopped by the first volunteer day that we had for a pocket park my neighbors and I are creating. I'm here because I believe in the magic of trees, and more than 80% of the city's trees are cared for by the Parks Department. Trees shade our sidewalks, they keep harmful particles out of our lungs, they act as umbrellas during heavy rains and allow the soil to absorb more water to prevent flooding. They've even been shown to improve mental health and reduce crime. The leadership of New York City understands the important role that trees play in creating a climate resilient and livable city, which is why they invested in the Million Trees NYC project, and the Parks Department has committed to planting 18,000 trees per year going forward. However, not all trees are equally beneficial. A mature tree's canopy can shade an entire playground, making its surfaces safe for children in the heat of summer. A newly planted tree simply can't do that. A young tree is a promise, a mature tree is infrastructure. This is why it's imperative that we invest not just in planting trees, but in the people who steward them towards maturity. We are currently in the middle of Trees Count, the city's decennial tree census. Last summer, over 2,500 volunteers, including me, surveyed more than 46,000 trees and will continue that work this spring. In order to be able to act on the tree health data that we are collecting, allow our trees to grow, and keep our urban forests thriving for the benefit of all New Yorkers, the Parks Department needs to be well-staffed and well-funded. This is not the time to cut the funding for this invaluable agency. I urge the City Council to invest in parks and the future of New York by joining cities across the country in allocating 1% of our budget to parks. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Chairman Hankerson, and thank you for, oh my God. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairman Hankerson. You are my district councilman and also the district councilman for my community garden. My name is Sonia Ferraro. I've been a community gardener for over 40 years, and I'm a Green Thumb gardener for 12 of those 40 years. I am the founder and leader of Paradise Community Garden, NY, located in Jamaica, Queens. Paradise has a rich history of community involvement and has been a vital green space in our community. As a member of Green Gorillas, Council of Gardeners, I want to express my support for the policy initiatives that have been uplifted today. In addition, I'd like to amplify the needs of the community gardens. In particular, the much-needed infrastructure upgrades and repairs are vital to ensure that gardens are also safe for the seniors who steward them. Many community gardens across New York City remain inaccessible to people with disabilities, limiting who can fully participate in and benefit from these vital green spaces. To ensure equity and inclusion, gardens should be equipped with ADA-compliant infrastructure, including accessible driveways, and street cutouts, as well as a safe navigatable pathways throughout the garden. Gardeners like myself need designated handicap parking on the street close to the garden. Therefore, additional funding to agencies like Green Thumb and organizations like Green Gorillas is very important. Community gardeners have felt firsthand the effects of the reduced funding. I urge each council member to visit community gardens in their district to hear our needs and walk alongside each gardener to better understand the needs of community gardens. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share with you my 40 years of experience.
Thank you, Ms. Ferraro, and thank you for the work that you've done in our district and also participating on our participatory budgeting in the last few years as
Yes.
well. I do want to say this. Oh, okay, she left. We don't choose how people sit on the dais. We don't, it's not a set order. Or else the person from my district would have went first. So, but thank you all so much for staying and advocating. We took notes. We'll be following up with folks. Thank you so much. It's been a long day, but
Yes,
we
it
truly,
has.
truly appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you.
We have a virtual room. Well, that's not for you over there. Now we'll hear testimony from Drew Stillman Holman, Fatimata Traore, Sophia Zong, Walter Mugden, and Kasha Pazdor. For the folks on Zoom, we can begin. Thank you. Okay.
You may begin on Zoom.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you see us as well?
Yes, I can.
I promise you I look better in person. All right, we can start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Drew Stillman. I'm calling from the North Shore of Staten Island. I as well work as one of those seasonal one-shot employees that work with the Natural Resource Group in New York City Parks. I also just wanted to clarify and reiterate that though we do have 70 people who are in our group that work with us, that is not the number of field technicians and boots that are on the ground. I just want to make that clear that there's less than 30 of us that manage the entire city and all the over 20,000 acres of natural areas, and not just forested areas. We also manage wetlands, shorelines, beaches, and fresh and saltwater marshes. So there is a lot of area that needs to be covered. So, and all of our positions are seasonal, as you've heard. It takes a lot of technical learning and a lot of institutional knowledge to be into these positions and to actually execute them efficiently and effectively within their natural landscape throughout our cities. So it really is important to have staff that can be there consistently for a long term as opposed to just a seasonal basis. We need people who can see winter, spring, summer, fall, and all of the seasons and all of the intricacies in between so that they can properly manage these landscapes effectively and efficiently. So while we do have our executive, our administrative, and our other support staff at our energy teams, that does not necessarily include, that does not reflect appropriately the people who are actually taking care and managing those spaces. So as you can imagine, it's very difficult for about 25 people to manage over 20,000 acres of natural areas and land management. So increasing the capacity sizes as well as baselining the positions that are going to be here
Thank you. Your
are
time's expired.
damn. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. I'm sorry I can't extend the time on the virtual, but I did hear your testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Hello, can you hear me?
You may
Yes.
begin.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to Chairman Hankerson and the members of the Committee on Parks and Recreation for the opportunity to testify. My name is Fatumata Traore, and today I'm representing Green Gorillas as a youth intern, part of the Youth Empowerment Pipeline program. Green Gorillas is a nonprofit organization that specializes in engaging with community gardeners, advocating for them all across NYC to promote food and environmental justice. For my time as an intern, I've learned valuable skills and lessons from community gardens. I have been able to see firsthand how community gardeners support their community, maintain sustainable practices, as well as working with limited resources to transform vacant areas into beautiful green spaces. From my 3 years of experience, I want to highlight some recommendations and improvements that I've witnessed that should be made to help community gardeners continue their work. First, an increase in funding to gardeners that need access to utility resources, including running water, electricity, and gardening tools. This will ensure that green spaces are receiving the opportunities they need to create a fully functional environment. And second, an increase in funding to youth gardening programs, like A Greener NYC, which provides organizations like Green Gorillas funding to create job opportunities for the youth like me to aid community gardens. Youth programs are vital to community gardens because it exposes the younger generation to building essential green spaces, passing the torch on to the next generation of gardeners. Youth action is the future of community action. So, in conclusion, I urge the city to prioritize youth internships and accessibility to tools for all gardens across NYC to ultimately create thriving community spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Sophia Zong.
You may begin.
Sophia?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you to the Chairman Tyrell Hankerson and members of the Committee on Parks and Recreation for the opportunity to submit this testimony. My name is Sophia Zongo and I am a second-year Youth Empowerment Program intern with Green Gorillas. Through my work, I volunteer in community gardens across all 5 boroughs of New York City, supporting gardeners with planting, maintenance, composting, and general upkeep.
While I am not based in a single garden, I have worked alongside many community gardeners and have a rich history of community involvement and serve as vital green spaces in their neighborhoods. Through my experience, I have seen firsthand how important community gardens are, not just for growing food, but for building community, providing safe green spaces, and supporting environmental education. However, the recently released preliminary budget allocates less than 1% of the total city budget to the Department of Parks and Recreation. This limited funding places programs like Green Thumb at risk. I urge the council to restore the previously allocated 2.6 million in funding for Green Thumb, which supports hundreds of gardens citywide. Community gardens must be recognized as essential public assets and protected from development. I strongly support introducing legislation to permanently protect all New York City community gardens on city-owned land from rezoning and development. These spaces are critical to the health and resilience of our neighborhoods. Additionally, I asked the council to allocate 300,000 through the Parks Equity Initiative for direct funding to gardens and invest in community-based organizations like Green Gorillas that distribute resources equitably. Programs like A Greener New York City are also vital. They create green jobs for youth like myself and provide opportunities for environmental education and advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have Walter Mukden.
You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Walter Mugden. I'm president of the Udall's Cove Preservation Committee, founded in 1969. Our mission is the conservation and restoration of the last undeveloped natural areas in the Udall's Cove watershed in northeastern Queens. Now, much of the area has already been protected as the Udall's Cove Park Preserve, a New York City forever wild area, with trails winding through woods and along the shoreline. We ask that the FY27 budget provide a significant increase towards the objective stated by Mayor Mamdani during his campaign, that the parks budget grow to 1% of the overall city budget. And in particular, we urge increased appropriations for the department's natural resources group, which has broad responsibilities for natural areas throughout the city, like ours, but is seriously understaffed and challenged by having many employees who are not on permanent budget lines. The Parks Department manages 14% of the city's land area, but receives only 0.5% of the city budget. Now, parks are vital to the quality of life of all New Yorkers, and in particular, those who have the least economic means to enjoy the benefits of nature and outdoors recreation. This includes everything from small vest pocket parks to large public spaces like Central Park, from ball fields and playgrounds to community gardens and nature preserves, such as Udall's Cove Park. City parks, and particularly our natural areas, provide critical benefits to combat global warming and climate change and minimize flooding. My organization has raised and spent over $350,000 in the past 20 years to combat invasive species, increase tree canopy, and carry out other park restoration and improvement projects. We're committed to continue our stewardship work, but to do so, we need the department to be adequately funded as well. We need knowledgeable staff from whom to receive guidance on the projects we pursue. We need our permit applications to be timely processed. We need support for our volunteer cleanup events and improvement projects. And we need an adequately funded department to do the many kinds of things that are beyond the capacity of organizations such as ours. And that
Thank you.
only
Your time's expired, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Walter. And finally, we'll have Kasha Pazdar.
You may
Hi,
begin.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Kasha Pazdar. I'm a parks worker, a DC 37 member, and a resident of City Council District 35. Thank you for receiving my testimony today. I ask this council to baseline the Playfair Urban Park Rangers and all parks Playfair workers. I worked as an urban park ranger in the Bronx for about 4 years. For the first 2 years, I was in a Playfair funded line. I did the same job as a civil service ranger, but I did not have the same benefits or rights. I was not paid for holidays for 18 months, could not sign up for the pension, and faced delays in signing up for health insurance. I also could not apply for full-time parks jobs because I was not considered a full-time parks employee. In my 4 years with the Rangers, I noticed that each April, workplace morale and productivity would suffer as Playfair staff began to apply for other jobs. Massive amounts of institutional knowledge are being lost each year this way. Many of the best, brightest, and hardest working rangers would leave city service because they could not count on a job to be there in July. It is a stressful experience. It is stressful to experience that for one fiscal cycle, and it's demoralizing to experience it for many years. It's not just an injustice to these workers. The public suffers when program managers can't plan for a season because they don't know what their staffing will look like. The instability of Playfair funding has had a direct impact on the urban park rangers' ability to plan and book educational and recreational programming, resulting in fewer canoeing, hiking, history, fishing, birdwatching, and camping programs for the public. I know that what I say here today is echoed by many of my colleagues working in stewardship, trail maintenance, forestry, and other areas of parks. If the Parks Department is going to deliver on its promises, then the mayor and the city council need to deliver on their promise for a well-funded Parks Department. I ask once again that all of this committee baseline the Playfair positions to help achieve these goals. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kasha. Thank you for your service to our city. The FY27 preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Parks and Recreation is now adjourned at 5:25.